Chapter 807. The expressions of Xiao Chun and the others relaxed. Only then did they stand up. They all saw horror in the other party's eyes. In that instant, at least 20 Emperor Wu's auras swept over. When they looked at Kunlun Mountain, they found it even more unfathomable. How rare were Emperor Wu's? However, there were more than 20 of them on this mountain peak. Just thinking about the hidden experts made one's scalp go numb. It looked like this Kunlun Mountain was indeed suppressing the Rock of Origin. With such a lineup, even if a demon monarch came, he would not be able to force his way in. Xiao Chun looked around and noticed that mysterious swordsman Duan Yi. A barely discernible fervor flashed in his eyes. Logically speaking, anyone would be excited to soak in the heavenly dew divine spring. However, there was clearly something else in this person's gaze. Like Xiao Chun, this person came from the lower realm. However, for the first 1 or 2 years, he had been a nobody cultivating in an unremarkable rank 8 sect. It was only in the recent half a year that this person suddenly rose up, directly defeating one of the 7 giants. Only then did he rise to fame and attract everyone's attention. However, that happened to be the golden period for the various lower realm geniuses to rise up. Not many people would suspect such a genius who suddenly rose up. When Duan Yi saw Xiao Chun looking at him, he turned his head and smiled gently. His expression was calm, showing no signs of panic. Duan Yi turned his head back and started chatting with the old man of his sect. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze, no longer thinking about this problem. With so many Emperor Wu's garrisoned at Kunlun Mountain, unless the other party wanted to commit suicide, he would not dare to play any tricks. The warship slowly turned around and stopped a kilometer above a flat ground halfway up the main peak of Kunlun Mountain. There was a flickering door of light on the flat ground. 5 Emperor Wus stood on stone platforms in front of the door of light. Each of the 5 Emperor Wus corresponded to a race. The human race, the fiend race, the deity race, the fiend race, and the corpse race. Seeing this scene, even a fool could guess that the heavenly dew divine spring should be behind the door of light, a place guarded by the 5 races. Not far from the flat ground, there was a flight of stairs that led to a higher place. From afar it was impossible to tell how many steps there were. The flight of stairs at the end of his sight was hidden in the clouds, ethereal and ethereal. Xiao Chun looked around. In midair, the fiend race, ghost race, and corpse race's emperor-class warships had already arrived. Only the celestial race's warships were nowhere to be seen. There were no peerless demonic geniuses of the younger generation on the battleships of the 3 races. They must have all gone down. On the stone platform below, Emperor Wu of the human clan looked at the battleship of the Bushin Palace, nodded slightly to the blue-robed emperor in his official robe on the bow, and then immediately closed his eyes. The blue-robed emperor said in a deep voice, "The 10 of you follow me down. The rest of you don't move. Just wait here." Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chan and the others were lifted up by an irresistible force before they could even resist. When they regained control of their bodies, they were already standing on the platform behind the human race's Emperor Wu. In that short instant it was like teleportation. Xiao Chen and the others could not understand the blue-robed emperor's strength at all. It was simply incredible. Looking around, there were 10 young demonic geniuses with deep aura standing behind the fiend race's Emperor Wu, the ghost race's Emperor Wu, and the corpse race's Emperor Wu. When the geniuses of the other 3 races were placed together, one would discover that their auras were completely different. The fiend race's younger generation released their auras, berserk and ferocious. They did not hide their auras at all, as if they would erupt at any moment. The corpse race's younger generation all had dark complexions, and their skin looked as tough as iron. They all looked lifeless. However, the ferocious light in their eyes was withdrawn as they sized up Xiao Chan and the others, who had just landed, with malicious intent. As for the ghost race, they were like the corpse race cultivators, similarly lifeless. However, they appeared even more serene and deep. If the corpse race's lifeless appearance was just a facade, the berserk and madness in their hearts were no less than the fiend race cultivators. However, the ghost race cultivators were completely lifeless. They did not seem to have any signs of life at all. Their fair faces were as calm as still water, like they were carved from the same mold. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen knew all the young demonic geniuses of these 3 races. The fiend races was the little heavenly monkey Feng. The corpse races was Wang Can, whose death throne Xiao Chan snatched away. The ghost races was the red-dressed woman with the 8 ghosts carrying the palanquin. The moment the first 2 appeared, they immediately cast hostile gazes at Xiao Chun. However, the little heavenly monkey seemed to be more patient. His hostile gaze disappeared in a flash. The hostility in Wang Can's eyes never faded. He even looked at Xiao Chun in disdain. As for the red-dressed girl, she did not even look at Xiao Chun from start to end. The deity race's younger generation had not arrived yet, so the door of light could not open for now. The other races seemed to be used to the deity race putting on airs, so they were not too surprised. There are really a lot of old acquaintances. Xiao Hoju, we are about to enter the divine spring. Do you dare to make a small bet with me? A burly bare-chested youth with faint lion tattoos on both sides of his cheeks leaped out from behind the fiend race and mocked Xiao Hoju. This was the son of the human race's 3 holy masters. He had gone out to wander the outer realms long ago. He was rather famous in the entire Kunlun realm, so he would definitely have many grudges. Clearly, this fiend race genius had a story with Xiao Hoju. Shui Lingling whispered into Xiao Chen's ear. The one who leaped out is the Golden Lion race's Tu Zhe. He is considered the 3rd strongest person of the fiend race's younger generation. Once, Xiao Hoju tricked him in a secret realm in the profound domain. He has a spirit fiend bloodline in his body. In the ancient era, there were 100 fiend ancestors. These fiend ancestors were all powerful sovereign martial emperors. Some of these fiend ancestors' bloodlines were passed down. Their descendants were far stronger than the geniuses of the same generation. At the same time, they had some innate abilities. These bloodlines were known as spirit fiend bloodlines in the fiend domain. They were similar to the human race's sovereign clans that had survived for tens of thousands of years. Xiao Hoju smiled coldly and leaped out. He said, "Do you think I am afraid of you? What do you want to bet? Speak." Tu Zhe smiled confidently and said, "It's very simple. This place is not suitable for a real fight. We will just use our moves and not use our heavenly sage laws. I will not transform into my fiend form, and you will not use your holy beast martial spirit. Let's fight like this. The loser will give the winner 5,000 black astral coins." 1 black astral coin was equivalent to 100 ordinary astral coins. 5,000 black astral coins was 500,000 astral coins. Given the two's status, this was not a large sum. The wager was not important. The main thing was that if they lost in front of so many geniuses, they would lose face. Xiao Hoju had some misgivings. This Tu Zhe clearly came prepared, waiting for him for a long time. Furthermore, the physical body of the fiend race was much stronger than that of humans. Without using quintessence or heavenly sage laws, the other party clearly held an advantage. However, if Xiao Chen did not agree in front of so many people, it would seem like he was a coward. If word of this spread, his reputation would suffer. However, with my strength, as long as I am not at an absolute disadvantage, I should not have any problems remaining undefeated. Even if I lose, it will be fine as long as I do not lose terribly. After all, everyone knew that the physical body of humans was much weaker than the physical body of the fiend race. Thinking this, Xiao Hoju directly agreed. "I will gladly accompany you." Tu Zhe laughed loudly and said heavily, "Xiao Hoju, you are really reckless. Let's see how you embarrass yourself today." After Tu Zhe spoke, he stomped heavily on the ground. His figure flashed, and the friction between his body and the air gave off a piercing explosion. Then he punched at Xiao Hoju's face. Xiao Hoju felt that something was wrong. However, the other party's fist was already before him. Without much time to think, he executed a skillful move and threw a palm strike. Xiao Hoju wanted to strike the side of Tu Zhe's fist, using the technique of using little force to push away the other party. Pa! However, this palm strike landed heavily on Tu Zhe's fist, giving off an ear-splitting sound. Tu Zhe's straightforward punch did not budge at all, not deviating at all. Xiao Hoju was startled. He felt like he had struck a mountain, his palm aching. The other party's strength far surpassed his own. Xiao Hoju could not do anything about using skill. When the fist arrived, Xiao Hoju had no choice but to quickly extend his left hand to block his face, trying to block. Kasie! Kasu! The sound of bones shattering rang out. Tu Zhe's punch contained an unknown amount of force. It directly fractured Xiao Hoju's left forearm. The force did not diminish, continuing to surge forward and striking Xia Hojua's face through his arm. Xia Hojua's body fell backward. Tuze chuckled and took advantage of the situation to step forward. Then he punched the fallen Xiao Hoju again. With his left arm broken, Xiao Hoju's complexion paled. He appeared to be in incredible pain. He flipped twice in the air, dodging this punch. Boom! When the fist landed on the ground, cracks spread out. Shattered rocks flew everywhere in that instant. Since Xiao Hoju had underestimated Tuze's strength at the start, he was at an absolute disadvantage. Tuze forced him to dodge all over the place, not even giving him a chance to catch his breath. After 10 moves, Tuze grabbed hold of an opportunity and kicked Xiao Hoju's chest, sending him flying. The fist contained a ferocious force. Helpless, Xiao Hoju could only forcefully use his quintessence to dissipate this force before he could stand firmly. In less than 10 moves, Tuze forced Xiao Hoju to use his quintessence and kick him away. He even nearly fell to the ground. Xiao Hoju was in a sorry state. Seeing the gazes of the surrounding cultivators, Xiao Hoju's expression turned incredibly sullen. This time, Xiao Hoju had completely embarrassed himself. He tossed a ring with 1,000 black astral coins on it to the other party. Then, he walked to the back of the group without saying a word. Tuze caught the ring and laughed in a carefree manner. This old man just happened to attain a rank 1 physical body half a month ago. I can now punch out with 1,000 tons of force. Xiao Hoju, you are really reckless. How dare you compete with me in terms of physical strength? I defeated you in 10 moves. What dogs hit Holy Sun? He is not worth mentioning. Chapter 808. The others revealed expressions of understanding. The physical bodies of the fiend race had a great advantage over the humans in the first place. Now that Tuze had a rank 1 sage body, he had an even greater advantage. Xiao Hoju's defeat was understandable. Actually, he should not have agreed to this bet in the first place. Xiao Hoju could only blame himself for being too conceited. After losing in such a sorry state and being humiliated by Tuze, Xiao Hoju felt very sullen, so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Tuze swept his gaze through the youths of the human race. Then he said with some reluctance, "Is there anyone who wants to stand up for Xiao Hoju? I, Tuze, will accompany you at any time." The others remained silent, not saying anything. In terms of strength, no one would fear Tuze in a one-on-one fight. However, they knew that Tuze had advanced to a rank 1 sage body, and his strength had reached 1,000 tons of force. In a situation where they could not use their quintessence or heavenly laws, how could they be willing to be spendthrift? It turns out that you are all a bunch of spineless cowards. You do not even have the guts to do this, and you still manage to obtain 10 spots. What a waste of the heavenly dew divine spring. Tuze's lips curled up in a cocky manner as he turned to leave. The youths of the human race were furious. However, they were still rational and did not make any rash decisions. When the little heavenly monkey of the fiend race saw this scene, it felt excited. Its lips moved as it sent a voice projection to Tuze. Then it looked coldly at Xiao Chun. When Tuze heard the little heavenly monkey's voice projection, he could not help but stop. He turned around and looked at Xiao Chun. "You are Xiao Chun, that so-called white-robed bladesman, the only cultivator to come out of misleading Fog Lake in 10,000 years? Xiao Chun felt it was strange. He did not know how the other party noticed him. He replied calmly, "Whether I am or not, what does it have to do with you?" A sinister look flashed in Tuze's eyes. He slowly walked over and said, "Very good. Looks like it really is you. Do you dare to make a bet? I, Tuze, will give you 3 moves. Give me 3 moves? After hearing this, Xiao Chun couldn't help but look at him with a strange expression. Even if he wanted to die, he didn't have to die in such a way, right? Hearing Tuze call out Xiao Chen's name, the youths at the back of the demon clan suddenly raised their heads and looked over. Xiao Chen. Currently, this name was widely known in the demon region. According to the news that came from the Xian family of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race, this guy actually walked out of the misleading Fog Lake, the mysterious forbidden area that even Emperor Wu couldn't enter. Tuze sneered. "Why wouldn't I dare? You even dare to enter the misleading Fog Lake. Yet you don't dare to accept this small challenge?" Shui Lingling pulled Xiao Chen back and transmitted her voice to him. "Don't be impulsive. This guy is only good at talking. No one here will take him seriously." The other party was indeed nothing much. At the very least, in Xiao Chen's opinion, there were at least 5 people on the human side who could defeat the other party in a one-on-one fight. Even Xiao Hoju, who had been defeated in a sorry state, would not have ended up like this if he had not made a mistake at the start and did not expect the other party to have a rank 1 sage body. Xiao Chun merely had a rank 1 sage body and 1,000 tons of force. To Xiao Chun this was nothing. This was a fat sheep that delivered itself to his doorstep. It would be inexcusable not to take advantage of it. First senior sister, don't worry. Xiao Chun smiled gently and raised his head to look at the other party. He asked, how do we bet? Is it still the same as what you said earlier? Seeing that Xiao Chun had taken the bait, Tuze smiled happily and said, naturally, it is the same. The loser has to pay 5,000 black astral coins. Xiao Chun thought for a while before saying, don't you think 5,000 black astral coins is too little? If we are going to play, let's play a little bigger. The loser has to pay 50,000 black astral coins. How about that? 50,000 black astral coins was equivalent to 5 million astral coins. This was a huge sum, enough to buy a high-quality sage-grade secret treasure. Even with so many astral coins, no one here could throw out so many black astral coins without batting an eyelid. The moment Tuze said that, Xiao Chun immediately felt several gazes directed at him. It was not just the fiend race and human cultivators. The youths of the ghost race and corpse race all looked over as well, looking at Xiao Chun like he was a madman. Xiao Chun clearly knew that the other party had a rank 1 sage body and 1,000 tons of force, yet he still dared to bet so much. This was simply too crazy. Only the corpse race's Wang Qin could not help twitching his lips. He looked at Tuze with some sympathy. When Xiao Chun saw Tuze remain silent, he smiled casually and said, you do not dare. In that case, forget it. Given your status, you can only rely on words and make a small fuss. Xiao Chen's tone was calm, but his words struck at Tuze's weakness. Tuze smiled coldly and said, I do not dare? This old man has a rank 1 sage body. One punch from me can bring out 1,000 tons of force. Why would I be afraid of a spineless human like you? Scram out here for this old man. This old man will accept this bet. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and floated over to Tuze. Not even a gust of wind could be heard. How obedient. This old man called you out and you came out. Tuze chuckled, and the bones in his entire body crackled like beans being fried. His entire body swelled up once again. Now Tuze was 2 meters tall and muscular, looking like a small giant. A berserk aura spread out, and a strong wind blew. Xiao Chen's clothes and head of black hair fluttered in the wind. Compared to Tuze, he was like a child facing a strong man. It was extremely uncoordinated. This is the innate talent of Tuze's spirit fiend bloodline giant strength. After using it, his strength will increase by 20% for a short time, reaching 1,400 tons of force. This Xiao Chun is finished. When the others saw the gigantic Tuze, they recalled that Tuze still had the spirit fiend bloodline. They all inhaled sharply. Die! Tuze shouted and pushed off the ground. He shot forward like a cannonball. The friction between his body and the air gave off a piercing sonic boom. Tuze's gigantic fist carried the power to shatter mountains. He landed on Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's expression remained the same. There were no fluctuations at all. The strong wind from his fist was like a knife, blowing his hair to the back of his head and revealing his delicate face. The firmament body tempering art circulated in his body. 1,500 tons of force surged out like a raging river, gushing endlessly. Using the techniques of the Dragon Claw Fist, Xiao Chun burned his vital qi. When he used his full power, his strength approached 1,500 tons of force. When Tuze's fist was only 1 meter away, Xiao Chun stretched out his right hand and grabbed Tuze's wrist. Bang! Tuze, who was charging over with an overwhelming aura, suddenly stopped. Xiao Chun grabbed his wrist, preventing him from moving forward. After struggling for a while, Tuze could not move at all. He could not help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. Then he punched at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled coldly and raised his hand. Tuze's body was lifted high into the air. Before Tuze could react, Xiao Chun dropped him. Pa! He landed heavily on the ground. The entire process happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. The crowd only saw the burly Zhe with a startling aura charge over. In an instant, Xiao Qian lifted him up and flung him to the ground. Xiao Qian's close to 1,500 tons of force crushed Zhe's opponent. Then he flipped Zhe's wrist and swung him again. Zhe's tall body was flung to the ground like a whip. Bang! 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 Xiao Qian's hands did not stop moving. He continued to swing Zhe around casually, causing the ground to rumble and shake violently. Everyone was stunned. They had not expected the seemingly skinny Xiao Qian to erupt with such horrifying force. In just one exchange he managed to toy with Zhe in the palm of his hand. Zhe's swollen body had already recovered to its normal size. His face was swollen, and blood flowed from the corner of his lips. Wounds covered his entire body. Xiao Qian swung his hand, and Zhe's body flew towards the fiend race with a huge impact. Just as he was about to land heavily, Zhe circulated his fiend essence and twisted his body. Then he stood on the ground and took a few steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. On the other hand, Xiao Qian did not move at all from start to end. A cool breeze blew by. His expression remained the same, not changing at all. The surroundings fell silent. The youths of the fiend race, ghost race, corpse race, and even the humans all looked at Xiao Qian in disbelief. On the other hand, a fiend race genius with a rank 1 sage body, and the innate talent of a spirit fiend actually lost to Xiao Qian in a competition of physical strength. Zhe, a fiend race genius with a rank 1 sage body and the innate talent of a spirit fiend, actually lost to Xiao Qian in a competition of physical strength, unable to retaliate at all. F*CKU. Zhe cursed ferociously. His surging fiend essence surged, and his heavenly sage laws danced behind him. Then, he roared ferociously and charged at Xiao Qian. Since when did he embarrass himself like this? To think that a bona fide fiend race genius was treated like a sandbag, toyed with casually. The others could not stop him in time. In the blink of an eye, Zhe circulated all the fiend essence in his body and charged over to Xiao Qian. His aura was like the wind, boundlessly ferocious. Xiao Qian could not help but smile mockingly. A defeat was a defeat. Furthermore, it was not a clean defeat. There was really no need for this Zhe to show him any respect. Myriad heaven divine fist, tenfold combat prowess, deities descending. A divine light entered Xiao Qian's body, and his aura soared infinitely. Everything in the world seemed to want to worship him. Xiao Qian clashed with Zhe's full power strike without any fear. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Zhe, who had charged over like the wind, went flying back like lightning. He vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood in the air. The strong wind did not stop blowing, and Xiao Qian's white robes fluttered. He did not move at all, only giving you one punch. Even if you did not submit, you would still be lucky. What's wrong? Are all the people of the fiend race so shameless? You can't even admit to your defeat? Xiao Qian asked indifferently as he watched the others catch Zhe. The person who caught Zhe wore luxurious purple robes embroidered with a peacock spreading its wings. He was handsome and elegant, looking cultured and refined. The purple-robed youth pushed with one hand and casually let Zhe fall. Then he calmly tossed out a spatial ring and said in a clear voice, "You are really capable to be able to walk out of misleading Fog Lake. I, Kong Yuanyuan, would like to experience your great moves. This is interesting. The top character of the fiend race, the grandson of the Peacock King, is going to make a move." This person seemed to have a great background. Seeing that he was going to make a move, a commotion broke out in the surroundings. Xiao Qian caught the spatial ring and scanned it with his spiritual sense. There were 50,000 black astral coins, no more, no less. When he saw the Peacock King's grandson, he squinted and looked at it carefully. Chapter 809. Unexpectedly, the other party had more than 150 heavenly sage laws behind him. His cultivation was even higher than Xiao Qian's. However, the thickness of his heavenly sage laws was not as strong as Xiao Qian's. Before Xiao Qian could answer, a resonant sagely song suddenly came from the sky. A faint golden light shone down from the sky. A golden warship bathed in holy light appeared before everyone's eyes. It was bright and dazzling like the sun. The deity race's people are here. With the deity race's arrival, the door of light would open soon. Clearly, the fight between the Peacock Sovereign's grandson and Xiao Qian would not happen. This was exactly what Xiao Qian wanted. Now that the 5 races were gathered here, several of the strong geniuses of the other races would have to hide themselves. If Xiao Qian fought with Kong Yuan, he would definitely expose some of his trump cards. Under such circumstances, it would be disadvantageous for him. Xiao Qian's figure flashed and returned to the human races group. In one trip, he had earned 5 million astral coins. Clearly, he had made a great profit on this trip. Only the Golden Lion race's Teng Zhe had suffered. Since Kong Yuan had helped Xiao Qian fork out the astral coins, it was impossible for it to be free. A golden light flashed, and a group of white-haired deity race youths wearing golden armor appeared behind the deity race Emperor Wu. A careful count revealed that there were 15 deity race youths here, more than half the number of the other races. The 5 Emperor Wu on the stone platform opened their eyes at the same time. They looked at each other before slowly standing up. The white-haired deity race Emperor Wu glanced at the other 4 and said, "Since everyone is here, let's open the seal and enter the heavenly dew divine spring. You will be automatically sent out after 4 hours." The 5 Emperor Wu each took out a holy seal and sent out a rainbow light into the door of light. The seals on the door of light could be seen slowly opening. With every layer of seal that was opened, the color of the door of light dimmed significantly. The process of opening the door of light was extremely slow. The layers of seals seemed endless. The peerless monstrous geniuses of each race were unable to restrain their excitement. Even the ghost race members who had always been as calm as still water began to have heated eyes. The heavenly dew divine spring opened only once every 10,000 years. As long as one did not die prematurely, they would definitely advance to martial emperor within 100 years. It would be a lie to say that no one was tempted. After opening 100 seals, the door of light flickered and disappeared. Hua! With a flash of golden light, the 15 people of the god race flew in first. The warriors of the other races cursed under their breath and followed closely, not wanting to be left behind. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with waves of misty white spirit mist. Taking a breath of it caused one's mind to feel refreshed, and even one's vision became much clearer. Amidst the spiritual fog, Xiao Qian could not see his surroundings clearly. He could only rely on his senses to move higher. After walking for 1,000 meters, the spiritual fog slowly dissipated. A golden pool with a diameter of 500 meters appeared in front of Xiao Qian. The Protoss who had rushed in first had already jumped in. The deity race team formed a large semicircle. A man and a woman stood side by side in the center of the semicircle. They looked like they were of noble status. This is the heavenly dew divine spring. As long as one soaks in it, one's marrow and blood will be cleansed, and one's talent and aptitude will improve. One will be able to advance to martial emperor within 100 years. Several people sighed and jumped in. However, Xiao Qian remained rather calm. It was impossible to advance to martial emperor without doing anything by soaking in the heavenly dew divine spring. Even if one became Emperor Wu, one might not be able to advance to sovereign martial emperor. In this age of geniuses, if one's goal was only to advance to martial emperor, it would be too simple. The sound of splashing water resounded as Xiao Qian jumped into the divine pool. Then, he floated in the area occupied by the humans and quietly soaked in the pool. At first, Xiao Qian did not feel anything. It was like jumping into ordinary clear water. He closed his eyes and carefully observed the pool with his spiritual sense. Only then did he discover something. Motes of light that were hard to see with the naked eye floated in the golden divine spring. These motes of light would not take the initiative to enter a cultivator's body. A cultivator needed to circulate their cultivation technique to absorb these motes of light. From a distance, Xiao Qian could see that the deity race cultivators had already discovered this secret. The motes of light formed countless ribbons of light that quickly entered the bodies of the deity race cultivators. The ribbons of light around the 2 people in the semicircle were the most eye-catching. They could be seen with the naked eye. Beams of divine light flowed from the bottom of the pool and quickly entered the 2's bodies. Some people absorbed the motes of light quickly, while others absorbed them slowly. After observing for a while, Xiao Qian roughly understood the mysteries behind this. The absorption speed should have something to do with the cultivation technique that the cultivator cultivated. With one glance, Xiao Chun could tell that these two experts were of noble status. Their cultivation techniques were definitely better than the others. Among the fiend race cultivators, the grandson of the Peacock King, Kong Yuan, clearly absorbed the motes of light faster than the other fiend race experts. The light he formed was very bright. After understanding the secret behind this, Xiao Chun was not in a rush to absorb these motes of light. He continued to probe with his spiritual sense. He felt curious about what was at the bottom of this pool. In the end, when Xiao Chun's spiritual sense reached a kilometer down, a mysterious suction force swallowed it up, leaving nothing behind. This startled Xiao Chun. This was his first time encountering such a strange thing. Spiritual sense could be blocked by barriers or destroyed by strong energy. However, Xiao Chun had never encountered a situation where spiritual sense could be swallowed up. If it could even swallow up spiritual sense, what else could it not swallow up? Xiao Chun tested it out. He casually took out an astral coin and tossed it down. In the end, it reached a kilometer down before it was slowly swallowed up into nothing. The people in the pool were all anxiously absorbing the motes of light in the divine spring. They were not as idle as Xiao Chun. Hence, the others did not discover this secret. Shaking his head, Xiao Chun stopped thinking about this problem. He sat cross-legged in the water and revealed half his body. Then he started to circulate the purple thunder divine incantation to absorb the motes of light. Hu Qi. The moment the purple thunder divine incantation circulated, the drifting motes of light in the divine spring quickly gathered into dazzling beams of light and headed for Xiao Chun's body. Each beam of light was the size of an infant's arm. The dazzling light was even more dazzling than the two deity race experts. When the beams of light entered Xiao Chun's body, he gave off a faint glow, looking very eye-catching among the large group of people. Even the two deity race experts only had a faint glow on the surface of their skin. However, Xiao Chun directly gave off a glow. Such a strange movement would attract the attention of the others. They all looked over, clearly astonished. What exactly is the grade of this fellow's cultivation technique? The man and woman from the God clan, who were surrounded in the middle, also looked over. They seemed quite puzzled. Xiao Chun closed his eyes, not noticing his strange movement. He was currently happily sensing the changes that the motes of light brought to his body. This kind of change was not directly reflected in his cultivation. Instead, it was on a deeper level. Xiao Chun's mind became increasingly clearer. He slowly gained a sense of some of the problems that he could not figure out in the past. He could also solve some of the difficult problems he encountered in the martial Tao without a teacher. This was a sign that his comprehension ability was slowly strengthening. Furthermore, this was not a temporary increase. Even after he left the divine spring, it would still exist. Xiao Chun's aptitude was also slowly changing. He could feel that the amount of spiritual energy he absorbed in his body was slowly increasing. Normally, talent referred to comprehension ability and aptitude. The former could allow one to quickly comprehend all sorts of martial techniques, even create one's own. The latter could increase a cultivator's cultivation speed. For example, if a cultivator with a strong aptitude cultivated a heaven-rank cultivation technique, one day of cultivation would be equivalent to several days of cultivation for someone with a weaker aptitude. Some might even be able to achieve 10 days of cultivation for someone with a stronger aptitude. Xiao Chun's comprehension ability was not bad. It could even be said to be very high. However, his aptitude was slightly weaker. His cultivation speed could not compare to those demonic geniuses. However, after this, the situation would change completely. Xiao Chun could not contain the joy in his heart. The speed at which he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation increased significantly. The number of strands of light in the divine spring increased as well. When the others saw this scene, they all cursed in their hearts. They all closed their eyes and did their best to absorb the strands of light. This was especially so for the deity race man and woman. Their bodies actually started to give off a glow as well, slightly weaker than Xiao Chun's. The entire place fell silent. Everyone focused on absorbing the strands of light in the divine spring. They wanted to raise their aptitude and comprehension ability as much as possible in this limited time. No one noticed that the mysterious swordsman Duan Yi silently opened his eyes. He revealed a smile as he looked around. Then his body slowly sank. Duan Yi sank lower and lower. In the blink of an eye, He had already sunk a kilometer. A suction force surged over. Clearly Duan Yi knew how powerful that suction force was. After probing it cautiously, Duan Yi took out a black jade pendant and placed it in his mouth. His body slowly turned illusory as he passed through the suction force and continued sinking. The cultivators, who were all absorbed in absorbing the strands of light, did not notice such a scene, not even Xiao Chan. As time slowly went by, the crowd slowly discovered something else. The strands of light in the divine spring were not limitless. The deity races group was the first to realize the consequences. They had the most people and were also the strongest. Within the circumscribed area, the light particles were the first to be completely absorbed. The pool water that was originally glistening with golden light became light and transparent, no different from ordinary pool water. This formed a sharp contrast with the glistening divine spring elsewhere. The deity race man in the middle looked around and said expressionlessly, "Do it! Chase them away." The two noble deity race cultivators did not move. The other 13 deity race cultivators slowly rose from the water and stood on the ripples. The white-haired man, who was sitting cross-legged, scanned the surroundings and uttered 2 words: "The demon race." The 13 deity race geniuses did not say a word. Their auras started to accumulate as they drew the golden swords at their waists. Then they each sent out a strand of golden sword chi towards the fiend race group. Chapter 8:10. Sagely songs rang out in the surroundings. The resonant sagely songs merged the 13 strands of golden sword chi, forming a huge sword chi with countless divine scripts circling it. The huge sword chi had a startling aura. When it flew over, it seemed like it could even shatter space. The divine script circling the sword chi also made the forcefully merged sword chi incredibly stable. The fiend race cultivators all leaped into the air, not daring to clash head-on with the sword chi formed by the 13 people. Any one of these 13 deity race cultivators had a 60% chance of victory in a one-on-one fight. Now that they worked together, how could they dare to clash head-on? Only the Peacock Sovereign's grandson, Kong Yuan, showed an enraged expression. He did not soar into the air. The heavenly sage laws behind him changed, turning into peacock feathers that were 100 meters long. The purple feathers flickered with a crystalline purple light, looking like a peacock spreading its tail, looking boundlessly beautiful. Kong Yuan stretched out his hand, and the resonant cry of a peacock resounded. Space trembled, and the divine scripts on the huge sword chi were affected, starting to shatter inch by inch. Kong Yuan pushed his palm forward, and the huge peacock screen behind him gave off a bright light, looking crystalline and translucent. The huge sword chi with the broken divine scripts shattered with one palm strike. The peacock screen behind him did not scatter. Kong Yuan showed a sullen expression as he looked at the white-haired man and said, "Di Wuk, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to kill us all?" The white-haired man Di Wuk appeared somewhat surprised. He said, "Not bad. It looks like your cultivation has already reached peak consummation half-sage. You can stay." The other fiend race cultivators hovering in the air were not convinced. Tu Zai's temper was the most explosive. He cursed, "Screw you. Di Wuk, you are just a divine son now. Do you really think you are a powerful divine monarch?" After Tu Zai spoke, he wanted to charge back down. Di Wuk raised his head slightly and looked around coldly. His strong mental energy locked onto Tu Zai. When Tu Zai felt a vast energy surround him, his arrogant attitude immediately faltered. He stopped in the air, not daring to move rashly. "You can stay if you want. You just have to receive the combined attack of 13 of my race's warriors." Tu Zai was infuriated. If he fought alone, he might be able to defeat one of them if he revealed his demon form. Of course, it was just a possibility. How could he possibly withstand the combined attack of 13 celestial race geniuses? His temper flared up all of a sudden. However, when he saw the look in Di Wuk's eyes, he immediately gave up, feeling extremely depressed. The demon race cultivators were indignant and shouted that they would fight this group of people to the death. Some of them also looked to Kong Yuan for help. Kong Yuan deliberately ignored them. He knew better than anyone that the 13 terrifying people in front of him were not a problem at all. The real difficulty was the white-haired man and the white-haired woman who had yet to make a move. One was the divine son and the other was the divine daughter. Their names had already shaken the entire Kunlun realm. Even he couldn't protect himself. and the entire demon race had to be chased out. Since Diwuk didn't kill them all and left him a seat, he naturally wouldn't say anything else. Diwuk, you better keep your word. I'll take this move. The little heavenly monkey Feng suddenly said to Diwuk. Naturally, I will keep my word. When have I, Diwuk, not kept my word? Diwuk revealed a satisfied expression. As long as someone accepted this condition, it would be fine. He did not want to see a life and death struggle. As long as one person accepted, the fiend race's situation would be set. Before the other fiend race cultivators' eyes, the little heavenly monkey forcefully received this sword strike, surpassing their expectations. Although the little heavenly monkey vomited a mouthful of blood in a sorry state, it was not severely injured, only slightly. A light flickered in the depths of Diwuk's eyes. With one glance he figured out what was going on. This little heavenly monkey was pretty strong. However, he relied on a king-grade secret treasure in his body to receive this sword strike. However, Xiao Chun did not point it out. He just nodded slightly to indicate that he could stay. The other fiend race cultivators did not know what was going on. 3 more people tried to receive it forcefully. In the end, they were severely injured and vomited blood. Some of the more serious ones nearly got chopped in half at the waist. The defensive sage-grade secret treasures on them were not of much use. Such a result made the others suck in a deep breath of cold air. No one dared to say anything more. In the end, only 2 people of the fiend race remained. The Peacock King's grandson, Kong Yuan, and the little heavenly monkey Feng. Naturally, such a commotion attracted the cultivators of the other 3 races. Xiao Chun did not stop cultivating. However, with his spiritual sense outside, he could see everything like the back of his hand. Xiao Chun had long heard of the deity race's strength. Now that he saw it for himself, he finally understood. That Diwuk did not move at all. With a wave of his hand, he chased away the 8 fiend race genius cultivators. While Xiao Chun looked decisive and tyrannical, the stratagem he used was also amazing. If the fiend race did not deal with the fiend race properly and all of them counterattacked, the geniuses of the other races would not be so easy to deal with. They would work together to deal with Xiao Chun. Clearly, this was not the result that Xiao Chun wanted. The red-dressed girl from the ghost race, whom Xiao Chun had met once, stretched out her hand and pulled all the cultivators of her race behind her. Her snow-white cheeks were cold and lifeless. She was still as beautiful as before, so beautiful that it could move one's soul. Diwuk, what exactly are you trying to do? The red-dressed girl's cold, lifeless voice resounded. Diwuk looked like a work of the gods. His handsome face did not change at all. He said, I already made it very clear what I want to do. The essence of the heavenly dew divine spring in this pool is clearly limited. It is clearly abnormal for so many people to absorb such a limited resource. Naturally, I have to chase some people away. The red-dressed girl's eyes wandered around. Then she said, Then you mean that everyone has to receive a sword strike from the 13 of you before they can stay? Diwuk raised his head and smiled coldly. The light in his eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. He said, I did not say that to you, Qing Cheng. I said that to the fiend race. Do you think that I do not understand the martial techniques of your ghost race and corpse race? The Een soldier clone and the heavenly corpse clone can block a fatal strike for you. Even with your 2 races combined, you can only leave 2 people for me. At the end, Diwuk's tone was so cold that there was no sign of life. Your 2 races both cultivate the death Tao. There is no death energy in the heavenly dew divine spring for you to use. If you want to fight, feel free to do so. I will not even give you 2 spots. Diwuk's tone was extremely tyrannical. Furthermore, he immediately poked at the weakness of the 2 races. This caused the powerful geniuses of the 2 races to feel extremely resentful, but they did not dare to vent it out. This person was very domineering. Furthermore, he was not a domineering person who was all brawn and no brains. Normally, such people were the scariest. The ghost race and corpse race gathered and discussed for a while. In the end, they decided to give up, leaving behind Wang Can and the red dress girl, Qing Cheng. After dealing with the ghost race and corpse race, Diwuk's gaze finally landed on the final group, the humans. The weaker human cultivators could not help but worry. Diwuk easily dealt with the fiend race, ghost race, and corpse race. In the end, he faced the humans alone, putting a lot of pressure on them. Diwuk glanced at the nervous humans and smiled coldly to himself. Then, like a sovereign, he said, "Aside from Yen Shursan and the sons of the three holy masters, the rest of you can scram." When the three holy masters heard this, they could not help but release their bated breath. In the end, this Diwuk still feared the three of them and did not dare to act rashly. When Shui Lingling saw the expressions of the three holy masters, she felt speechless. The corpse race and ghost race were limited by their environment and did not dare to fight to the death. The overall strength of the fiend race was the weakest. Furthermore, they had their own camps. Hence, Diwuk did not care about them at all. The humans did not face any restrictions here. Instead, their overall strength was the strongest. As long as the three holy masters made a call, they would be able to delay the deity race for 4 hours. Even if they could not defeat the deity race's people, they would be able to delay them for 4 hours, preventing the deity race from absorbing the divine spring's essence peacefully. Diwuk would definitely hold back. However, at this moment, Diwuk's casual words immediately shattered the three holy masters' fighting spirit. Even if the others did not want to leave, they had to. Just as the others felt aggrieved and depressed, Yen Shursan suddenly stood up. His lips curled up in a mocking smile. With a flip of his hand, the heavenly ice sword appeared in his grasp. Then he smiled coldly and said, "It is rare for the divine son to think so highly of this Yen. However, it is not up to you to decide whether I, Yen Shursan, stay or go." After Yen Shursan spoke, he instantly drew the heavenly ice sword. The sword moved by 1 centimeter, and a black killing chi surged out like a berserk dragon storm. In an instant, more than half of the boundless vitality in the divine spring was slashed away by this half-inch sword chi of slaughter. When Yen Shursan drew his sword, the black sword light formed an unparalleled beam of light that swept out. The 1-meter-long heavenly ice sword flickered with a cold light. The world behind Yen Shursan immediately turned dark, devoid of life force. The rock of origin in the deep abyss of the heavenly dew divine spring contained a nearly inextinguishable life force. However, Yen Shursan's sword strike temporarily cut off all the life force. Even the golden spring water had become somewhat dim, as if it had lost its vitality. The unparalleled sword light quickly elongated. The black sword light was dense and dense, containing the will of massacre. Everywhere the beam of light passed, everything was destroyed. The sky slowly darkened. The surrounding cultivators were all startled. Unexpectedly, Yen Shursan's killing sword Dao combined with the heavenly ice sword could bring out such strong might. Only Diwuk's expression changed slightly. It was like he had expected this. He said softly, "Retreat." Light appeared under the feet of the 13 deity race cultivators preparing to fight. Their figures flashed as they quickly retreated. The white-haired girl beside Diwuk leaped into the air and appeared in front in a flash. A golden light flickered on her forehead, and countless illusory figures appeared behind her. They knelt on the ground and chanted all sorts of praises. A beam of holy light descended from the sky and enveloped the white-haired woman. It made her seem otherworldly, like a goddess. "Holy radiant halberd!" The white-haired girl stretched out her hand, and the mental energy in her sea of consciousness surged out. The mental energy formed a holy halberd containing the will of radiance. Then it clashed with the black sword light that Yen Shursan sent out. Boom! The will of radiance and the will of massacre quickly clashed at this moment. 100-meter-long pillar of golden water immediately erupted from the heavenly dew divine spring. Chapter 8:11. The golden holy halberd slowly faded away. However, it managed to block Yen Shursan's black sword light with an unparalleled aura. When all the mysterious phenomena vanished, Diwuk said calmly, "Yen Shursan, your killing sword Dao has not reached consummation yet. If you cannot overcome your mental state, it will be futile no matter how much trouble you cause." Yen Shursan glanced at the white-haired girl in front and smiled speechlessly. "Diwuk, you are really interesting. Why do you not dare to have a proper fight with me? You know that I never kill women, so you dare to be so fearless?" A boundless light flickered in the depths of Diwuk's eyes, giving off an unfathomable feeling. He raised his head and said, "Since I already know your weakness, why do I need to do this? We will fight sooner or later. However, now is not the time. Your killing sword Dao has not reached consummation yet. Your compatibility with the heavenly ice sword has only just begun. Ask yourself if you are confident of fighting me at full power. The boundless light in Diwuk's deep eyes seemed to be able to grasp everyone's hearts as he spoke. Xiao Chun possessed unfathomable strength. Even though he had not made a move from the start to the end, everyone felt an unprecedented pressure. The light on the girl in front of Yan Shisan flickered continuously. A pure and holy aura spread out. A golden light flickered on Xiao Chun's forehead as the will of light spread out. Ripples appeared in the pool water under her feet. The long divine halberd circled around her, ready to block Yan Shisan at any time. Yan Shisan sheathed his sword and gently drifted away, returning to where he was earlier. Then, he sat cross-legged in the pool water and continued absorbing the essence of the heavenly dew divine spring, ignoring everything else. The other human cultivators could not help exchanging glances. Even Yan Shisan was told to retreat by Diwuk. Did they still have a chance? Of the 3,000 great realms, the deity race controlled 1,000 great realms, more than half of the other races. After the fall of the Qing Emperor, the deity race had developed to its peak once more in the past 10,000 years. This was a strong race from the outer realm. Once again they revealed their ambition. They had been suppressing the other races in the Kunlun realm for a long time. And Juanxi and the others were not nobodies. They had long heard of Diwuk's name. This peerless genius of the divine race was the strongest divine son in the history of the Thousand Deities sect. Among the younger generation of the god race, he had unparalleled prestige. He was the well-deserved leader of the younger generation that everyone willingly submitted to. Those 13 deity clan warriors were all genius warriors of the deity clan, but in front of Diwuk, they did not have the slightest bit of unwillingness. Such a scene was rarely seen in the other races. Take the human race as an example. The three holy scions had very high prestige, but they were still far from being able to convince Juanxi, Shui Lingling, and the others wholeheartedly. Now that Diwuk wanted to chase them away, they really didn't know what to do. Diwuk glanced at them and said, "Still not leaving? Time is limited. Don't test my patience." Bai Wuxia looked coldly at Diwuk. Then he clenched his teeth and was the first to leave. And Juanxi shook his head and left helplessly as well. Soon, aside from the three holy masters and Yan Shisan, only Xiao Chun and Shui Lingling remained. Shui Lingling waved her hand, and the purple bow appeared in her left hand. A fiery red arrow that she had never used before appeared in her right hand, looking very beautiful. Diwuk's expression changed slightly. He said, "Shui Lingling, are you planning to oppose me?" Shui Lingling smiled gently and said, "The deity race is very incredible. In the past few years I have killed at least 500 deity race cultivators, if not 1,000. I do not mind dying in blood again." "Kill," Diwuk said coldly and did not say anything else. The 13 deity race martialists took a step forward in unison. Their golden swords were unsheathed once again, and the huge sword chi reformed. The resonant sagely song made the divine scripts on the huge sword chi immortal and indestructible. As it shot forward, the scattered sword chi split the lake water below in half. Shui Lingling's face sank. She drew back the bowstring, and the will of fire started to soar. A clump of profound yang true flame encased her entire body. "First senior sister, let me do it." Xiao Chun, who had kept his eyes closed and gave off a faint glow, not willing to waste any time cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes and said indifferently. When Xiao Chun saw the huge golden sword chi flying over, he quickly circulated the dragon tone art in his body. The blue dragon martial spirit in his dantian leaped out. It quickly circulated in his chest and merged with Xiao Chun's quintessence, forming an azure-colored dragon image that swam quickly in his chest. A vast energy slowly accumulated. Xiao Chun felt like his chest would explode at any moment. His sea of consciousness surged, and his mental energy drained continuously. Xiao Chun roared ferociously at the huge golden sword chi flying over. The surging dragon roar contained Xiao Chun's mental energy. It formed a whirlpool and immediately spread out. Bang! 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 Sound waves surged out and soared up from the water, forming a screen of water. The golden sword chi was the first to be hit. The divine scripts formed by mental energy immediately shattered. Hu chi! Hu chi! The huge sword chi slowly dissipated. By the time it reached Xiao Chan and Shui Lingling, it had already vanished without a trace, no longer existing. With one roar, the huge sword qi that gave all the cultivators of the various races a headache was easily shattered. The dragon roar still lingered in the air, giving the 13 deity race cultivators a headache. They could not help but take a few steps back. Dragon tone art. The expressions of all the deity race cultivators changed. They all looked at Xiao Chun incredulously, horror in their eyes. The dragon tone art was a martial technique that the Qing Emperor personally created back then. It had dealt a heavy blow to the deity race. Even after 10,000 years, the deity race had not forgotten it. It was because this martial technique had dealt a fatal blow to the deity race back then. It could be said that this martial technique was the reason why the deity race at their peak did not dare to act rashly before the Dragon's Gate led by the Qing Emperor. The usually calm Diwuk's expression also sank. He said, "Kill him." 3 of the 13 deity race cultivators leaped out first. They roared ferociously, and boundless sagely songs resounded. Each of them executed a distant legend at Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan smiled coldly and leaped into the air. A resonant sagely song rang out in the surroundings as well. However, this song was for Xiao Chen's own legend. Bang! The fist lights clashed, and the 3 collapsed on contact. They vomited a mouthful of blood as they were sent flying miserably by Xiao Chen's distant legend. How can this be? The deity race martial technique that he executed is actually even stronger than the deity race. When the surrounding cultivators saw this scene, they were all startled, not knowing what was going on. Diwuk raised his eyebrows. This white-robed cultivator had surpassed his expectations again today. Suddenly, Diwuk, who had been sitting cross-legged, stood up silently. His white hair fluttered without any wind, slowly turning golden. A strong aura containing divine might spread out. The water below spun uncontrollably, forming a horrifying whirlpool. Unexpectedly, Diwuk decided to personally make a move. Everyone's expressions could not help but turn grave. In the past few years, Diwuk rarely made a move. However, every time he made a move, his opponent ended up in a miserable state without exception. Diwuk's fame in the Kunlun realm did not come from words alone. In reality, this was a world where strength reigned supreme and geniuses came forth in large numbers. Without truly strong strength, who would take the initiative to withdraw with just a few words from Diwuk? Rumble! Just at this moment, the entire Kunlun mountain started shaking intensely. Sounds even more intense than thunder resounded in the sky. Space trembled and the ground trembled. Cracks appeared in the ground. The cultivators of the various races hovering in the air all landed heavily on the ground, unable to resist at all. Clearly, such a mysterious phenomenon was not something that Diwuk could do. Even Grandmaster-level martial sages could not do so. What's going on? Everyone could not understand what was going on. They all muttered to themselves in horror. Xiao Qin's heart skipped a beat as he looked around. Indeed, the mysterious swordsman Duan Yi was nowhere to be found. The tremors did not last long. However, the geniuses of the various races did not know how large the tremors were. The Tianwu domain, the Fiend domain, the Ghost domain, the Deity domain, and the Corpse domain, the entire Kunlun continent, all shook at the same time. Ancient buildings collapsed, mountains crumbled and rivers flowed. The chaotic demonic sea, thousands of kilometers away, had huge waves, tsunamis and islands bobbed up and down. After crossing the barrier of the sky, several stars in the boundless starry heavens left their original orbits and crashed into each other, giving off horrifying explosions in the universe and forming horrifying black holes. In a short moment, the Kunlun continent and the connected starry heavens suffered a huge disaster. Oh no! Someone touched the Rock of Origin. Halfway up the main peak of the Kunlun realm, the 5 martial emperors outside the Door of Light all opened their eyes in extreme shock. The green-robed old man from the Bushin Palace said, "It looks like the geniuses of the various races that just entered were infiltrated by spies. That's impossible, right? The grand engulfing formation under the deity spring can even devour Emperor Wu into dust. Given the 5 of us, aside from the 2 deity race experts, none of the 50 people that just entered advanced to martial sage," the dark-skinned old man from the ghost race said in disbelief. The white-haired deity race Emperor Wu said sullenly, "Although the grand engulfing formation can swallow up everything in the world, There might be some mysterious item that can counter it. Let's open the seal again and go in to take a look. The 5 Emperor Wu did not panic. Firstly, they were very confident in the grand engulfing formation. They believed that the bold person had already been swallowed up until not even his flesh remained. Secondly, this was the Kunlun Mountain, a place where experts were as common as clouds. They would not even fear a demon monarch. How could they fear someone who had not even advanced to martial sage? The 5 took out their holy seals again and started to open the seal, layer by layer. A man and a woman hid in a spatial tear in the sky for thousands of kilometers around the Kunlun Mountain. When they saw the 5 reopening the seal, they could not help smiling. Chapter 8:12. If they did not personally open these 100-odd seals, no demon monarch would be able to escape from them. Haha, it is as I guessed. I expected this long ago. Let's wait for him to come out. Are you ready for your plane traveling spell? I prepared it long ago. I'm just waiting for him to come out. The shaking of the heavenly spring had already stopped. However, everyone was still bewildered. They could not understand what was going on, not knowing what was going on. Gurgle. Gurgle. Long streams of water bubbles surged up in the center of the pool, attracting everyone's attention. The speed at which the bubbles appeared increased. Eventually, it became frighteningly fast. Everyone's faces sank as they leaped out of the water and hovered in the air, silently circulating their quintessence. Bang! A pillar of water soared into the air. At the top of the pillar was a figure in a sorry state, tumbling through the air. The force of the pillar of water was immense. After this person was tossed high into the air, he quickly fell back into the water, kicking up large golden waves. Xiaochun looked carefully. This person's attire was that of the mysterious swordsman, Duan Yi, whom he had noticed long ago. Duan Yi's left hand was tightly clenched, like he was holding something incredible. Although Duan Yi could not see it clearly, the light coming from between his fingers and the strength of his clenched fist made it clear with one look that this was not an ordinary item. When Xiaochun saw this person's face, his pupils could not help but constrict. He exclaimed in shock, "Chu Chaoyun." In the pool, Chu Chaoyun touched his face and revealed an expression of understanding. He smiled and said, "I nearly forgot." After swallowing the void jade pendant, the disguise lost its effect. "Brother Xiaochun, it has been a long time." There were not many things in the world that could truly shock Xiaochun. Coincidentally, meeting Chu Chaoyun here was definitely one of them. It had already been more than 2 years since the final battle of the 5-nation youth competition, but Xiaochun had not met Chu Chaoyun. This was the opponent that had left the deepest impression on Xiaochun in the Sky Dome realm. Xiaochun had thought that he would not be able to meet Chu Chaoyun again on the path of cultivation. However, the fortuitous encounters of life were always filled with coincidences. Xiaochun had not expected to run into Xiaochun at the Kunlun Mountain Divine Spring in the Kunlun realm. However, at this moment, Chu Chaoyun clearly didn't seem to have come in through the normal way. The strange commotion just now definitely had something to do with him. Diwuk looked around and saw the mysterious object in Chu Chaoyun's left hand. His heart skipped a beat and he said coldly, "Take out the thing in your hand. I can feel the aura of the deep abyss demonic world from your body. How did you sneak in?" Chu Chaoyun smiled gently and said unhurriedly, "Haha, your nose is pretty sharp, about the same as my dog's." Diwuk's face sank, but his eyes remained calm. Ignoring Chu Chaoyun's sarcasm, he said, "This person is definitely a spy of the demon race. He must have an ulterior motive for sneaking into the heavenly spring. Capture him." The 13 deity race genius cultivators shouted, and their bodies gave off a bright light. Strands of golden heavenly sage laws danced around behind them. Together they looked like a boundless golden sea. A nation of deities rose and fell above the sea. A boundless golden light shone out from the nation. Auspicious yet magical songs rang out endlessly like hymns. The 13 deity race geniuses were like divine soldiers and generals. They all circulated their vast mental energy and combined it with the strength of their physical bodies, sending out deity race martial techniques, surging with golden light. Nation of deities, eternal spear. Nation of deities, glorious shield. Nation of deities, glorious shield. Deities nation, holy spear. This seemed to be a combination martial technique. It combined the heavenly sage laws to form the mysterious phenomenon of the divine kingdom. Then it could be unleashed individually. While they looked scattered, they had a common nation, linking their auras together. When Xiaochun saw this, he entered deep thought. The deity race's martial techniques were truly an eye-opener. It looked like there was a reason why they could sweep through the place for so many years. However, there was no panic in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. He looked as calm and collected as before, like he had a way to deal with it even if the sky collapsed. What an interesting martial technique. However, it is not enough to stop me. A white sword appeared in Xiaochun's right hand. Ancient talisman scripts were carved on the sword. Chu Chaoyun's left eye lit up with a golden light. His right eye was pitch black like ink. Unexpectedly, he comprehended the will of light and the will of darkness at the same time. The bright multicolored light behind Xiaochun quickly merged with the boundless black qi, forming an aura of primal chaos at the beginning of the world. He merged the will of light and the will of darkness. Someone among the cultivators hovering in the air exclaimed, "Light and darkness were natural opposites." It was already inconceivable that Xiaochun could comprehend these two wills at the same time. Unexpectedly, he even merged them. How heaven-defying was this? Everlasting Sword Dao's first move, Light of Origin. Chu Chaoyun shouted and flicked his wrist, thrusting his sword forward. Immediately, the sword lit up with a gentle light. Then, it merged and shot at the martial technique that the 13 deity race cultivators executed together. The light was not gentle. However, it seemed to be compatible with some kind of supreme great Tao. Everywhere the light passed, it seemed like everything returned to its original state. The martial techniques that the 13 deity race cultivators sent out silently broke down one by one. A light swept out, and the protective divine lights on their bodies vanished. The heavenly sage laws behind Xiaochun formed a sea, kicking up huge waves. The divine nation bobbed up and down like a small boat in the waves, looking like it would collapse at any moment. Diwuk's expression turned completely grave. The mysterious phenomenon of the divine nation contained the mental origins of the 13 deity race cultivators. If it shattered, the foundations of their cultivations would be severely injured. The divine nation is indestructible, indestructible, and indestructible. Diwuk pointed, and a huge image of a deity descended from the sky. Then he raised his arm at the same time as Diwuk. Then, he sent out a beam of holy light into the divine nation. Only then did the golden sea stabilize. The tottering nation rose up once more, radiating a bright holy light. The 13 deity race cultivators also glowed with glory as they charged over again. The illusionary figure of the deity possessed a boundless godly aura. The moment it descended, everyone present could feel a tremendous pressure invading their sea of consciousness. It was like hypnosis, speaking of the glory and invincible radiance of the deity. It made everyone feel like prostrating themselves on the ground and kowtowing 9 times. This startled Xiaochun. Could the master of this image really be a deity? Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, smiled and said, "What nonsense deity? It is just the deity race's Emperor Wu. He calls himself a deity to trick ordinary people into giving up their faith and becoming his slaves." Back then, the Thunder King chopped down countless of such things. Seeing the 13 deity race cultivators charging over again, Chu Chaoyun shook his sword and smiled faintly. "You still want to come? Unfortunately, I do not have much time left to play with you all. Let's settle this in one go." Chu Chaoyun shouted, and light and darkness merged behind him, forming an indistinct chaotic world. That place seemed to be the origin of all things, yet it also seemed like the end of all things. Light and darkness struggled against each other, resonating with each other. Everlasting Sword Dao's second move, Life Without End. Strands of sword light containing boundless life force flowed on the ancient sword. Chu Chaoyun's body extinguished the light and darkness in the air, appearing ethereal and formless. The 13 deity race cultivators, who had just regained their morale, all executed their heaven-ranked martial techniques, trying to block this sword light. In the end, they were shocked to discover that the profoundness and technique of this sword light were vastly different from ordinary martial techniques. The moment the weapons in their hands came into contact with that sword light, the might of the martial techniques they were about to execute skyrocketed. Soon, the horrifying energy it contained scared the 13 deity race cultivators pale. The might of the martial techniques they were about to execute had increased tenfold. However, they could not unleash them. If this continued, it would be a disaster if it exploded. Even the number of Divine Kingdom statues in the Golden Sea behind them started to soar uncontrollably. Eventually, they became as dazzling as the blazing sun. No one dared to look at them directly. Diwuk frowned and formed hand seals with both hands. Another holy light struck the number of Divine Kingdom statues. The Golden Nation immediately broke apart, turning into 13 beams of light that entered the deity race cultivator's seas of consciousness. Chu Chaoyun felt somewhat disappointed. If Diwuk had been slightly slower, he would have been able to detonate the entire Divine Kingdom. Then, he would have been able to settle this once and for all. It looked like this Diwuk's judgment and reaction speed were extraordinary. This was a problem. Xiao Chun released 2 fingers from his left hand, which held the mysterious item, and quickly tapped the ancient sword. Then he quickly retracted it. Bang! 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 13 intense explosions resounded in succession. The 13 deity race cultivators, who were just about to charge over, vomited blood and flew back. When they landed, they coughed miserably. Every time these deity race cultivators coughed, they felt an intense pain in their chests. The golden armor they wore also vanished. Their faces were blasted beyond recognition, riddled with wounds. It was a tragic sight to behold. This was the first time the strong deity race suffered such a severe blow. When the geniuses of the other races saw this mysterious Chu Chaoyun, they all felt fear. Diwuk's expression did not change. A light flickered in the depths of his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Suddenly Xiao Chan said, "He is holding a small piece of the Rock of Origin." Right after Xiao Chan said that, everyone's expressions changed. The Rock of Origin. The legendary Rock of Origin. Unexpectedly, this person snatched away a small piece. "Let's attack together. A small piece of the Rock of Origin is enough for all of us to split evenly." Diwuk leaped up gently and did not say anything more. He took the initiative to charge at Chu Chaoyun. As he flew, a holy light descended from the sky, encasing him. Chu Chaoyun swung his sword in reverse and sent out another boundless life. However, Diwuk's eyes flickered as he formed hand seals. The divine light and aura on Xiao Chen's body all scattered silently. Suddenly, he became an ordinary person who did not know any martial techniques. Chapter 8:13. Diwuk allowed that strange sword light to strike him. In the end, that sword light was like an igniter. A blazing flame immediately rose from Diwuk's body. His aura instantly soared to the clouds. Xiao Chun formed a finger seal, and his sea of consciousness surged. Borrowing this aura, he accumulated his mental energy. A 7-colored pagoda appeared above Chu Chaoyun's head. The pagoda shot down a beam of divine light, trapping Chu Chaoyun within it. Chu Chaoyun swung his sword a few times, but the light screen did not move at all. It was like it was trapped. Strange, right? Why am I fine? The wills of light and darkness are not so easy to merge. Your so-called boundless sword Tao is full of flaws in my eyes. Today you are destined to die here. After sending out a 7-colored pagoda, Diwuk stood in the air and said coldly. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "The state of primal chaos is indeed not perfect. However, the endless life is not as simple as you think. Do you think that by temporarily turning yourself into a mortal body you can avoid it?" Diwuk's expression changed slightly. Before he could react, there was an explosion in his sea of consciousness. He retreated a few steps and his complexion paled. Chu Chaoyun took advantage of this opportunity and swung his sword horizontally. The 7-colored pagoda immediately shattered, turning into motes of light that scattered in all directions. However, just as the pagoda was broken, the cultivators of the other races charged over. There was no other reason. As long as he had the Rock of Origin, he had to stay. Furthermore, Diwuk had said that this person's state of primal chaos was not perfect. It was not as invincible as he appeared to be. Shui Lingling gently floated over to Xiao Chen's side. She said, "Don't be in a rush to make a move. Be careful of falling into Diwuk's trap." Xiao Chan tilted his head and glanced at Shui Lingling, who was as delicate as gentle water. "What do you mean?" Shui Lingling looked at Diwuk unhappily. She said, "This fellow knew from the start that person had the Rock of Origin. However, he did not say anything. He clearly wants to monopolize the Rock of Origin. After seeing that this person is harder to deal with, he purposely leaked the news of the Rock of Origin. He even exposed this person's weakness. He clearly wants to use others to exhaust this person's strength. Shui Lingling's thoughts were indeed meticulous. However, the trick was more complicated than she thought. First, senior sister is right. Earlier, Diwuk purposely injured himself, wanting to take advantage of the situation at the last moment. However, I believe that this time his cleverness will backfire. Junior brother Xiao Chun, Shui Lingling said curiously. Lingling smiled mysteriously. Junior brother Xiao Chun smiled mysteriously and said, "Just wait and see. All the cultivators who came here were demonic geniuses who comprehended wills. As long as they did not get struck by Chu Chaoyun's life and death art, it would be very difficult for them to fall." Seeing that Chu Chaoyun was at a disadvantage, some of the hesitant cultivators joined in, afraid that when the Rock of Origin was split, they would not get a share. Aside from Shui Lingling, Yen San, Ying Qiong and Xiao Chun, the geniuses of the other races all joined in. All sorts of lights flashed in the sky. Fiend race martial techniques, ghost race martial techniques, corpse race martial techniques, and human race martial techniques all appeared. It was hard to imagine that the strongest of the Kunlun realm's younger generation all gathered together to deal with one person. Strangely, the first to make a move, Diwuk, appeared pale and weak. Instead, he stopped at the periphery of the battlefield. Bang! Surrounded by so many geniuses, Chu Chaoyun finally revealed an opening. The Fiend Race's Tuesday landed a palm strike on Chu Chaoyun's chest, and a huge force burst out. This strike knocked Chu Chaoyun back a kilometer. His body tumbled in the air, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Tuesday laughed loudly and quickly chased after Chu Chaoyun. He said, "Screw you. Weren't you very awesome? This palm strike of this young master will break at least 3 of your ribs." Tuesday moved very quickly, taking the initiative. He left the others in the dust. It looked like he was about to catch up to Chu Chaoyun and snatch the Rock of Origin. He could not help but be in a good mood. Bang! Tuesday seemed to have crashed into something in the air. Furthermore, because he was moving too fast, the impact was not light. Tuesday's nose even caved in. Extreme joy turned to sorrow, causing him to cry out in pain. "Many thanks for Brother Tuesday's palm strike." Diwuk's voice rang out in the distance. His face was glowing, and he seemed to be in high spirits. He did not look injured at all. However, the white-haired girl, who had been missing all this while, suddenly blocked the group's path. The divine halberd in her hand turned into an invisible wall, blocking everyone's path. The force that Tuesday used to crash into the wall was extremely horrifying. However, this invisible wall did not budge at all. One could easily imagine how tough it was. No one would be able to break through it for a while. As they looked at Diwuk, they could not help but curse. This fellow tricked them again. Chu Chaoyun was sent flying by Tuesday's palm strike. He lay sprawled in the air. Before he could stand up, he saw a multicolored light gathering above him. The 7-colored pagoda that Chu Chaoyun's sword strike had already scattered reformed. Now it gave off a bright divine light and struck at Chu Chaoyun like a lightning bolt. Chu Chaoyun's lips curled up slightly. Even though he faced this lightning strike, his expression remained calm and unruffled. This is a manifestation of the radiant will. I knew long ago that it would not shatter so easily. The light and darkness in Xiao Chen's left and right eyes respectively vanished. The incomplete state of primal chaos behind him also slowly vanished. What replaced Xiao Chen's eyes was a blazing pure golden flame. The instant that the 7-colored pagoda was about to reach him, the heavenly flame surged out and instantly encased the 7-colored pagoda. Diwuk cried out in pain as he fell from the sky. When he landed heavily on the ground, he started rolling. The white-haired girl, who had been using the holy wall to block the cultivators of the other races, quickly removed it when she saw the situation. Then she sent out a divine wind and blew away the heavenly flame on the 7-colored pagoda. The white-haired girl raised the divine halberd and held the 7-colored pagoda in her hand. Then she quickly headed in the direction where Diwuk had landed. Diwuk got up with much difficulty. When he saw a corner of the 7-colored pagoda that had been burned to ashes, he could not help feeling a heartache. He gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words. Heavenly flame. After dealing with the biggest problem, Chu Chaoyun no longer had any misgivings. Chu Chaoyun swept his gaze around, and the vast expanse of heavenly flame turned into sharp arrows, shooting at the geniuses of the various races who were still trying to hit the Rock of Origin. The speed of the golden flame arrows was startlingly fast. Several people could not dodge in time and were struck directly. Their protective quintessence instantly ignited. The cultivators in the air all panicked. They could not extinguish this flame no matter what they did. It could even ignite any secret treasure. Their protective quintessence did not come out at all. Once they exhausted their quintessence, the strange flame would burn them. Among them, Tuze was the unluckiest. Earlier he had been knocked dizzy. Before he could even protect his body with quintessence, the flame burned his clothes. His hair and eyebrows were all burned off. As he screamed in the air, when he saw that the flame could not be extinguished, he panicked and jumped into the divine spring below. Coincidentally, after Tuze jumped into the divine spring, the flame on his body immediately vanished. However, his entire body was burned until he was completely naked. His hair was gone, his eyebrows were gone, and even his spatial ring was burned away. His clothes were also burned to a golden light. Soon Tuze's bald head sank into the divine spring. He simply had no face left. When the various cultivators in the air saw that the divine spring had a miraculous effect on the golden flame, they all jumped in as well. They looked at Chu Chaoyun, and no one dared to fly over to stop him. Just when everyone thought that no one dared to make a move, a white figure soared into the air and blocked Chu Chaoyun's path. Naturally, Xiao Chun wanted to fight for the Rock of Origin as well. He would not let Chu Chaoyun take it away so easily. As for that troublesome heavenly flame, others might not have a way to deal with it, but Xiao Chun was somewhat confident. Furthermore, Chu Chaoyun had used so much of the 1/10 of the heavenly flame. There might not be much left. Electric light flashed under Xiao Chun's feet, and he arrived before Chu Chaoyun in one step. He looked at the other party calmly and said, "Hand over the Rock of Origin. Is that possible? The Void Stone is not that easy to find. If you miss this chance, there will not be another." Chu Chaoyun held his sword with one hand. The golden flame in his eyes flickered endlessly, ready to burst forth at any moment. A purple light and a white light appeared in Xiao Chen's left and right eyes. He said, "In that case, make your move. After not seeing you for 2 years, I want to see how much you have grown." Chu Chaoyun smiled calmly and said, "I'm afraid that I will have to disappoint you. My improvement is much greater than yours. I comprehended the will of light and darkness half a year ago. In the end, the one who will defeat you will still be me. Furthermore, I have already grasped half of the 1/10 of the heavenly flame. Do you still dare to block me?" Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he retorted indifferently, "Why would I not dare?" Whoosh! Chu Chaoyun pointed with his sword, and the remaining golden flames in his eyes spewed out, turning into 2 fire dragons that roared at Xiao Chen. Rustling sounds rang out in the air. Everywhere the fire dragons passed, they left behind large patches of pitch-black space. Even the air was burned. What kind of flame is this? Fortunately, this person did not grasp much of it. If he had more, who could block him? The group of people in the heavenly spring exchanged glances. They had never heard of such a strange flame in the world. This is a heavenly flame. However, it has been lost for many years. It is impossible for it to gather again. If it were a complete heavenly flame, it could even burn a small plane. The red-dressed ghost race girl looked at Xiao Chen in the air and frowned as she spoke. The gazes of the others did not leave Xiao Chen either. Just a tiny bit of the heavenly flame was already very troublesome for them. They really wanted to know why Xiao Chen did not dare to dodge when faced with so many heavenly flames. Xiao Chen did not panic. He stretched out his hand and pointed. 2 beams of light, one purple and one white, quickly came out of his eyes. Then they chased each other and formed a Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Chapter 8:14. The 2 opposing forces of Yin and Yang merged perfectly with the Taiji diagram. The 8 trigrams Yin-Yang for divisions, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. The entire world seemed to be contained within this mysterious diagram. The 2 fire dragons formed by the heavenly flame crashed into the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram with a loud bang. The scene of the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram burning to ashes as everyone expected did not appear. On the contrary, the two fire dragons formed by the heaven flames suddenly shattered and turned into countless dazzling flames, which flew back into Chu Chaoyun's eyes. Xiaochen smiled gently. Indeed, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram could block the heavenly fire. The heavenly fire came from yin and yang. If it could be gathered, it could burn everything in the world. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram was unprecedented. It combined yin and yang flames. From a certain point of view, it also transcended yin and yang. Chu Chaoyun had already used up more than half of his heavenly fire. Now that he was facing the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, he was naturally no match for Xiaochen, who was ready to attack. The result of the heavenly flame shattering left the group of people below dumbfounded. Not only did Xiaochen not fear the heavenly flame, but he even had the upper hand. Stretching his hand out, Chun Feng pushed out and the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram pressed down on Chu Chaoyun. All sorts of strange phenomena suddenly appeared in all directions. It was as though a small world was pressing down on him. Surprise flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes, but he soon reacted. The wills of light and darkness reappeared as he lashed out with a chaotic sword chi that was a mixture of gold and black. Bang! Bang! The sword chi was like a flood as it continuously struck the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Cracks slowly appeared on the diagram. After all, the might of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram had declined after going against the heavenly flame. It was barely able to withstand the sword chi formed by Chu Chaoyun's dual wills. The instant the Taiji Yin-Yang 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 Taiji shouted. With a loud bang, the flame diagram completely shattered, turning into two rays of light that entered Xiaochen's eyes. However, Xiaochen took advantage of the situation to draw the lunar shadow saber. The purple talisman soared into the sky. When Xiaochen swung his saber, lightning crackled in the sky, rumbling loudly. It felt like the sky was going to fall. Heavenly lightning tribulation. With the point of the saber, 100 streaks of lightning turned into lightning flood dragons that tore through the clouds. These lightning flood dragons were all formed from will talismans and contained an immortal attribute. They were created by copying the supreme divine lightning. Then he swung his sword. The primal chaos behind him materialized the everlasting sword Dao's third move, Dawn of 1,000 Armies. The chaotic scene behind him materialized the third move of the limitless sword Dao, Dawn of 1,000 Armies. Streams of chaotic chi merged together to form swords filled with light and darkness chi. When the swords appeared, a violent gale howled and 1,000 swords hummed, causing the space around them to tremble violently. The spirit flame heaven spirit yu spirit sword and yang chi. 1,000 swords tars tore and 1,000 swords. 10 swords tore through the air, looking like a vast army sweeping through the battlefield. Overall, Xiaochen's lightning flood dragon was at a disadvantage. The lightning flood dragon was covered in cuts and bruises. If not for its immortal attribute, it would have been defeated instantly. Overall, Xiaochen's lightning flood dragon was at a slight disadvantage. The lightning flood dragon was covered in wounds. If not for its immortal attribute, it would have been defeated in an instant. The two flashed in the air and arrived at the center of the chaotic battlefield. Then they started fighting in close combat. Sword light and saber light clashed, clanging endlessly in the air. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Light and darkness intertwined. As the two fought intensely, the 100 seals on the door of light finally broke. Chu Chaoyun's expression turned grave as he quickly swallowed a black jade pendant that had already dimmed significantly. Kasie! Kasie! 5 pitch-black spatial tears appeared where Xiaochen stood. The spatial tears spread out and easily crushed the surrounding lightning flood dragons and swords into powder. However, Xiaochen was still too late. After Chu Chaoyun swallowed the jade pendant, his body immediately turned into nothingness. The 5 Emperor Wus of the various races appeared out of nowhere. When they saw Chu Chaoyun escaping from their hands, their expressions turned somewhat unsightly. The instant they broke the seal, they immediately felt the aura of the demonic world coming from Chu Chaoyun. So they did not hesitate to make a move, instantly tearing space apart. Unexpectedly, Chu Chaoyun still managed to escape. When the 5 Emperor Wus worked together, they could not even block a half-sage. If word of this got out, it would be a big joke. The deity race Emperor Wu said. If I did not see wrong, he swallowed a void jade pendant, forged from a void stone. The expressions of the other four changed slightly. The fiend race Emperor Wu suppressed the berserk aura in his eyes. He said in a cold voice, "It is hard to find a small piece of void stone even in 1,000 years. How much effort would it take to forge a jade pendant out of it? No wonder he could avoid the devouring formation and escape from our hands." It looked like a void stone had a great origin. However, they did not know how Chu Chaoyun obtained it. Xiao Chan thought of something and said, "Seniors, the void jade pendant that he spoke of does not seem to have much effect. Its color has already dimmed significantly. He probably cannot go far." The expression of the white-haired deity race old man in golden armor changed. He said, "Quickly chase after him. We should have thought of that. The devouring formation will exhaust most of the void jade pendant's energy." Hu Qi. A light flashed and the 5 Emperor Wus flew off somewhere, vanishing from everyone's sight. However, Xiao Chun shook his head slightly. He did not think that these people had much of a chance of catching up to Chu Chaoyun. Given Chu Chaoyun's character, he would not come to this dragon's lair or tiger's lair unless he was completely confident. There would definitely be someone outside to receive him. Furthermore, that person would be as strong as Emperor Wu. It might even be possible for the demon monarch to come personally. However, this exchange confirmed Di Wux's judgment. Chu Chaoyun's will of primal chaos was indeed full of openings. It was far from truly merging with the will of primal chaos. However, when it truly merged, how horrifying would its might be? Just thinking about it made one tremble in fear. It was already so horrifying without truly merging it. Once it merged, it would be even more terrifying. In the space-time tunnel of the plane, the mysterious man and woman from earlier looked at Chu Chaoyun with excited expressions. The woman looked pure and pretty. However, there was a charm in her eyes that tugged at one's heartstrings. At first glance, she was like clear water, penetrating one's heart and relaxing one's sight and ears. If one took a few more glances, one would unknowingly become engrossed in her, feeling a boundless temptation. There was no need to purposely try to please her. She already possessed an irresistible charm. This woman was none other than the Eros demon Lung Yu, who had spent a long time with Xiao Chan in the Sky Dome realm's boundless deep sea. However, compared to 4 years ago, the current Lung Yu had lost her gentleness. Now she had gained a domineering air, giving off a vague feeling of being unrivaled. Her aura was even more unfathomable. If Xiao Chan were here, he would definitely be greatly startled. As for that mysterious black-robed man, he was handsome with delicate facial features. However, there was a sinister air in his eyes. From the side, his silhouette actually resembled Xiao Chan somewhat. If Xiao Chan saw it, the shock he would feel would be no less than Lung Yu's. This person was the mysterious churchmaster of the Sky Dome realm's dark church. However, Xiao Chan did not know whether this was his true body or a clone. The mysterious man's lips curled up as he said somewhat indifferently, "Take it out. Let me see how big the Rock of Origin is after you wasted the priceless Void Jade pendant. If the Rock of Origin that I obtained is not as valuable as the Void Jade pendant, then that would be really funny." Lung Yu opened her eyes and looked at Chu Chaoyun with anticipation. Whoosh! Chu Chaoyun smiled gently and released his tightly clenched left hand. Instantly, a dazzling light shone everywhere. The mysterious man and Lung Yu could not help but squint slightly. When Chu Chaoyun squinted and looked through the rings of light, he saw an azure-colored stone the size of a pinky lying quietly in his palm. All the light was coming from there. The stone was very small. Calling it the size of a pinky was actually an exaggeration. However, the mysterious man and Lung Yu could not help laughing, clearly pleasantly surprised. "Originally, I was planning for the worst. You only brought back 1 light of origin. Unexpectedly, it is such a big piece. It is more than enough for the 3 of us to split evenly," Lung Yu said warmly. A light flashed in the mysterious man's eyes, and he revealed an evil air. He smiled and said, "Split evenly? When did I say that we would split evenly? I want at least 70%. As for the remaining 30%, you can decide for yourselves." Lung Yu frowned slightly, and her expression turned cold. She said, "Tung Xiao, don't go overboard." Chu Chaoyun's expression did not change. It was like he had expected this mysterious man to say that. He did not argue with him. A golden flame started to gather in the depths of his eyes as he looked at the other party indifferently. The black-robed man smiled sinisterly and said, "Ling Yu, do you think you can regain the position of demon monarch without me establishing a connection with the Dark Church's headquarters? Can you recover your strength? Right now, I don't even know where he is, still hiding from your sister's pursuit." Then the black-robed man looked at Chu Chaoyun and said, "You too. Don't think that you are undefeatable just because you have a tenth of the heavenly flame. In the eyes of high-ranked cultivators, the heavenly flame in your eyes that can burn everything is just a joke. I am already thinking very highly of you by giving you 30%. Chu Chaoyun glanced at the chaotic, crisscrossing patterns of time and space that formed a barrier. Then he said casually, "Since you do not want to negotiate properly, then you might as well not take it." After Chu Chaoyun spoke, he tossed the rock of origin in his hand toward the barrier of time and space. If it really fell into the flow of time and space, even Emperor Wu would not be able to retrieve it. The black-robed man's expression turned startled. His figure flashed, and before the rock of origin touched the barrier, he caught it by a hair's breadth. In the end, when the black-robed man looked at it, he discovered that it was just an ordinary rock. The true rock of origin was still in Chu Chaoyun's hand. Chu Chaoyun was smiling at him meaningfully. Rage flashed in the black-robed man's eyes. He said sullenly, "I want at least 50%. Otherwise, who knows how long it will take to undo the seal on my body." Leng Yu thought for a while and said, "I want 30%. Right now my strength is not at its peak yet. Otherwise, I will not be confident of completing the Dark Church's mission during the demonic god blood sacrifice." Chapter 8:15. Chu Chaoyun said, "I'll give you 40%. I only need 10%. If I bury all of the stone of origin, I won't be able to merge the two wills." Leng Yu was slightly taken aback. Then she said, "Thank you." In the sky above Kunlun Mountain, the 5 Emperor Wus looked at each other. Although they had received Xiao Qin's reminder and chased after Chu Chaoyun as quickly as possible, they were still one step too late. They could only watch helplessly as a planar shuttle formation, which had been prepared in advance, opened a space-time channel and sent Chu Chaoyun back. The Fiend Race's Emperor Wu sighed and said, "The next demonic god blood sacrifice will not be too far away. This incident is just a prelude. I wonder which domain they will target and how many demon monarchs will come." The human race's Emperor Wu in Bushin Palace did not look too good. The deity race's Emperor Wu was relatively calm. The deity race was not worried about the demonic god blood sacrifice. With the deity race's current strength, they would not target the deity race unless the demon world's people were crazy. However, according to the agreement between the 5 races, they had to send people to other domains. At that time it was inevitable that there would be casualties. It was possible that some martial emperor experts would fall. So they had to make preparations. Let's disperse. The Void Stone is not that easy to find. Similar incidents will not happen again in the future. That bit of stone of origin will not affect the foundation. The deity race's Emperor Wu concluded this matter. When the other 4 heard this, they did not refute. This matter was neither big nor small. Since the deity race's Emperor Wu said this, it was clear that he wanted to deal with this matter in a low-key manner. Otherwise, if the 5 of them guarded the Stone of Origin, it would be hard to explain to their own races if someone made a fuss about it. The appearance of Chu Chaoyun completely disrupted Diwuk's original plan. Naturally, the matter of chasing them away was left unsettled. After 4 hours, everyone received a gag order regarding the Stone of Origin. They were not allowed to divulge what had happened today. Otherwise, they would be severely punished regardless of their status. The matter of the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring came to an end here. By relying on the advantage of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, Xiao Chan became the person who benefited the most from this trip. Even if it was Diwuk and the Divine Lady of the God Race, the total amount of essence they had absorbed from the Divine Spring was still less than what he had absorbed. The matter of Chu Chaoyun was sealed. However, the matter of Xiao Chan shattering the combined attack of 13 deity race half-sages with one roar and confronting Diwuk spread, whether intentionally or not. The news of the Qing Emperor's descendants reappearing quickly spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm. the descendant of the human emperor from 10,000 years ago, the Qing emperor who led the Bushan Palace to sweep the world, reappeared in the Kunlun realm, appearing in a domineering manner during the Age of Geniuses 10,000 years later. The wheels of history turned. Would the descendant of the legend rise up again? This became the focus of many people's discussions. Some of the factions that were once enemies of the Qing emperor also placed Shao Quan on their watch list. Several radical factions even prepared to make a move on Shao Quan. For example, the three sovereign noble clans of the human race, who feared the Qing emperor, gathered together and discussed how to deal with Shao Quan. However, they were all in agreement. The Kunlun realm, which was already chaotic enough, appeared peaceful on the surface, but the undercurrent seemed to be even more intense. A small piece of the Rock of Origin had been stolen, and the demonic god blood sacrifice was approaching. Furthermore, the Age of Geniuses coincided with the appearance of the Qing emperor's descendants. The internal strife between the five races was slowly building up. Everyone wanted to strengthen the strength of their clans before the demonic god blood sacrifice. It was foreseeable that the competition for resources among the five clans would become more intense. However, this did not have much to do with Shao Quan for now. Right now, all his thoughts were focused on enjoying the benefits of his improved aptitude and comprehension ability. Day and night. The Haotian city was surrounded by mountains. The undulating mountain ranges went on endlessly. Many man-made structures could be seen on the many peaks. No one knew the original name of this mountain range. After the Haotian ancestor established the sect here, it was called the Haotian Mountain Range. Most of the places where sects were established had high-rank spirit veins. Naturally, the Haotian Mountain Range was no exception. Aside from the Holy Spirit Mountain Range, which the Haotian sect used to establish the sect, several other mountain peaks also had a peak spirit vein under them after accumulating resources in the starry heavens over the years. This made the entire mountain range look even more majestic, stirring up the mysteries of heaven. A peak spirit vein could produce superior-grade spirit stones on a large scale. Occasionally, it could even produce some peak-grade spirit stones. If placed in the Sky Dome realm, one could immediately establish a sect even larger than the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The Haotian sect would only reward such a mountain peak to the inner sect elders who had made great contributions to the sect. What was considered a great contribution? For example, creating a new heaven-ranked martial technique for the sect disciples to practice. For example, having a special talent in refining medicinal pills or blacksmiths could provide a steady stream of support to the sect. Another example was accepting a powerful disciple, bringing great luck to the sect, or killing the sect's mortal enemy, restoring the sect's prestige. Without exception, these were all conditions that regular martial sages would find very difficult to accomplish. Hence, a mountain peak with a peak spirit vein under it was a symbol of status among the inner sect elders. At this moment, a white-clad man stood calmly at the summit of a mountain peak with a peak spirit vein. A medallion hung at his waist, showing that he was the master of this mountain peak. A cool breeze blew and one could grab a white cloud by stretching out one's hand. This white-clad man was none other than Shao Quan. The Haotian Pavilion had made an exception to give this mountain peak with a peak spirit vein to Shao Quan. Be it obtaining the first rank of the proud Son of Heaven ranking, bringing glory to the sect, or soaking in the heavenly dew divine spring, bringing practical benefits to the sect, Shao Quan was worthy of this mountain peak. Whether it was soaking in the heavenly dew divine spring or the practical benefits he brought to the sect, Shao Quan was worthy of this mountain peak. When Shao Quan learned of the sect's reward, he accepted it without any hesitation. He only sent away the disciples who served him on the mountain peak. The stronger one's aptitude, the faster one's cultivation speed. Cultivating in a peak spirit vein was much more efficient than cultivating in other low-ranked spirit veins. Now that Shao Quan was in a rush to advance to martial sage, how could he refuse? Furthermore, he did not feel that he had anything to be ashamed of. Looking at the churning clouds in front, Shao Quan had a thought. His forehead flickered, and a purple lightning talisman flew out into the sky. With a flip of his hand, Shao Quan drew the lunar shadow saber. Thunder roared and 200 bolts of lightning tore through the sky. The heavenly sage laws in his body slowly infused into the saber. The 200 bolts of lightning instantly turned into lightning flood dragons roaring ferociously as they weaved through the clouds. It looks like the effects of this 1 month of cultivation are indeed significant. I can already materialize 200 lightning flood dragons, double the previous number. Xiao Chun revealed a faint smile as he sheathed his saber. In that instant, the lightning flood dragons turned into sparks of electricity and reformed into a purple talisman. The brand new lightning tribulation saber technique was materialized with this will talisman as the core. Although there was only 10% of this immortal will of thunder, Xiao Chun was far from using it all up. He still had at least a third left. The main reason was that his cultivation was insufficient. If his cultivation were sufficient, he could easily materialize another 100 lightning flood dragons. His cultivation and this will complemented each other. Right now, his cultivation could not keep up with his will. He had a treasure trove, but he could not fully utilize it. When Xiao Chun's cultivation increased, he would force his will to raise its level. Otherwise, the might of the lightning tribulation saber technique would be limited due to the insufficient level of his will. This cycle continued without end. The might of the lightning tribulation saber technique could be continuously raised, accompanying Xiao Chun as he advanced on the martial Tao. With the lightning tribulation saber technique as a supplement, the dragon subduing slash as the final move, the physical body's techniques, and his greatest trump card, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, these were some of the martial techniques that Xiao Chun could use to shock the crowd. However, Xiao Chun felt that it was still insufficient. If he came across other ancient martial techniques in the future, he could try them out. Although it was not good to bite off more than one could chew, as long as he grasped it well, the more trump cards he had, the better. Xiao Chun closed his eyes once again. Then, he placed the lunar shadow saber beside him and entered into cultivation once more. The spiritual energy absorbed from the peak spirit vein in the clouds turned into beams of tricolored light and entered Xiao Chun's body. The mountain summit, the cool breeze, the clouds, the tricolored light, and the white-robed figure sitting cross-legged formed a peaceful painting. Time slowly went by. As Xiao Chun cultivated on this mountain summit, his cultivation seemed to change by the day. The benefits of strengthening his aptitude were completely revealed at this moment. Xiao Chun's cultivation speed was more than twice as fast as before. Of course, this was also due to the higher grade of the spirit vein he absorbed. If it were a weaker spirit vein, there would not be such a horrifying effect. Amid the haziness, that door of sages became increasingly clear in Xiao Chun's mind. The door was already gently pushed open, and beams of light came out from within. There was also the majestic voice of a sage, sounding like the bell of the great Tao, ringing continuously. As long as one pushed open this door of sages, one would be able to advance to martial sage, transcending mortality. However, this step was blocked by 90% of cultivators. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven. There was no concept of time when cultivating. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Chun's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he discovered that his cultivation was stuck. The feeling of advancing by leaps and bounds was gone. After cultivating for a day, his growth was limited. However, Xiao Chun was not startled. Instead, he rejoiced. The bottleneck of half-sage had finally arrived. Now, his cultivation had finally reached peak half-sage. Suddenly, Xiao Chun opened his eyes, and a bright light shone in them. He stretched out his hand and drew the lunar shadow saber beside him. Then he drew it out of the scabbard. After the electric light flashed, 300 ferocious lightning flood dragons descended from the sky, playing around in the clouds. As they bared their fangs and claws, the electric light they gave off was like sharp treasured sabers. Xiao Chun grasped the lunar shadow saber and leaped down from the mountain summit. Then, he hacked at a desolate mountain about 5 kilometers in front. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Feeling Xiao Chun's rage, the lightning flood dragon soared in the direction the saber pointed. The 3-kilometer-tall mountain peak suddenly exploded into powder with a crisp sound. Chapter 8:16. Electric light flashed and shattered the powder into nothing. Half of a 3-kilometer-tall mountain disappeared before Xiao Chun's eyes. Only half of the mountainside, which was full of desolation, was left standing alone. As he stood in the air, Xiao Chun entered deep thought. He felt that the will talisman still had some power left. However, his cultivation had already reached a bottleneck. No matter what, he would not be able to use it. 300 lightning flood dragons was already the greatest might that the lightning tribulation saber technique could bring out. Ao Jiao, how long have I been in closed-door cultivation? Xiao Chun asked Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, as he sheathed his saber and landed on the mountain summit. Ao Jiao counted on her fingers and replied, about 3 months. After Xiao Chun heard that, his expression could not help but turn strange. Adding the time spent on returning from Kunlun Mountain, that was about 4 months. Ing Qiong told Xiao Chun that he needed only 2 months to complete the breaking sage pill and the other main ingredients. However, there had been no news even after so long. Could it be that there was an accident? The saint breaking pill was the key to him becoming a saint in advance. Under normal circumstances, if he did not have the saint breaking pill, he would have died. Without the breaking sage pill, Xiao Chun would not be able to clear this hurdle without 2 years of accumulation. I hope nothing happened. Otherwise, I can only advance the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation in advance. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts, and electric light leaped under his feet. With a few flashes, he arrived at a courtyard on the mountainside. Unexpectedly, a superior-grade martial monarch Haotian sect disciple stood quietly in front of the courtyard. This person seemed to have been here for a long time. When he saw Xiao Chun arrive, he revealed a respectful expression. He said, "Inner sect disciple Wu can greet senior brother Xiao." Right now, Xiao Chun was like a legend in the Haotian sect. His position in the hearts of many disciples even surpassed that of their first senior sister. The respectful expression on this person's face was genuine. This was especially so when he felt the formless pressure from Xiao Chun. He did not dare to show any disrespect. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun could not remember this person. He said calmly, "Are you looking for me for something? Or are you here to pass on a message for that senior?" Wukan smiled and said, "Senior brother Xiao Chun's guess is very accurate. I am here to pass on a message for my master. He said that he found the item you asked for." Xiao Chun thought for a while and recalled what was going on. He said, "Your master is the Inner Sect's Pill Pavilion's Elder Peng, right?" Wukan nodded and said, "That is my master. Senior brother Xiao Chun asked my master to keep an eye out for the yellow toongrass and golden sun Ganoderma. If senior brother has time, you can go and collect them. Aside from the flaming sun fruit, the 3 holy masters grass, and the heaven dragon flower, there were also some other ingredients. Although they were not as hard to find as these 3 main ingredients and could not be found outside of public auctions, it was still rather troublesome to search for them. Given Xiao Chun's energy, if he spent the time to search for them, it would take him a long time. To avoid trouble, Xiao Chun had Shui Lingling pull some strings and entrusted this matter to an elder of the Pill Refining Hall. Given Xiao Chun's energy, if he spent the time to search for it, it would take him a long time. To avoid trouble, Xiao Chun asked Shui Lingling to pull some strings, entrusting this matter to an elder of the Pill Refining Room. This elder's name was Peng Dan. He was a peak inferior grade martial sage. His attainments in alchemy were rather high. He had even invented a few high-ranked medicinal pills. This elder also had a peak that suppressed a peak spirit vein. There were hundreds of disciples and thousands of servants there, all of whom listened to his orders. "Many thanks. I just came out of closed-door cultivation. After resting for a while, I will personally pay Elder Peng a visit." Xiao Chun guessed that this person had already waited for a long time. He felt very apologetic, so he gave the other party 10,000 astral coins as a small token of gratitude. Wu Chun put it off for a while before accepting Xiao Chun's token of gratitude with a smile. Receiving 10,000 astral coins for passing on a message was a great bargain. When Xiao Chun arrived at the courtyard, the first thing he did was to prepare a table of cooked food for himself. After that, he took a bath and did not linger, rushing directly to the peak where Elder Peng Dan was. It was also a peak, but Elder Peng's peak was very well maintained. It was built on the mountain and did not spoil the overall beauty of the peak. Figures could be seen in the various buildings. Some were chatting, some were moving around in a hurry, and some were exchanging moves. Xiao Chun thought about his own peak. Compared to this, it was like a barren mountain. He could not help but smile bitterly. There was a disciple in charge of receiving guests at the middle of the mountain. After Xiao Chun reported his identity, he was immediately invited up respectfully. Then he met Elder Peng in an exquisite pavilion. There were 2 rectangular brocade boxes on the wooden table in the pavilion. These should contain the yellow songgrass and golden sun Ganoderma that Xiao Chun needed. When Peng Dan saw Xiao Chun arrive, he stood up and welcomed him. He smiled warmly and said, "Little brother Xiao Chun, you finally arrived. I found what you wanted. Please check it." Xiao Chun opened the brocade boxes on the table and checked them. There were indeed yellow songgrass and golden sun Ganoderma. Furthermore, there were 2 of them. Xiao Chun took out the 500,000 astral coins that he had prepared and handed them to the other party. Then he thanked him again. The 2 chatted for a while. Elder Peng casually asked about the effects of the yellow songgrass and golden sun Ganoderma that Xiao Chun needed. However, Xiao Chun brushed it off perfunctorily. Peng Dan did not ask too much. However, when Xiao Chun was about to leave, he mentioned something else. He said, "Xiao Chun, do you have any free time in the next 2 months? This old man has something to ask of you." Xiao Chun felt surprised. He said, "Elder Peng, what is it? Why don't you tell me first?" Peng Dan picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Then he said, "I heard that you had a strange martial technique in Kunlun Mountain that blocked the heavenly flame. Most people would not know about Chu Chaoyun's appearance in the heavenly dew divine spring. However, there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall." Given Peng Dan's status, it was not strange for him to know the inside story. Xiao Chun's expression did not change. He smiled and said, "I was just lucky. The rumors were exaggerated." Peng Dan smiled faintly and said, "There is no need to be humble. I know very well whether it was luck or not. Let me tell you about myself first. Although this old man focuses on alchemy, my cultivation and combat prowess are not much weaker than martial sages of the same rank. I am not boasting. Using certain methods, some medial-grade martial sages have died at my hands. Normally, when this old man is free, I will go out on experiential training with some good friends." Xiao Chun's heart skipped a beat. He gave this old man a meaningful look. This person was definitely not a demonic genius cultivator. It was definitely not that simple to cross realms to fight as a martial sage. If what Peng Dan said was true, then he was really hiding his strength. The most recent time I went out was to explore the place where an ancient sovereign martial emperor passed away with a few good friends. During the ancient era, this sovereign martial emperor was a notorious evil cultivator. It would not be wrong to say that he was the master of the evil cultivators. The loose cultivators of later generations addressed him as the evil king. When Xiao Chun heard the last sentence, his heart skipped a beat. Unexpectedly, it was the place where the evil king passed away. Was that true? However, Xiao Chun's mental state far surpassed that of ordinary people. He only showed slight shock. He did not show no reaction or shock, reacting like a normal person. The ancient evil king is indeed very famous. I heard about the matter of the 7 thrones when I was in the Sky Dome realm, Xiao Chun said, adding, "Elder Peng must have had a great harvest." A look of pity flashed in Peng Dan's eyes. He smiled bitterly and said, "How could there be anything? A few old friends and I broke through several restrictions along the way. In the end, we were blocked by a strange flame that resembled a heavenly flame. We were unable to truly enter the evil king's resting place." Xiao Chun gently tapped the table with his right hand and frowned. A strange flame that looked like the heavenly fire. In other words, that flame was not the heavenly fire. The heavenly flame had a very distinct characteristic. Given the experience of Elder Peng and his companions, they would definitely be able to recognize it. If it wasn't the heavenly flame, then what kind of flame could it be that could block a group of martial sage experts? Suddenly, Xiao Chun's thoughts changed. He looked at Elder Peng. Could it be that the other party is targeting me? That would be a huge misunderstanding. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram could block the heavenly fire completely because it also jumped out of yin and yang. When it faced other flames, there would be nothing special about it. If it was a flame that even a peak inferior grade martial sage could not extinguish, it would not be able to do so. Given Xiao Chun's current cultivation level, he probably would not be able to extinguish it. However, he should be able to make use of the special characteristics of the yin-yang flame diagram to temporarily suppress the flames. Xiao Chun obviously wouldn't reveal this so quickly. He had 2 thrones left behind by the evil king, So he was very concerned about the place where the evil king had died. Peng Dan met Xiao Chen's gaze and said, "Looks like you've already guessed what I mean. Are you interested? If you are, you can have a share of the treasures left behind by the evil king." Xiao Chen was not in a hurry to answer. He asked, "Are you sure it's the place where the evil king passed away?" Peng Dan said, "I'm 100% sure. The initiator this time is the descendant of the sect that the evil king founded. However, this sect is no longer able to make a name for itself. It is in the midst of a storm in the primal chaos domain, and could collapse at any moment. If it wasn't for the fact that the sect is about to be destroyed, my old friend wouldn't have gone against the teachings of our ancestors and disturbed the resting place of our ancestors." Elder Peng was more than 200 years old. He was not someone who could be easily fooled, since he said that it had to be the place where the evil king passed away. However, accompanying a group of older generation cultivators to search for treasures was a headache. The cultivations of this group of people were probably about the same as Elder Peng's. There might even be medial-grade martial sages. Now that Xiao Chen's cultivation had improved, he could probably protect himself from Elder Peng at best. However, he would not stand a chance against a medial-grade martial sage. If that medial-grade martial sage got greedy at the sight of wealth, it would be problematic. Xiao Chen did not believe that Elder Peng could handle the situation alone. Xiao Chen put these thoughts aside for now. He replied, "Honestly speaking, I do have some tricks up my sleeves. I should be able to seal this flame temporarily. However, I'm not completely confident that I can do it." Peng Dan waved his hand and said, "That's not a problem. After our previous failure, we agreed to look for a way to break this flame on our own and try again. I've thought of some methods as well. My other old friends should have some as well. Come with me 3 days from now. If we succeed, we will succeed. If not, there are still other ways." Chapter 8:17. Xiao Chen did not rush to agree. He asked where the evil king had passed away, how long it would take to return, and how dangerous it would be. Then, he expressed that he would think about the details for a day before deciding. After returning to his courtyard, Xiao Chen took out the brocade boxes containing the yellow tune grass and the golden sun Ganoderma. He had already prepared all the other ingredients for the breaking sage pills alchemic recipe. He only lacked the 3 main ingredients before he could refine it. Xiao Chen looked at the 2 brocade boxes and thought for a long time. Ying Qiong had passed the appointed time and had not delivered the 3 main ingredients yet. There were only 2 reasons for this. First, something unexpected had happened. She had not collected the flaming sun fruit, the 3 holy masters grass, and the heaven dragon flower. Second, she had already found another way to advance to martial sage, and did not need the other core painting piece for the great rock spreading wings painting. Regardless of the reason, Xiao Chen had to plan ahead. He could not hang on to one tree. "I'll wait for the last 2 months. If there is still no news by the time I return, I'll give up." After putting away the brocade boxes, Xiao Chen sat at the table and frowned heavily. Then, he took out the 2 inferior-grade astral cores. The white astral cores contained a surging, horrifying energy. Astral cores could be used in all sorts of warships, formations, spirit weapons, secret treasures, and spirit weapons. They were very useful. However, Xiao Chen was thinking of another way to use them. He wanted to ignite them and cause an explosion. If they were caught off guard, they could kill a half-sage. If an inferior-grade martial sage was severely injured, a peak inferior-grade martial sage would only be injured. Xiao Chen toyed with the 2 astral cores in his hand for a while before casually placing them aside. Although they were powerful, they were not as effective as he wanted them to be. After searching the universe ring for a while, Xiao Chen took out a golden savage ox sculpture. When he saw the exquisite sculpture, he smiled faintly. Now this sculpture was no longer useful. With a thought, Xiao Chen took out the sage-grade pagoda in his body and placed it on the table. Initially, the sage-grade pagoda had looked very powerful. However, now that he used it, he understood why those martial sages did not want this secret treasure. The sage-grade pagoda contained too few heavenly sage laws, and its defenses were not very strong. Xiao Chen thought for a while and felt that he could modify this sage-grade pagoda. So he placed it beside the astral core. After some thought, a palm sword burning with a lightning-attributed flame flew out. Xiao Chan revealed an expression of regret. However, he still placed it beside the golden savage ox sculpture. He hadn't used it much after he cultivated it, and when he really thought about it, he realized that the grade of it wasn't high enough. Xiao Chan, what are you doing? Ao Jiao asked curiously when she saw Xiao Chen's actions. Xiao Chan continued searching the universe ring. He replied casually, I am looking for some things. I want to see if there are any trump cards that I can use when the time comes. Xiao Chan took out a small. After that, Xiao, and to say. Xiao had Chun was, to say. Then, Xiao Chan said, I keep feeling that Elder Peng did not tell us everything. The evil king's final resting place is not that simple. Perhaps. Xiao Chen nodded and said, perhaps. However, no matter what, I have to make a trip because of the evil king's name. It does not matter if I cannot obtain anything. I must obtain the secret of the 7 thrones. Xiao Chen nodded and said, perhaps. However, no matter what, I have to make a trip just because of the words evil king. It does not matter if I cannot obtain anything. I must obtain the secret of the 7 thrones. However, if he truly merged them, he would be in big trouble. Against a will of primal chaos that was close to the truth of the great Tao, Xiao Chan would not be a match for it. However, if he truly merged them, he would be in big trouble. Against a will of primal chaos that was close to the truth of the great Tao, Xiao Chan would not be a match for it. Although Xiao Chen knew that it would not be easy for the other party to merge the will of light and the will of darkness, even if he succeeded, he would be nothing before Chu Chaoyun. Hope for the best and plan for the worst. This was how Xiao Chan had always been. Hence, he had to try the state of cycle formed by the merging of the 7 thrones in the future. Otherwise, he would not be able to pass on the will of another will to resist the will of primal chaos. After fiddling around for a long time, Xiao Chan was somewhat disappointed to discover that there were practically no external items that could be used as a trump card. Hey! Suddenly, Xiao Chan was stunned. He found a simple and unadorned metal bow in a corner of the universe ring. The words Soul Slayer were carved on the handle. Xiao Chen's expression changed, revealing an expression of joy. He could not wait to grab the bow and rush out excitedly. Xiao Chan casually found an arrow and knocked it. All the energy in his body surged like a gushing river. Then he slowly pulled the bowstring back. Unexpectedly, the strenuous feeling from many years ago was still present. With a casual punch, Xiao Chan could exert 1,600,000 kilograms of force. He could not immediately pull the bowstring back into the shape of a full moon. It looked like the saying, the greater the strength, the greater the might, was true. Xiao Chan used half his strength. Then he let go and the arrow flew out. Whoosh! The speed of the arrow was so fast that it did not leave a shadow. It was even faster than the saber chi that Xiao Chan sent out. However, it only traveled half the distance. The material of the arrow was too poor. It could not withstand the force and exploded in the air. The shock waves from the explosion spread out, and the dense forest in front instantly turned to dust. An empty space appeared before Xiao Chan. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he put down the Soul Slayer bow. He muttered to himself, I finally found a pretty good trump card. However, I have to ask first senior sister for some arrows. Otherwise, I will not be able to use them. After returning to the room in the courtyard, Xiao Chan could not find anything else. Then he thought of something. His arm flashed, and a void projection painting appeared in his palm. There was a blood-red lotus flower in the painting. It looked tender and beautiful, exuding a strong fiendish aura. This was a magic treasure with the ancient ferocious flame, the scarlet blood frost flame. Of course, it was a copy and not the original. Leng Yu had spent a lot of effort on this magic treasure. Xiao Chan had always been reluctant to use it. If he could avoid using it this time, Xiao Chan would do his best not to. As Xiao Chan looked at this painting, he could not help but think of Leng Yu's face. He wondered where this Eros demon, who was full of secrets, was now. Back then, without Leng Yu's charm techniques, Xiao Chan could not have truly grasped the state of massacre. Then, Xiao Chan looked at the table and put away all the things around the golden savage ox statue. He had no use for them. Then he slowly took stock of the other things. There were 2 inferior grade astral cores. They were pretty strong, but they still needed to be refined. Their heavenly laws would not have any offensive power. Although the Sage Great Pagoda was of little value, Xiao Chan could only rely on it for now. He would have to spend some astral coins to strengthen it. The puppet snake was not very valuable. However, it had the ability to drill into the ground. Perhaps it would have a miraculous effect. As for the 2 inferior grade astral cores, Xiao Chan spent an entire night using the will talisman to baptize them in a soul-stirring manner. The Soul Slayer bow was an important treasure among important treasures. Once Xiao Chan obtained the corresponding arrows, it would be a trump card that could deter peak inferior grade martial sages. The Scarlet Blood Frost Flame in the Void projection painting was very powerful. However, it was too special and best not to use it. Otherwise, if it was exposed and others discovered that it was a magic treasure, he would be in big trouble. These were the trump cards that Xiao Chan could use on this trip. Some of them required a lot of money to refine. He could not be stingy with his astral coins for the next 2 days. He handed the Sage Grade Pagoda to the Refining Pavilion's Pavilion Master to upgrade it personally. As for the arrows for the Soul Slayer bow, Xiao Chan obtained the highest rank Star Scar arrow from his first senior sister. 10,000 astral coins could buy one. Xiao Chan spent 5 million astral coins, emptying out the sex stock that could be sold. On the last day, Xiao Chan managed to carve several things on a piece of spiritual wood that he bought. Finally, before Peng Dan, Xiao Chan felt more confident. "How is it? Little friend, have you thought it through?" Peng Dan asked with a smile on his face. A hard-to-detect look of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chan did not show any joy or sorrow. He nodded and said, "I've thought it through. I've decided to take a gamble." Peng Dan stood up and said, "Good. Actually, this trip is quite dangerous. However, just follow behind us. You do not need to do anything along the way. You just need to come out when you run into that strange flame. I think you should be fine." Peng Dan took out rank 3 medicinal pills and said, "These 3 bottles of medicinal pills can be considered a greeting gift from this old man to little friend. They are all peak rank 9 medicinal pills. 1 bottle detoxifies poison, 1 bottle treats internal injuries, and 1 bottle treats external injuries. They all have markings on them." Xiao Chan cursed in his heart. If he did not agree, this old man would probably never give him a greeting gift again. However, these medicinal pills did have some value. After Xiao Chan received them, he thanked Peng Dan. Peng Dan waved his hand and said, "Let's go. We will meet up with our old friends first. At that time, if there are any strange people, little friend should try to keep your mouth shut. If there is anything to take note of, I will send you a voice projection to let you know." The place where the evil king died was not in the Tianwu domain. Instead, it was a desolate land between the primal chaos domain and the chaotic demonic sea. That place was rather famous in the Kunlun realm. The soil there was a dull yellow, not suitable for normal plants. Instead, it was filled with strange and dangerous plants. This place was known as the Yellow Soil Demonic Garden. Although it was called a demonic garden, it was astonishingly large, comparable to the savage battlefield in the Tianwu domain. However, there were no forbidden lands or immortal sect remnants in there. It was filled with plants that killed people. These plants all possessed intelligence. When some cultivated to great perfection, they could even rival the human race's Emperor Wu. Rumor had it that one of the 3 wondrous trees of the world, the Undying Tree, grew in the Yellow Soil Demonic Garden. However, it was hard to verify whether this was true or not. Some people claimed that they had seen the legendary Undying Tree with their own eyes. However, when everyone arrived at the location that they mentioned, they did not discover anything. Such things happen frequently. However, when they actually arrived, they did not discover anything. Even now, there was no conclusion. There were many other strange places in the Yellow Soil Demonic Garden. For example, its 4 seasons were very different from other places. The 4 seasons would cycle only once every 100 years. When autumn arrived, the fruits of several plants would ripen. This would attract many cultivators from the primal chaos domain, and the merfolk living in the chaotic demonic sea to come ashore to search for them. Above the Yellow Soil Demonic Garden, there were storms that did not scatter all year round. If cultivators wanted to fly over, they would have to expend a lot of energy. It was practically impossible. They could only take some risks and fly over. However, this round trip would take at least half a year. Chapter 8:18. Of course, if one was as strong as Emperor Wu, one would not be here. One could just tear space apart and go wherever one wanted. Such a demonic garden became a natural barrier between the primal chaos domain and the chaotic demonic sea, preventing either side from invading the other. The merfolk of the chaotic demonic sea were famous for their ferocity. The primal chaos domain gathered all the evil cultivators and crazy people of the entire Tianwu domain. If not for this demonic garden, the two factions would definitely fight. Elder Peng brought Xiao Chan to the sex transportation formation to the central province. Then, he spent a large sum of money to use the transportation formation that connected the central province to the entire Kunlun realm to a city at the borders of the primal chaos domain. These two transportation formations covered tens of millions of kilometers. Without these transportation formations, one would not be able to reach this place without flying for 3 to 5 years. Before Xiao Chan could appreciate the scenery of the primal chaos domain, he mounted one of Peng Dan's spirit beasts and continued on his way, continuously flying through the clouds. After flying like this for 7 days, they left the primal chaos domain and stopped at a desolate mountain 50 kilometers away from the yellow soil demonic garden. After looking around for a while, Elder Peng took out a jade scroll. The small forest in front of him disappeared, and a cave appeared in front of him. Xiao Chen knew how to lay illusion formations as well. When he saw this scene, he did not find it strange. However, the illusion formation before him was somewhat exquisite, attracting a few more glances from Xiao Chan. Let's go in. Elder Peng took the lead and entered. Xiao Chan maintained his cautiousness as he followed close behind. The cave twisted and turned, breaking several traps along the way. Finally, they arrived at a stone room. Xiao Chan could not help but think, the person in this cave is really cautious. There are illusion formations, tunnels, and traps. Now that they are in the stone room, there is no way to enter. After Elder Peng stated his identity, the stone door slowly opened. An old cultivator with a face full of wrinkles and a gloomy gaze walked out. This old cultivator nodded slightly to Elder Peng. Then he sized up Xiao Chan and frowned. Why did you bring a junior? Hey, you are not an ordinary half-sage. Your heavenly sage laws are thicker than those of several inferior-grade martial sages. Elder Peng raised his hand and said, Let's talk inside. After entering the stone room, Elder Peng introduced them to each other. Xiao Chan, this is the current sect master of the Heavenly Evil Sect, Senior Lu Weiping. He is also the one who initiated this operation. Xiao Chan didn't feel comfortable with this person's aura, so he just nodded lightly and didn't say anything. This person was a medial-grade martial sage. Furthermore, he was not an ordinary medial-grade martial sage. He should have been a medial-grade martial sage for a long time already, lingering in the middle or late stages. His cultivation was much higher than Elder Peng's. However, judging from how the two of them sat side by side on the main seats in the room, their relationship should be very close. Elder Peng then pointed at Xiao Chan and said, This is a newly promoted genius disciple of the Haotian sect. He has a martial technique that is very effective in suppressing all kinds of special flames. However, Lu Weiping did not seem to care. He said, After I returned, I searched the sect a few times and found a personal letter that the evil king left behind. There were some records of that kind of flame. Xiao Chen felt excited. A personal letter from the evil king? I wonder if there are any records of the 7 thrones? When Elder Peng heard this, he rejoiced. He asked, How is it? Are there any results? Lu Weiping's expression did not change. He said calmly, The evil king once searched the residence of an immortal cultivator and obtained a flame called a nascent flame. According to the description, it is the strange flame that we encountered. According to the records, I made some preparations this time. However, I am not completely confident. Let's see what my old friends are planning. After that, all they had to do was wait. No one spoke in the stone room. Xiao Chan had nothing to do, so he closed his eyes and cultivated. Old Fogey Lu, you are becoming more and more timid. To think that you have so many tricks up your sleeves at a meeting place. Xiao Chen opened his eyes. The person who entered was a tall and stout man. When he spoke, his voice was frighteningly loud. Accompanying him was a middle-aged woman who looked rather charming. These two were peak late-stage inferior-grade martial sages. After Elder Peng introduced them, Xiao Qian learned that they were like him, inner sect elders of one of the 9 ranks of the great families in the Tianwu domain. The heavenly evil gates Lu Weiping sighed and said, "We have no choice but to be cautious. The next demonic god blood sacrifice will arrive in less than 10 years. Some of the big factions of the primal chaos domain are discussing how to take advantage of the situation. Everyone is starting to merge with the smaller factions. It is not possible for me to stay out of this." Elder Peng changed the topic and asked, "My 2 old friends, are you prepared this time?" The stout man rolled his eyes and smiled. "I prepared a high-quality sage-grade fire warding cloak. I think it should not be a problem for me to protect myself." The pretty middle-aged woman said, "I found a pool pearl. It should not be a problem for me to protect myself." When Lu Weiping heard this, he revealed a cold smile on his face. They were all obedient people. They only talked about protecting themselves, not extinguishing the fire. Another person arrived later. This person also brought a secret treasure. However, he could only protect himself. Peng Dan and Lu Weiping exchanged glances. It seemed like they had expected this. Xiao Qian observed for a while and discovered that Lu Weiping and Elder Peng seemed to be in cahoots with each other. The 3 people who arrived later formed a temporary alliance. Clearly, this was to prevent these 2 from kicking the donkey down the drain. Strange, why is the Heavenly Mystery Gate's brother Lu not here yet? After waiting for a long time, it seemed like the most important person they were waiting for had not arrived yet. Even Lu Weiping started to feel impatient. Haha. If your cave were not full of twists and turns, would this old man be so late? Laughter rang out. Before Lu Weiping could get up to open the door, the stone door that could not be opened from the outside. Footsteps resounded, and a spirited old man with white hair and a youthful complexion appeared before Xiao Qian. "Lu Weiping, your mechanisms are still as lousy as before. This old man could not help but wander around your cave. When I found some traps, I could not help but break them, delaying me for some time. Sorry for that." Xiao Qian glanced at this old man with the family name Lu. This person is interesting. However, the traps along the way were no ordinary trash. This old man should be a strange person. In Xiao Qian's memory, the Heavenly Mystery Gate did not seem to be one of the 9 ranks of the great families. However, the entire sect was good at formations and all sorts of mechanisms. They were rather unique and famous. This was not Lu Weiping's first time dealing with this person, so he did not say anything. Elder Peng stood up at an appropriate time and introduced Xiao Qian to the group. Then they immediately prepared to depart. However, the reactions of the others were similar to Lu Weiping's. Xiao Qian did not look like a simple member of the younger generation. However, they did not believe that a junior could solve this problem, that even these martial sages could not. Hurricanes lingered above the yellow-soiled demonic garden all year round. Some of the horrifying hurricanes could even tear Grandmaster-level martial sages to shreds. Naturally, Xiao Qian's group would not take any risks. They all walked on the yellow soil obediently. The group's vision was dim yellow. At the end, they could see a dense forest. Once they reached that place, they would truly enter the yellow soil demonic garden. The vegetation inside looked exactly the same as the outside world. However, they were all mutated plants that could eat humans. Many legends pointed to the Tree of Immortality, which only existed in myths. The existence of the Tree of Immortality caused this land to mutate. Xiao Qian did not have much in common with these old fellows, all of whom were at least 200 years old. Given their statuses, these people were not willing to take the initiative to talk to him. Xiao Qian walked calmly at the back of the group. He listened to every word the old men revealed. According to what this group of people said, the evil king did not die a natural death. Instead, he went to a forbidden land of the sea beyond the chaotic demonic sea, the Mirage Immortal Palace, and died mysteriously. After the evil king died, the king's sect continued to decline. Now it no longer showed any signs of improvement. It even faced the calamity of sect destruction. The chaotic demonic sea was already very large. After the chaotic demonic sea, most of the natives of the Kunlun realm only knew it as the Penglai Sea. Not many people truly understood it. However, the Mirage Immortal Palace was very famous in the primal chaos domain. Some people called it the Mirage Ghost Palace. Rumor had it that it was a high-level immortal sect remnant. Even the blue-robed emperor did not dare guarantee that he could return alive. The group moved quickly. Soon they arrived at the sinister forest. There was a small path in the middle of the forest, opened by cultivators who often went there to adventure. Lu Weiping's old face did not change at all. He said, "With our cultivations, there is nothing to pay attention to at the periphery of this demonic garden. Let's not slow down." After saying that, Lu Weiping took the lead and walked in. The others did not hesitate to follow. Xiao Chun remained silent. He did not say anything as he walked at the back. However, he extended out his spiritual sense, not withdrawing it. Pu Qi. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the ground in front, and a venomous snake as thick as an arm shot out. It opened its jaws and bit at Lu Weiping at lightning speed. This snake's body was ridiculously long. Its lower body was still buried deep in the ground, looking like it was bottomless. Lu Weiping smiled coldly and stretched out his hand. The snake head near him exploded. The snake was startled and retreated at lightning speed, trying to burrow back into the ground. Lu Weiping pulled back, and a formless suction came from his hand. Then he grabbed the strange snake body that was trying to retreat. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and pulled. The ground split open with a loud rumble. Rocks burst out and spread to a huge tree about a kilometer in front. Then the entire tree soared into the air. Its roots left the ground and kicked up a large amount of rocks. The entire ground caved in. Xiao Chun's pupils constricted. He could clearly see that the venomous snake as thick as an arm earlier was just one of the thousands of roots of this tree. It was not a venomous snake at all. However, Lu Weiping had not expected to uproot it after probing it. The remaining roots opened their mouths and shot at Lu Weiping. Chapter 8:19. The scene looked very frightening. However, that Lu Weiping did not move at all. He infused his heavenly sage laws into his hand, and a clump of black light immediately came out from the root he held. The clump of black light instantly entered the tree. With a loud bang, this terrifying, strange plant exploded into wood shavings filling the air. The expressions of the others changed slightly. Although they did not care about this fiendish snake tree, it would be very difficult for them to destroy it as casually as Lu Weiping did. They did not know if Lu Weiping did this to show off his might or if he was really in a rush. The middle-aged man and the others all showed uncertain expressions. Who knew what they were thinking? Along the way, Lu Weiping swept through everything in his path. The entire group did not slow down at all. The group moved very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled more than 10 kilometers into the demonic garden. 3 days later, Lu Weiping led the group to a towering tree. He looked at the old man from the heavenly mystery gate and said, "Brother Lu, I'll leave this restriction to you. Could it be that the evil king's final resting place is in this towering tree?" Xiao Chun entered deep thought. When Xiao Chun looked carefully, he discovered that there were 3 layers of barriers around the towering tree. The old man with the family name Lu from the heavenly mystery gate glanced at them. He did not show much of a grave expression. He had already broken this restriction once. Breaking it again would be even easier. The old man took out a stack of small flags. Then, his figure flashed as he surrounded the towering tree and stabbed them into it. Xiao Chun watched without blinking. He was rather interested in the formations of the Kunlun realm. After setting up everything, the old man with the family name Lu hovered in the air. He formed hand seals and sent out beams of light into his formation flags. After a while, a large formation flickered with light and descended from the sky. Then it clashed intensely with the 3 layers of restrictions around the towering tree. Under the pressure of the old man's formation, the formless barrier started to crack bit by bit. Then it shattered like a mirror. The people waiting anxiously heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Peng smiled and said, "Brother Lu's understanding of formations is probably the best in the Kunlun realm after Emperor Wu." The old man with the family name Lu put away the formation flags like they were treasures. He did not show much pride on his face. "This really has nothing to do with me. If I had not coincidentally obtained a set of universe flags, I really would not have been able to break the restriction that the evil king left behind." Lu Weiping ignored their compliments and walked straight in. With a wave of his hand, a token shot into one of the grooves on the middle-aged man's body. With a cracking sound, the towering tree strangely split into 2. revealing a path. Whoosh! With a flash, Lu Weiping flew in first. Elder Peng and the old man with the family name Lu hurriedly followed. Lu Weiping seemed to have obtained something this time. An incredible secret treasure. He was very confident of clearing the stage of the nascent flame. He forcefully destroyed all the traps along the way, leaving the rest far behind. As Elder Peng and the others chased after Lu Weiping, they saw the broken pieces of the traps on the ground. They exchanged glances. It looks like this Lu Weiping only wants to use Brother Lu to break the restriction outside. He is very confident of clearing the nascent flame and is planning to monopolize it. The stout man smiled coldly when he saw that Lu Weiping was no longer in sight. The pretty middle-aged woman also showed some displeasure on her face. She said, "Previously, we met with strong demonic beasts along the way. We all contributed. Otherwise, how could this trip be so easy?" The Heavenly Mystery Gates cultivator with the family name Lu glanced at Elder Peng and said, "Elder Peng, you have the best relationship with this Lu Weiping. You can be considered half a promoter. Can you explain what is going on?" After breaking the restriction, Lu Weiping moved quickly, no longer showing any intention of traveling with the others. Clearly, some of the agreements were no longer effective. The other three looked at Elder Peng, wanting to demand an explanation from him. If there was no reasonable explanation, they might attack immediately. The atmosphere in the underground tunnel immediately turned somewhat tense. The 5 peak martial sages released their auras indistinctly. Elder Peng's expression turned sullen. He said, "He found a letter personally written by the evil king. He probably can clear the nascent flame. Furthermore, he is certain that we will not be able to clear it. That's why he is so confident. However, we should wait until we reach the nascent flame first. What can the few of you change with your attitude towards me? You had best not do anything stupid. This old man has not made a move for many years. My hands are indeed itching." When Xiao Chun, who was not far away, saw this scene, he revealed a playful smile. Before reaching the nascent flame, the group showed signs of splitting up. This was beyond his expectations. This was good as well. Since they were not united, it would be easier for Xiao Chun to execute some of his plans. No matter what, Xiao Chun had to figure out the secret of the 7 thrones. He had to figure out whether the 7 thrones could merge or not. After merging, would there be the state of cycle? Chu Chaoyan's understanding of the state of primal chaos was ahead of Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chen had to figure out the state of cycle. This was an excellent opportunity. Lu Weiping had already disappeared. The situation had clearly turned somewhat strange. The group increased their speed and flew quickly through the underground tunnel. Xiao Chan did not execute Thunder Dragon steps. He only used the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring art, and easily followed behind the group. The distance between them never widened. After about 15 minutes, Elder Peng stopped in front of a cave. He had a sullen expression, and his eyes looked very frightening. A clump of white flame burned fiercely at the entrance of the cave, blocking the entire entrance. When the group looked around, they did not see Lu Weiping. The expressions of the others were extremely unsightly. This time Lu Weiping really intended to shake them off. The skinny old man who had remained silent all this time revealed an ambiguous smile and said, "This Lu Weiping really thinks that we won't be able to pass the trial of the nascent flame. Old friends, you should all be prepared this time, right?" The eyes of the Heavenly Mystery Gates old man flickered. Even with his proud character, he became cautious when facing this mysterious nascent flame. Elder Peng's expression turned uncertain. He glanced at Xiao Chun, who was behind him, and then muttered to himself, "I'll do it. My flame parting robe is a high-quality sage-grade secret treasure. After all, I don't believe that a clump of flame can block me." The stout man took out a black cloak and wore it. When he activated it, the cloak glowed with a cold light, forming a white light barrier. The others looked over. Since someone was willing to test it out, naturally they were happy to watch. Whoosh! The stout man flashed into the cave entrance. When he was just one step away from the large clump of nascent flame, he stopped. It looked like while he spoke casually, he was not very confident in his heart. The stout man did not make everyone wait for long. In the end, he took a step forward and walked in. The Heavenly Mystery Gates old man narrowed his eyes and looked carefully, not daring to relax for even a moment. Elder Peng and the others did the same, feeling extremely nervous. Xiao Chan crossed his arms and stared at the nascent flame. However, his state of mind was as calm as still water, without any fluctuations. Ah! The surroundings turned quiet. Just as everyone was extremely nervous, not even daring to breathe loudly, a miserable cry came from the nascent flame. A fiery light flashed and the stout man who had just stepped in, retreated in an extremely sorry state. His black cloak was nowhere to be seen. Most of the stout man's clothes were burned, and a large patch of his hair was charred yellow. Many burn marks were visible on his skin. This Feng is incompetent. This nascent flame will have to depend on my old friends. The burly man revealed an expression of lingering fear in his eyes. His earlier confidence was gone, and he walked over while cursing and cursing. The others remained silent. After a long time, the pretty middle-aged woman walked out. She took out a pearl and placed it in her mouth. Then she silently walked into the clump of flame. There was no need to wait for long. After a while, the pretty middle-aged woman came out. She took out a pearl and placed it in her mouth. Then she silently walked into the clump of flame. However, with the example of the stout man, this woman immediately retreated when she saw that something was wrong. Aside from her pale complexion, she did not suffer any injuries. Following that, Elder Peng and the skinny old man took out their fire-resistant secret treasures and tested them. In the end, they failed and even nearly drew the flames to themselves. The Heavenly Mystery Gate's old man smiled faintly and said, "It looks like it does not matter whether this old man tries or not. Even if I manage to get through by luck, I will not be a match for that old fogey Lu. I am really not resigned to this. The place where the evil king died has at least 4 or 5 king-grade secret treasures. Getting one is already worth it. After we get out, if this old man does not seek trouble with the Heavenly Evil Gate, my surname is no longer Feng." The stout man cursed and appeared extremely upset. The group gathered together and discussed how to get Lu Weiping to spit out something after they got out. Xiao Qin's eyes lit up like torches as he took in everyone's expressions. He discovered that everyone, including Elder Peng, was extremely furious. Only the Heavenly Mystery Gate's old man with the family name Lu showed a furious expression. However, his eyes clearly did not care much. Logically speaking, the Heavenly Mystery Gate's old man should have suffered the most. Without him breaking the restriction outside, even Lu Weiping would not have been able to enter. However, Xiao Chun did not care what this person thought. His figure flashed and he arrived before the hole. Then, he observed the clump of nascent flame at a close distance. When Elder Peng saw this scene, his eyes lit up. The group's successive failures nearly made him forget about their secret weapon, Xiao Chan. He smiled and said, "Everyone, perhaps you are not that pessimistic. The martial technique that this disciple of my sect practices is very effective against all sorts of flames." The stout man snorted coldly and said unconcernedly, "Just him? He is just a junior who is not even a martial sage. Old man Peng, I think you are getting muddle-headed with age. Right now we can only wait here for Lu Weiping to come out. If he leaves from another exit, we will go to the Heavenly Evil Gate together to put pressure on him. I don't believe that he will not spit out what we deserve." The others approved of this plan as well. With the 5 of them working together, they would definitely be able to suppress Lu Weiping. They would not be afraid of him falling out with them. Chapter 820. Along the way, they had no impression of Xiao Chun at all. He was like an invisible person. How could they have any confidence in him? Pusi. Just as the group discussed what to do when they went to the Heavenly Evil Gate, Xiao Chun took a step back and instantly executed the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram flew out from top to bottom. Under Xiao Chun's command, it slowly pressed down. The nascent flame, which was tightly blocking the entrance, slowly pressed down. After a while, the entire Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram stuck to the ground. The blocked entrance in front became empty, appearing before the group's eyes. The stout man was somewhat dumbfounded. Xiao Chun actually managed to suppress this nascent flame. What the peak inferior grade martial sages could not do, Xiao Chun did. When Xiao Chun entered, joy flashed in the eyes of the group, and they quickly flew in. "Little friend Xiao Chun, it is all thanks to you this time. Don't worry. If we really find a king grade secret treasure, This old man will guarantee that we will give you one." Elder Peng rejoiced. He had not expected this move of his to be useful at the crucial moment, suppressing the nascent flame, so he immediately guaranteed to Xiao Chun. 2 lights flashed, and the purple thunder true fire and the lunar true flame entered Xiao Chun's eyes. The nascent flame, which was suppressed to the ground, soared up again. The stout man smiled and said, "Little friend, it looks like you are quite capable. This Feng is sorry for offending you earlier. If we find a king-grade secret treasure this time, we will definitely let little friend choose one first." The others also guaranteed to let Xiao Chun choose first. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and casually said a few words, not saying anything more. The nascent flame blocked the way once more. If they could not find another exit, they would have to rely on him. These people were all smart people. They understood Xiao Chun's current value. Although his cultivation was not high, no one dared to underestimate him anymore. "The Heavenly Secrets Gates," Old Man Lu said. "Let's go quickly. If Lu Weiping has already left through another entrance, we will be in big trouble." The few of them came to their senses and hurriedly used their movement techniques to move forward. Along the way, they could see all kinds of broken mechanical beasts and traces of battle. There was no need to worry about how to find their way. So. When a peak inferior grade martial sage executed his movement technique at full power, he kicked up a strong wind. Even though Xiao Chun executed Thunder Dragon steps, he could still keep up easily. Xiao Chun's movement technique was no weaker than these martial sages. In fact, when he used his full power, he even had a slight advantage. This made him feel more confident. Finally, in an extremely spacious stone chamber, they finally saw Lu Weiping's figure. The stone room was hundreds of meters wide and thousands of meters long. At the end of the room was a praying mat, where a skeleton sat cross-legged, wearing a black robe. Lu Weiping had already removed the spatial ring from the skeleton's hand, and was now carefully examining the treasures inside. There were some unknown pieces of metal, secret treasures of various shapes, some jade bottles, and a black beast skin letter. Xiao Chun stared at the black beast skin letter. This was the letter that the evil king carried with him before he died. Perhaps the secret of the 7 thrones was in it. There were also many other treasures. However, they did not match the identity of an ancient sovereign martial emperor. It looked like the rumors were right. There was indeed something strange about the evil king's death. Lu Weiping, unexpectedly, you even dare to deceive this old man, wanting to monopolize the treasures that the evil king left behind. Elder Peng shouted at Lu Weiping furiously as he led a group of people over. The others spoke up as well. At this moment they had the advantage in numbers. Furthermore, Elder Peng was someone who could fight against a medial-grade martial sage. They did not fear Lu Weiping at all. This was especially so for the stout man. Murderous intent filled his eyes as he stared at Lu Weiping with malicious intent. However, Lu Weiping did not show any panic on his face. When he saw the confident group of people, his old face twitched. He said, "I am the sect master of the Heavenly Evil Gate, a descendant of the evil king. If his treasures are not mine, could it be yours?" Elder Peng's face sank. This Lu Weiping was completely prepared to fall out with them. However, there were so many people on his side. Where did he get his confidence from? The stout man said angrily, "Why are you speaking so much nonsense with him? Since he is not going to cooperate, then we will just go up and destroy him." When Elder Peng saw that the stout man was about to charge forward, he quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Don't act rashly. We can still negotiate. Brother Lu, speak." Before Elder Peng could finish speaking, he suddenly cried out miserably and vomited a large mouthful of blood. A dagger had pierced through his back and pierced his heart, revealing a small part of his chest. The exposed tip of the dagger had clearly been smeared with a horrifying poison. Now that it pierced his heart and contaminated him with poison, Elder Peng would definitely die. Elder Peng turned his head to see who attacked him from behind. However, the person who sneak attacked him directly punched his head. Lu Weiping, who was in front, smiled coldly and attacked at the same time. Using his cultivation as a medial-grade martial sage, he instantly severely injured the stout man beside Elder Peng. The situation in the field suddenly changed. "Brother Lu, what's wrong with you?" The sudden reversal of the situation made the remaining middle-aged beautiful woman, and the skinny old man turn pale with fright and their minds go blank. The person who sneak attacked them from behind was none other than the old man with the family name Lu from the Heavenly Mystery Gate. In an instant, he killed the defenseless Elder Peng. The matters of the world were always thought-provoking. Originally, Elder Peng and Lu Weiping were on the same side. The two of them were very powerful, so the others were forced to work together. However, Lu Weiping broke the agreement, wanting to take the evil king's inheritance for himself. This caused Elder Peng to betray them halfway. Originally, everyone thought that the situation was clear. Everyone would work together to deal with Lu Weiping, who broke the agreement, and then split the secret treasures evenly. Everyone could not wrap their heads around all this. However, from a spectator's point of view, they could figure out the mysteries behind it after some analysis. This was the second time Lu Weiping was searching for treasures. He no longer needed so many people. He only needed the old man with the family name Lu. Splitting the treasures with 2 people would be better than splitting it with 7 or 8 people. Naturally, the old man with the family name Lu agreed. Furthermore, Lu Weiping did not intend to let the others off either. If the old man did not kill them, they would come to the Heavenly Evil Gate to settle scores with him. That would be problematic. Hence the scene before them. The skinny old man and the middle-aged woman reacted immediately. Without saying anything, they turned and ran. Now that it was 2 against 2, even without the old man with the family name Lu, Lu Weiping could kill them alone. How could they not run? Lu Weiping smiled coldly and said, "I'll go and deal with these 2. I'll leave that brat to you." The old man with the family name Lu nodded to indicate that there was no problem. Then he looked at Xiao Chun casually and said, "Do you want me to do it? Or do you want to commit suicide? That way it might be less painful." After saying that, the old man with the family name Lu kicked casually and tossed Elder Peng's corpse towards Xiao Chun. The corpse flopped on the ground twice before landing at Xiao Chen's feet. As Xiao Chun looked at the headless corpse, he could not help but sigh. Elder Peng was a peak inferior grade half-sage. When he consumed some medicinal pills that Xiao Chun refined, even a medial grade martial sage could not do anything to him. However, the hearts of people were hard to predict. Even in death, Elder Peng probably did not know who sneak attacked him from behind. How could a teammate with similar interests betray him at the last moment? Furthermore, he attacked so quickly, accurately, and ruthlessly. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows and looked at the old man with the family name Lu, who seemed certain that he would be killed. He said, "Commit suicide? Sorry, but you killed an inner sect elder of my Haotian sect. This Xiao will not die until I take your life as a sacrifice." The old man with the family name Lu smiled coldly and said, "Kill me? Are you out of your mind? I am only 1 step away from becoming a medial grade martial sage. You are just a half-sage, and yet you dare to speak to me like that?" Xiao Chen's lips curled up as he mocked. "Will you be stuck at this step for 50 years, 70 years, or 100 years? You are seeking death." Xiao Chen's casual attitude finally angered the old man with the family name Lu. He leaped up, and his heavenly sage laws flowed out of his body, forming fiery red ribbons of light. From a distance, they looked like long whips made of intense flames dancing around. When the old man arrived, a horrifying heat surged over. Waves of flames covered the sky. Xiao Chun wanted to test the difference between him and a peak inferior grade martial sage. He did not dodge or dodge. Instead, he infused his heavenly sage laws into his palm. Xiao Chun clenched his fist tightly, and a dazzling electric light burst out. Bang! When the fist and palm met, there was an intense ear-splitting sound. Xiao Chun took 10 steps back, moving 100 meters with each step. Then his feet sank and he landed firmly on the ground. Xiao Chun frowned. In terms of explosive power, the difference between him and a peak inferior grade martial sage was obvious. However, it was not as if he could not put up a fight. By relying on his rank 2 sage body, he could clash head-on with the other party without any fear. However, there was still Lu Weiping, a bona fide medial grade martial sage, behind him. He had to end this battle quickly. Otherwise, Xiao Chun would not be able to carry out his plan. When the old man with the family name Lu saw that Xiao Chun only moved back 500 meters after receiving his palm strike, his complexion remained normal. He did not even suffer any light injuries. He could not help but feel apprehensive. Not daring to be careless, The old man with the family name Lu brought out his full strength. The heavenly sage laws behind him burned fiercely, forming an overwhelming flame. The temperature in the stone room soared. Several objects could not withstand the high temperature and burst into flames. The air was terrifyingly dry. Xiao Chan could not help but circulate his quintessence to resist the intense heat. In terms of pure cultivation, older generation cultivators were indeed horrifying. Xiao Chan could not use his cultivation to deal with such a situation. Berserk weapon blazing palm. The old man with the family name Lu shouted, and his clothes fluttered. His face flushed red, and his aura pressed down like a mountain. Unexpectedly, he used all his treasures on this move. The boundless flames behind the old man turned into beams of fiery light and entered his right arm. Before Xiao Chen's shocked gaze, the other party's red arm suddenly exploded. The arm turned into a huge flaming bracelet attached to the old man's shoulder and smashed towards Xiao Chan. This huge flaming hand was not symmetrical to the old man with the family name Lu's body. It looked like the arm of an ancient giant had been forcefully attached to a human's body. The old man with the family name Lu swung this huge hand. When the old man raised his hand, he silently melted a deep, arm-shaped pit in the ceiling of the stone room. Chapter 821. In the next moment, the old man landed before Xiao Chan. The huge flaming palm spread open, giving Xiao Chan no chance to dodge. Bang! The entire stone chamber shook violently. Pieces of rocks were peeled off and fell to the ground with a loud rumble. Waves of fire spread out in all directions. The old man with the family name Lu's arm recovered to its original state. He heaved a heavy sigh and looked at Xiao Chan, who was buried in the ground. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and revealed a merciless mocking smile. So what if you are a genius? Before advancing to martial sage, you are not worth mentioning before me. The old man with the family name Lu strode forward and headed for where Xiao Chan was buried. The old man coveted the martial technique that Xiao Chan used to suppress the nascent flame. If he could find it on Xiao Chan, he would have profited greatly. Xiao Chen's body was already buried in the ground. The old man was very confident in his palm strike. Even a cultivator with a rank 1 sage body would have their internal organs ruptured and die instantly. A cultivator without a rank 1 sage body would immediately turn into a pile of meat paste, not even leaving a corpse behind. Only a rank 2 sage body could resist this move head-on. However, a rank 2 sage body was something that only Grandmaster-level martial sages could achieve. Some people did not even place much importance on the physical body. Only the blue-robed emperor could achieve a rank 2 sage body. No matter how heaven-defying a half-sage like Xiao Chan was, he would not be able to achieve a rank 2 sage body. Indeed, the old man used his mental energy to check. Blood leaked out of the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth, and he was no longer breathing. In your next life, be more low profile. The old man with the family name Lu stretched out his hand and sucked. A strong wind blew, trying to suck the universe ring in Xiao Chen's hand over. Hu Qi. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen's palm suddenly moved. He flicked his finger, and a white astral core flickering with electric light shot out. The suction force welcomed the astral core and landed in the old man's palm. Xiao Chan, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. His sea of consciousness surged, and his divine sense instantly ignited the lightning engraved on the star nucleus. All of this happened in an instant. The old man didn't even have time to react before the white star core exploded. The energy of the astral core surged. The old man with the family name Lu, who had just executed a powerful move, was blasted into a mangled mess of flesh and blood. Xiao Chun leaped up and easily escaped. A longbow appeared in his hand. He knocked an arrow and drew the bowstring. All the strength in his body was released in an instant. The Soul Slayer bow exploded with an ear-piercing sonic boom. A cold light flew out like a meteor, chasing after the old man with the family name Lu. The arrow pierced through his heart, carrying with it a huge force. With a pung sound, it pinned him to the wall. Slowly landing on the ground, Xiao Chun took out an internal injury healing pill and swallowed it. He looked at the pill bottle and then at Elder Peng's headless corpse on the ground. Xiao Chun sighed softly and wrapped up Elder Peng's corpse. Then, he cleaned it up and placed it in his spatial ring. After all, they were from the same sect. He had to give the other party a proper burial. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and arrived before the evil king's corpse. Then, he swept away the things that Lu Weiping had poured out earlier and placed them in his spatial ring. Then he flicked his finger, and a black puppet snake appeared. When the old man with the family name Lu, who was hanging on the wall and breathing weakly, saw this scene, he could not help but lose all hope. Originally, the old man had hoped that Lu Weiping would come back to take revenge for him. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun had such a rare puppet snake secret treasure. With 3 steps, Xiao Chun arrived below the old man with the family name Lu and removed his spatial ring. Then he said calmly, "It is better to offend an old man than to bully a youth. Remember to be more low-key in your next life." After that, Xiao Chun entered the puppet snake and controlled it to burrow into the ground, vanishing from the stone room. "Brother Lu, are you done with that brat?" 10 minutes later, Lu Weiping returned with a relaxed expression after dealing with the 2 peak inferior grade martial sages. However, when Xiao Chun saw the old man with the family name Lu pinned to the wall by an arrow, he suddenly stopped speaking, and his expression changed drastically. Holding on to some hope, the old man looked at the empty space in front of the evil king's corpse. It was empty, and his face turned ashen. 50 kilometers away from the yellow soil demonic garden, a flat ground suddenly exploded. Dirt flew everywhere, and the black puppet snake leaped out. Xiao Chun activated the mechanism and leaped out. Then he looked around and found a forest. First, he used his spiritual sense to scan the area. Then he put away the puppet snake. His figure flashed, and he entered the forest. Inside the forest, Xiao Chun dug a hole and placed Elder Peng's corpse in. After burying it, he made a simple tombstone and carved Elder Peng's name on it. Looking at the simple grave, Xiao Chun thought for a long time. If one day he failed to prove his Tao and fell on the path to the great Tao, would anyone be willing to bury him? The path of cultivation was filled with thorns and dangers. One wrong step could result in death. Sometimes, even if one did nothing wrong, one might still be powerless. Xiao Chun bowed gently to the grave. He felt somewhat depressed, not wanting to remain in this place any longer. Xiao Chun hovered in the air and determined a general direction. Then he started moving quickly. Naturally, an explosive martial technique like Thunder Dragon Steps could not be used for long distances. However, with the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art, Xiao Chun would not be slow. Half a day later, a small city appeared in the distance. Xiao Chun increased his speed and arrived at the inn in the city before it turned dark. After resting for a night, Xiao Chun washed up and started to tidy up his gains from this trip. There was a total of 4 king-grade secret treasures. Xiao Chun checked them and discovered that 3 of them were severely damaged. Even if he used them to repair them, the gains would not make up for the losses. Such a result was rather disappointing. The deaths of Elder Peng and the others were not worth it. This was even more evidence that the evil king had died a sudden death. Several of the treasures did not even have time to preserve them before they died. If Xiao Chun had left some restrictions on them, they could have survived for 50,000 years. Of the 4 king-grade secret treasures, only one remained intact. It was an ancient lamp. The flame in the wick had been extinguished long ago. The formation lines, Tao marks, and materials were all well preserved, showing no signs of damage or decay. The evil king was a sovereign martial emperor from the ancient era. He had participated in the legendary War of the Emperors in the savage desolate land 50,000 years ago. For this ancient lamp to survive until now, it was definitely extraordinary. The other secret treasures had already deteriorated from the inside out with the corrosion of time. Only this lamp was undamaged. The layers of complicated formation lines and Tao marks were still there. As long as Xiao Chun left an imprint on it with his spiritual sense, he would be able to use it immediately. However, given Xiao Chun's current cultivation, even if he wanted to refine a king-grade secret treasure, he would not be able to use it. Xiao Chun first set this lamp aside and continued checking the other things. Most of the things that could survive until now without any damage were some kind of unknown heavy metal. When he held it in his hand, it was very heavy. This should be some kind of material. Xiao Chun called out Ao Jiao and asked, "What are these pieces of metal?" Ao Jiao weighed them in her hand and revealed a smile. She said, "They seem to be black-patterned gold. They are essential for forging divine weapons or emperor-grade secret treasures." Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart. He had heard of the great name of black pattern gold long ago. During the ancient era, sovereign martial emperors all had a divine weapon or emperor-grade secret treasure. At that time, the production of black pattern gold was frighteningly high. However, now black pattern gold was already extinct in the Kunlun realm. Only in the depths of the starry heavens, if one was lucky enough to collect some and sell them at an auction, they would fetch a sky-high price. There are more than 10 pieces of black pattern gold here. Do you think it is enough to upgrade the lunar shadow saber? Xiao Chen asked. Ao Jiao thought for a while before replying. It is definitely enough. However, there are no signs of the other materials yet. For example, high-ranked astral cores, 10,000-year-old frost iron cores, blood ice stones, and so on. Xiao Chen carefully put away the black pattern gold and said, "There's no need to be afraid. Although these are precious, they are not extinct. As long as we have the black pattern gold, we can slowly search for the rest." Subdivine weapons were not easy to forge. Normally, they only existed in sovereign noble clans. Upgrading a divine weapon to a subdivine weapon was even more difficult. However, the lunar shadow saber was different. Ao Jiao had nourished it for a long time. As long as the materials were gathered, it would be able to upgrade the lunar shadow saber immediately. Putting aside this matter, Xiao Chen had another thing that interested him. It was the set of universe flags from the Heavenly Mystery Gates Elder Lu. With a flip of his hand, 72 small red flags formed a ring in the room, spinning as they floated. Each of the flags contained mysterious talisman scripts and vast spiritual energy. Xiao Chen infused his spiritual sense into his eyes, searching for something among the 72 universe flags. After a while, he fixed his gaze on a particularly bright-colored flag. This should be the main flag. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grasped it. Then he used his spiritual sense to forcefully break the restrictions and enter the flag. Soon he found the spiritual sense imprint left by the old man with the family name Lu. Xiao Chen discovered it, but he was not in a rush to destroy it. Instead, Xiao Chen directly swallowed it up. Instantly, the various mysteries of this set of universe flags entered Xiao Chen's mind. This set of universe flags had a formation attached to it. When executed, it could trap people or protect one's residence or residence. Aside from this, there was another function. One could use it as a formation flag. When executing other formations, one would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Formation flags were something that the cultivators of the Immortal epoch refined. The method of making them no longer existed. Now, when cultivators laid formations, they mostly used spirit stones or astral cores or other energy crystals to embed in the nodes. With formation flags, not only could it save a lot of resources, but it could also increase the might of the formation. It was both convenient and powerful. Xiao Chen grasped the flag in his hand and infused his spiritual sense into it. Then he waved his hand, and the other 71 flags turned into beams of light. They quickly merged with the flag in his hand. Not bad. In the future, with this set of flags, be it trapping people or protecting my life, it will be very useful. If I learn how to lay formations, it will be even more useful. Xiao Chen carefully put away the universe banners and revealed a faint smile on his face. After he finished checking everything, he looked at the black letter. Chapter 822. The main purpose of this trip was to figure out the origins of the 7 thrones, and see if merging them into one could form the state of cycle. After that, he could upgrade it into the will of cycle to fight against Chu Chaoyun. Xiao Chen opened the letter and read it carefully. His expression changed continuously. The letter recorded some of the evil king's past experiences and his comprehension of the martial Tao. However, most of it was a kind of despair for the great Tao. As a powerful expert from the ancient era, he stood at the very peak. However, the higher one stood, the more reverence one would feel for this world. The more one understood, the more one would feel insignificant. The evil king used a very certain tone to express that there were definitely stronger existences above sovereign martial emperor. The peak of the martial Tao was not limited to this. However, the evil king could not enter. Some of the people who advanced to that realm also left mysteriously. The letter did record the 7 thrones very clearly. It was a cultivation technique that the evil king obtained from the Mirage Immortal Palace called the Cycle Art. One had to comprehend 7 wills: massacre, ruin, destruction, grief, pain, despair, and death. Finally, one had to comprehend the true essence of each, and merge them to cultivate the cycle art. The strength of the cycle art far surpassed that of any heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Every time one succeeded in cultivating a will, it would transform into a throne. The evil king left behind 7 thrones, which meant that he had successfully comprehended all 7 wills. However, he had not merged them, which meant that he had not cultivated the cycle art. According to the letter, the merging of the 7 thrones required a tool. Furthermore, this tool was still in the Mirage Immortal Palace. For the sake of finding this tool and becoming an existence that surpassed Sovereign Martial Emperor, the evil king activated a forbidden land in the Mirage Immortal Palace that even he could not clear. The letter ended there. However, Xiao Chun could roughly guess the contents of the letter. It was nothing more than the evil king failing to clear the forbidden land and escaping with his life. Then, he suffered an incurable injury and died. Xiao Chun closed the black letter and could not relax his frown. He did not see the glory of a sovereign martial emperor in the words at all. They were all filled with reverence for the great Tao, the pursuit of martial arts, the yearning for the unknown, and an indescribable loneliness. This gave Xiao Chun a deeper understanding of sovereign martial emperors. 10,000 years ago, the Qing emperor had been the strongest sovereign martial emperor since the ancient era. He had been unrivaled in the entire Kunlun realm. His heart was probably even lonelier than the evil king's. Would his reverence for the Great Path be as heavy as the evil king's? The Great Path was difficult. Was there really a peak? This was the first time Xiao Chun had such a question. Putting away those temporarily useless feelings, Xiao Chun summarized the information that was useful to him in the letter. The 7 thrones could indeed merge. It was not much different from what Xiao Chun had expected. After merging, the 7 states would form the state of cycle. This was a supreme concept that surpassed high-level concepts and pointed directly at the great Tao. However, in order to fuse them, one would need a tool. For now, Chun Feng did not know what that tool was. The only clue he had was in the Mirage Immortal Palace. It had been many years since the Mirage Immortal Palace had appeared. Even if it did, given his current level of strength, it would be hard for him to protect himself in the periphery. All the problems returned to the starting point: advancing to Martial Sage. Without advancing to Martial Sage, everything else was just empty talk. Xiao Chun hoped that when he returned to the Haotian realm, there would be news from Ying Qiong. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to advance to Martial Sage within a year. Xiao Chun had only been in the Kunlun realm for a mere 2 years, and his cultivation had already soared from Martial Monarch to peak Half-Sage. However, he was still slightly weaker than the geniuses of the other races. Not to mention the others, just the matters of the 3 holy masters meant that Xiao Chun had spent more than 3 years in the Half-Sage realm. After tidying up everything, Xiao Chun did not intend to remain in the primal chaos domain. He intended to directly teleport to the central province and return to the Tianwu domain first. Just as Xiao Chun opened the door, urgent footsteps came from the corridor. An ordinary-looking man dressed as a waiter walked over. "Might I ask if this is the Haotian sect's young master Xiao Chun?" the waiter asked after he approached. Xiao Chun sensed that the other party was indeed an ordinary person, someone who had not even condensed a martial spirit. He replied calmly, "That is me. Did someone ask you to bring a message?" The waiter did not answer directly. The smile on his face did not change as he said, "Indeed, someone asked this lowly one to bring a message. However, would young Master Xiao be able to prove your identity first?" "This is my Haotian sect identity token. It should be enough." Xiao Chun handed over his identity token. He felt somewhat suspicious. He wondered which major faction he could find so quickly in the primal chaos domain. The waiter checked the identity token and said, "Haha, it is indeed young Master Xiao. This is a letter that Miss Ying Qiong asked our organization to bring to you. Please take a look." Xiao Chun felt excited. He received the letter and read it. After a while he revealed a smile. The flaming sunfruit, the 3 holy masters' grass, and the heaven dragon flower finally made some headway. When Xiao Chun raised his head to take a look, the waiter had already taken his leave. Xiao Chun burned the letter and rushed down the stairs. "Xiao Chun, why are you smiling so happily? What is written in the letter?" Ao Jiao asked out of curiosity from the immortal spirit ring. Without stopping, Xiaochan smiled faintly and said, "We are not returning to the Haotian sect. We are going directly to the profound domain to look for Yingqiong. She has already found the 3 main ingredients for the breaking sage pill." Ao Jiao giggled and said, "That is indeed something to be happy about. Congratulations." Xiaochan smiled and did not say anything. Just as he was about to go down to the first floor, his expression changed slightly. Suddenly, he pulled back and hit himself in the corridor below. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Xiaochan smiled gently and said calmly, "I met an old friend. Do you still remember Zhong Zhenghao? He is on the first floor of the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion in Hunluo City, the evil person who took away the broken mulberry sword." Ao Jiao's expression changed. She asked, "What's wrong? Are you afraid that he will seek trouble for you?" Xiaochan's lips curled up slightly. "Afraid that he will seek trouble for me? Right now, I am the one seeking trouble for him. I have long wanted to touch him in Hunluo City. It is time to take back the remaining piece of the mulberry sword." On the first floor of the inn, Zhong Zhenghao, who exuded a baleful aura, wore sackcloth robes and ate expressionlessly. Based on the expression on his face, he did not seem to be having a good time recently. Compared to Hunluo City, there were many experts in the primal chaos domain. The cruelty of the environment far surpassed that of Hunluo City. The evil cultivators of the mortal race, ghost race, deity race, biting race, and corpse race all gathered here. With Zhong Zhenghao's cultivation as a peak inferior grade martial sage, it would be impossible for him to obtain a status like that of Hunluo City. After leaving the inn, Zhong Zhenghao headed for the outskirts of the city. Along the way he frowned a few times. However, he did not say anything. He continued walking until he reached a rather desolate area outside the city. "Sir, after following me for so long, isn't it time to reveal your true self?" Zhong Zhenghao released a baleful aura, and a murderous intent filled his eyes. Strands of heavenly sage laws came out of his body and started absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. Zhong Zhenghao said expressionlessly as his aura reached its peak in an instant. Whoosh! A figure flashed in the air. Xiaochan floated down and landed on the ground. He smiled gently and said, "Sir, you have good eyes. Do you still remember me?" "You?" Doubt flashed in Zhong Zhenghao's eyes. He quickly recalled, and the doubt in his eyes vanished. Greed flashed in his eyes as he said, "So it is you. Are you here to deliver the myriad heaven divine fist to me? I have really troubled you. I ran to the primal chaos domain, yet you still followed me. Sorry, I am here to take your life." Xiaochan took out the universe flags and formed hand seals. He quickly activated the formations of the 72 universe flags. The flags fluttered and quickly stabbed into the ground. In the blink of an eye, the area within a 5-kilometer radius was isolated by an invisible barrier, ensuring that Zhong Zhenghao could not escape. Zhong Zhenghao's expression did not change at all. He coldly eyed Xiaochan's actions, and the greed in his eyes intensified. He said, "Universe flags. These things are extinct. Brat, you really have a lot of treasures in your hands. I can use you as a sumptuous snack. I have not gained anything in the primal chaos domain recently." Zhong Zhenghao's figure moved, and an overwhelming baleful aura spread out. He punched, and the black heavenly sage laws behind him formed a demonic figure, making him look incredibly sinister. The accumulations of the older generation martial sages were extremely terrifying. They had more than 100 years of cultivation. Even in terms of cultivation techniques and states, they could not compare to the geniuses of the younger generation. A profound cultivation base and seasoned combat experience could make up for these shortcomings. If Zhong Zhenghao ran into another genius half-sage, he would not be able to escape defeat as a peak inferior grade martial sage. Unfortunately, he ran into Xiaochan. Xiaochan did not take a step back when facing this overwhelming punch. He executed myriad heaven divine fist, deities descending, and punched. Bang! The demonic figure behind Zhong Zhenghao crumbled, and he retreated 100 meters. His qi and blood surged, and his expression turned strange. In his fight with the old man with the family name Lu, Xiaochan already had a clear understanding of the strength of a peak inferior grade martial sage. He could definitely defeat his opponent with deities descending. Not giving his opponent too much time to be shocked, Xiao Chan drew the lunar shadow saber. Instantly, thunder roared, and the immortal will of thunder surged out. After knocking back Zhong Zhenghao with one punch and suppressing his aura, Xiao Chan unleashed the might of his will and completely suppressed his opponent's aura, not giving him a chance to counterattack. Xiao Chan used the lightning tribulation saber technique, attacking move after move. Rumble! Thunder roared endlessly, and the might of Xiao Chen's will pressed down. After 100 moves, Zhong Zhenghao started to look inferior to Xiao Chen's chain of attacks. Xiao Chan did not fear clashing head-on with Zhong Zhenghao's moves. Zhong Zhenghao had his trump cards, but so did Xiao Chan. The 3 moves of the dragon subduing slash completely suppressed his opponent. Zhong Zhenghao's killing moves instantly crumbled. This was especially so for the final move, double dragons playing with pearls. Xiao Chan could not dodge it, and it struck Zhong Zhenghao's body. As for the lightning tribulation saber technique, a saber technique with a might no weaker than a heaven-ranked martial technique, it was executed casually by Xiao Chan. He was very familiar with it. It was like he was executing an ordinary saber technique without pause. After another 100 moves, Zhong Zhenghao felt that his internal injuries could no longer endure, and he wanted to retreat. However, Xiao Chan relied on his rank 2 sage body and looked much better than Zhong Zhenghao. Chapter 823. Zhong Zhenghao executed a secret technique and soared into the sky. He wanted to leave the battlefield to stop fighting with Xiao Chan. Bang! When Zhong Zhenghao reached 1,000 meters away, he ran into a formless barrier and was knocked back down. Horror filled his face. When Xiao Chan saw this scene, he smiled coldly and sheathed his saber. The electricity in the sky gathered together and formed a purple lightning talisman. Xiao Chan pointed and a purple light flew out. The immortal inscriptions on the talisman spun. Zhong Zhenghao, who had fallen to the ground, had no time to react. The talisman easily broke his weak protective quintessence. With a pui sound, a bloody hole appeared in Zhong Zhenghao's chest. He roared in dissatisfaction and walked over to Xiao Chen. In the end, he only took 10 steps before he collapsed. The purple talisman returned to Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Then he waved his hand, and the universe flags turned into beams of light and landed in his palm. This was the first time he used the universe flags, and the results were pretty good. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and took out Zhong Zhenghao's universe ring. Xiao Chan found the broken half of the mulberry sword. Xiao Chan could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He had been afraid that Zhong Zhenghao would smelt this broken sword. If that was the case, there would be no point in finding it. Xiao Chan took back the broken half of the mulberry sword for Ao Jiao. Nothing else. Ao Jiao revealed herself and played with the broken half of the mulberry sword that Xiao Chan handed to her. She revealed a nostalgic expression in her eyes. Compared to before, that sorrowful expression was nowhere to be seen. The matters of the Thunder King were already in the depths of her mind, becoming memories. She could reminisce about them but not feel sad. One had to look forward. Hee. There are many good materials in this broken half of the mulberry sword. Are you really going to give it to me and not smelt it back? The broken half of the sword flew around in Ao Jiao's hand. It was like she had an extra arm. She was very familiar with it. Xiao Chan curled his lips and pretended to be angry. He said, "Strange, am I such a selfish person in your eyes?" Ao Jiao giggled and said, Stupid master. You still have some self-awareness, huh? I suddenly feel that I have to change my mind. If I reforge it, I might be able to obtain 1 or 2 more materials to upgrade the lunar shadow saber. Dream on. How could I give you something that you gave me back? Besides, it was originally mine. The two of them bickered happily as they quickly left this place, heading toward the city of the profound domains in clan. Naturally, Xiao Chan could not rely on his own strength to fly to the profound domain. Given the vast borders of the Kunlun realm, even if it was not a boundless sea, he would not be able to fly to the profound domain. At the very least, one would need to be at the level of the blue-robed emperor to be able to rely on their own strength to travel unhindered in all directions. This had to do with the spatial structure of the Kunlun realm. Once the speed reached a critical point, it could not be increased any further. He had to tear through the void. Otherwise, the faster he moved, the greater the resistance and the greater the consumption. No one in the martial sage realm could withstand it. After circling around for a while, Xiao Chun finally returned to the Tianwu domain's central province. Due to the impending demonic god blood sacrifice, the peak factions of the primal chaos domain started to reshuffle. They were all prepared to take advantage of the chaos to make a fortune. For the sake of the impending chaos, they all expanded their territories and frantically replenished their strength. Several cities with transportation formations fell under strict control. Xiao Chun had to spend some effort to find a way to get a spot. He spent a large sum of money to obtain a transportation formation. There were some stories that happened, and he saw the true dangers of the primal chaos domain. This was a chaotic land where the 5 major races and some ancient races gathered. As an inferior-grade martial sage, Xiao Chun could not be too unbridled. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. This was indeed a paradise for rogue cultivators. There were no scruples, and there were no dignified guardians. Whoever had the bigger fist was the truth. The strong grew stronger and the weak grew weaker. The survival of the fittest was a cruel daily scene. After seeing the horrifying accumulations of some of the major factions, Xiao Chun felt somewhat worried. If the demonic god blood sacrifice came, the demons would choose to attack the Tianwu domain. There would be the army of the demons in front and the evil cultivators taking advantage of the situation behind. To the Tianwu domain, this would be a huge disaster. However, there was still some time to prepare. According to the information that Xiao Chun obtained, the demonic god blood sacrifice this time would take place at least 10 years later. However, 10 years was not a long time. Based on Xiao Chun's experience, he had already been in this world for 6 years. Based on the age of this world, he was already 23 years old. To Xiao Chun, the events of 6 years ago were still fresh in his mind. As a sovereign noble clan, the Ying clan had been in the profound domain for tens of thousands of years. Their faction could be said to be spread throughout the profound domain. They were not much stronger than Bushin Palace. However, they were not as strong in terms of peak experts. After Xiao Chun arrived in the profound domain, he flew all the way to the Ying clan's headquarters, Qin City. This was a city even more majestic than Haotian City. Based on this, the name of the Sky Dome Realm's Great Qin Nation should have something to do with this Qin City. Although this city was the Ying clan's headquarters, it was open to the outside world. The entire city was very prosperous. In terms of commercial development alone, it could leave Haotian City in the dust. After putting on a black cloak and entering the city, Xiao Chun headed straight for the largest inn in the city, the Heavenly Water Restaurant. When Xiao Chun arrived at the inn, he informed the waiter and was immediately led to a private room for distinguished guests. "This guest, please wait for a while. The young miss will be here soon," the waiter said respectfully to Xiao Chun in the private room. After waiting for 3 or 4 months, Xiao Chun was not afraid of waiting any longer. He waved his hand and dismissed the waiter. Since he had nothing to do, he took out the painting of the Qing Emperor drawing the saber and looked at it. Xiao Chun was already used to the feeling of being killed. Now, when he faced this painting of the Qing Emperor drawing the saber, he could remain as still as a mountain, not panicking at all. He could only deal with the person in the painting in that mysterious space. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Chun heard footsteps. He put away the painting of the Qing Emperor drawing the saber and waited quietly. "Young Master Xiao, it has only been 3 or 4 months, yet you have become so cautious. This is not like you." Creak. The door opened gently and Ying Qiong, dressed in phoenix robes, walked in with a smile on his face. Xiao Chun removed his hood and said calmly, "The other 3 sovereign noble clans view me as a thorn in their side. Now that I have come to the profound domain, I have to be more cautious." Ying Qiong sat across from Xiao Chun. His alluring figure exuded a boundless charm. He revealed a meaningful smile and said, "The descendant of the Qing Emperor, the first rank of the human proud son of heaven ranking. It would be hard for you not to attract attention." Xiao Chun did not want to linger on this topic, so he went straight to the point. "You breached the contract 2 months later than the agreed time." A mischievous expression appeared on Ying Qiong's pretty face. She smiled craftily and said, "This is not considered breaching the contract. If not for the fact that you wanted to collect 2 sets of ingredients, I would have prepared them for you long ago." According to the unwritten rules, if one breached the contract, they would have to pay a certain price to make it up to the other party. Clearly, Ing Chong did not want to suffer such a loss. Xiao Chan did not bother arguing with her. He took out the other half of the great rock spreading wings painting and said, "Take it out then. Refining the breaking sage pill will take some time. I do not have much time to waste." Ing Chong did not beat around the bush. With a flip of her hand, 3 brocade boxes appeared in front of her, floating quietly. Then she flicked her finger, and the brocade boxes opened. Instantly, a dense medicinal fragrance wafted out. Xiao Chun extended his spiritual sense and easily determined the authenticity of the ingredients. The flaming sun fruit, the 3 holy masters' grass, and the heaven dragon flower were all real. "Good, you did not lie to me. You are indeed capable. You can bring me the 3 main ingredients now," Xiao Chun said indifferently. However, Ing Chong smiled faintly and did not move. She said, "Bring me the other half of the core painting piece first. After that, I will give you the 3 main ingredients." Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows and said, "What's wrong? You don't trust me?" "Haha, why would you trust me?" There was indeed no sense of trust between the two of them. This girl had already tricked Xiao Chun once in the star grave. Naturally, he would not let it happen again. Although the other half of the core painting piece could not allow Xiao Chun to become a martial sage, it was still very useful. Ing Chong was worried that Xiao Chun would go back on their agreement after obtaining the other half of the core painting piece. For the sake of secrecy, she did not bring many people with her. Given Xiao Chun's methods, even if he wanted to kill her, he would not be able to keep her here. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. After thinking for a while, he said, "Very well. Since that is the case, how about we push the things in our hands to each other at a constant speed?" Ing Chong did not have any misgivings about this. She said, "That is exactly what I was thinking." Xiao Chun gently raised his palm and pushed. The core painting piece, giving off a faint light, slowly moved towards the other party. Ing Chong did the same, slowly pushing the 3 brocade boxes towards the other party. The 2 brocade boxes were less than half a meter away from each other. However, the speed of the 2 items was like that of a snail. After a few minutes, they barely crossed the halfway mark. The treasures of both sides overlapped in the air. Both of them heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they crossed the middle, they would be able to take what they wanted. Bang! Just as the 2 of them focused on each other, a figure suddenly knocked over the door to the booth. The expressions of Xiao Chun and Ing Chong changed at the same time. They quickly put away their things. The person who knocked over the door was an old woman with a high cultivation. When Xiao Chun checked, he felt that she was at least a medial-grade martial sage. Ing Chong's expression appeared even more flustered than Xiao Chen's. He helped the old woman up with a sullen expression and asked, "What's going on?" "Young miss, leave quickly. The people outside are all dead." "I cannot last much longer either," the old woman said as she coughed and vomited a mouthful of blood. Clearly, she suffered severe internal injuries. Whoosh! A figure flashed outside the door, and a yellow-robed old man appeared. He smiled coldly and said, "You want to leave? Do you think that is possible?" Ing Chong's expression changed. He exclaimed, "Third uncle, why is it you?" The person who came was actually Ing Chong's third uncle, someone who held a high position in the clan and was extremely strong. The old woman struggled to get up and pushed Ing Chong back. She said, "Leave quickly. Don't bother about me." Ing Chong struggled in his heart for a while before he roughly understood what was going on. He turned around and leaped towards the booth's window. Chapter 824. Along the way, Xiao Chun suddenly thought of Xiao Chun. He glanced at his seat, but it was empty. After the old woman entered, Xiao Chun immediately left silently. Seeing this scene, Ing Chong could not help but curse in her heart. To think that this lady was still thinking about him. Unexpectedly, this fellow is even faster than a rabbit. Whoosh! Ing Chong leaped out of the window. This place happened to be behind the Heavenly Water Restaurant. It was quiet and secluded. Normally few people pass by. The moment he landed, Ing Chong saw Xiao Chun standing in front with a frown. She quickly chased after Xiao Chun and ruthlessly smacked him. "Aren't you very fast? Why aren't you running anymore?" Ing Chong said in a fit of pique. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and did not reply. He only looked around. Ying Qiong followed Xiao Chen's gaze and saw a masked man standing on the roofs of a few nearby buildings. They were all dressed in black with a venomous purple scorpion embroidered on their chests. Only their eyes were exposed, and they held weapons in their hands. Their gazes were cold like they were corpses. Ying Qiong took in a deep breath of cold air. She stared at the poisonous purple scorpion and muttered, "This is my Ying clan's saint-level death-sworn warrior. What a great Ying fan. You really dared to attack." Xiao Chen's expression was extremely unsightly as well. He quickly thought of a countermeasure. There was a total of 5 black-clad men. Their cultivations were all medial-grade martial sages. If there were only one of them, Xiao Chen would not have any problems escaping. If he worked together with Ying Qiong, they might even be able to defeat one of them. With 5 medial-grade martial sages working together, furthermore, they were death-sworn paid for by the Ying clan. There was no need to think too much. They would not be able to put up a fight. If each of them struck Xiao Chen with a killing move, no matter how strong his physical body was, he would turn into a meat patty. However, he did not feel much fear at all. He had the will clone of the Haotian Great Monarch, and he could summon it out automatically in times of danger. With that, he would be able to crush the 5 of them easily. However, that will clone could only be used once. The Haotian Emperor had expended a lot of energy to create it, so he couldn't give him a second will clone. It was his final life-saving trump card, and he would never use it unless he had no other choice. The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth twitched. He smiled gently and said, "Miss Ying, I've really been implicated by you this time. Let's leave it to fate. I won't pursue this matter further." Obviously, this group of people had come to kill Ying Qiong. This was an internal dispute within the Ying family. This kind of thing was not rare. In order to fight for the position of successor, the various factions of the family would sometimes go to extremes. If this happened to a sovereign noble clan with a long inheritance, the benefits involved would be even greater. Such a method made even more sense. If they split up, the pressure on the 2 of them would be much smaller, and their chances of escaping would be much higher. After speaking, electric light flashed under Xiao Chen's feet, and he leaped forward. However, a fragrant wind blew from behind. Before Xiao Chen could dodge, he felt something pressed down on his back. A pair of arms bent gently and wrapped around Xiao Chen's neck. It was Ying Qiong hugging Xiao Chen from behind. Before Xiao Chen could say anything, he had just used the explosive power of Thunder Dragon Steps to break through the encirclement of the 5. 5 strong attacks carried a berserk wind as they surged towards him. Every one of these attacks was extraordinary. If they landed on his body, he would not feel good. Xiao Chen maintained absolute calm and executed Thunder Dragon Steps at full power. Electricity flickered and he moved 3 kilometers in one step. The 5 black-clad men chased after him unhurriedly. Their figures leaped up and down as they executed all sorts of attacks, coordinating with each other as they attacked Xiao Chen continuously. While fleeing at full speed, Xiao Chen still had to change his position to dodge the attacks from behind. Furthermore, he was carrying a woman on his back. His Thunder Dragon Steps descended another kilometer. Xiao Chen could cross only 2 kilometers in one step. The 5 people behind him chased relentlessly, sending out lethal martial techniques. All sorts of resplendent multicolored lights appeared in the air, causing space to fluctuate and form ripples that spread out. The buildings in the city were all turned to ashes by the shock waves. The mastermind seemed to have planned this long ago. Along the way, Xiao Chen did not see a single person. He guessed that this large area had been sealed off. To be able to do this, it had to be the true upper echelon of the Ying clan. The other party was determined to kill Ying Qiong. The people behind chased relentlessly. When Xiao Chen dodged, he was no longer as calm as before. He brushed past them several times. "Miss Ying, speaking of which, how long are you going to hug me? If you still don't come down, I will really throw you off." Xiao Chen felt helpless when facing the beauty behind him. He had never seen such a carefree girl before. The other party's voluptuous figure pressed tightly against him. Any man would feel disturbed. Xiao Chen endured it very bitterly. When Ying Qiong heard this, she could not help but hug Xiao Chen even tighter. She said anxiously, "If not for fear of exposing your movements, this lady would not have brought only 2 guards out. You have to take responsibility for anything you say." Naturally, Xiao Chan did not believe the other party's words. After dodging another attack, Xiao Chan said with a cold expression, "Come down. If you still don't come down, I will not be polite to you anymore." Ing Qiong smiled faintly and moved her body gently behind Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan could clearly feel two voluptuous breasts rubbing against his back. In a moment of carelessness, Xiao Chan nearly lost control of his quintessence, causing him to fall from the sky. Young Master Xiao, let's see how you are going to be rude to me." Ing Qiong tilted her head slightly and blew a breath of hot air on Xiao Chen's face. She said, "It does not matter whether you believe me or not. In any case, today's matter is because of you. If not for protecting your secret, I would not have brought only 2 guards. No matter what you say, you have to take responsibility. Don't leave me behind." Xiao Chan took a deep breath and slowly descended from the sky. He floated steadily and landed on the ground. He said calmly, "Come down then. I'm afraid of you. I will ensure your safety today." Ing Qiong shook her head like a rattle drum. She said, "Not coming down, not coming down. The moment I come down, you will leave me behind. How can I be a match for 5 medial-grade martial sages?" Xiao Chun smiled helplessly. He grabbed Ing Qiong's wrists with both hands and slowly pried them open. He said softly, "Come down. Since I promised, I will definitely ensure your safety." For some reason, Xiao Chun said these words. Perhaps it was because of his sincerity, or perhaps it was because of Xiao Chen's character. His words sounded very convincing. Xiao Chun gently pried Ing Qiong's hands open. Then he put them down and said, "Stand behind me. Don't do anything." After that, Xiao Chun turned around and looked coldly at the 5 people flying over. He patted his chest with his right hand, and the void projection painting appeared in his palm. Ing Qiong was slightly stunned, somewhat horrified. Why did Xiao Chun stop and face 5 medial-grade martial sages head-on? Was this any different from suicide? "Don't move. Just stand there." Just as Ing Qiong was about to step forward and stop Xiao Chun, Xiao Chen's indifferent voice rang out. "Hu Qi." A surging icy sword qi tore through the air and flew out. Everywhere it passed, ice and snow fell. The air seemed to freeze, so cold that it made one shiver. Before the sword qi arrived, a cold wind arrived. As the wind howled, a chill spread from Xiao Chen's feet to his chest, making his limbs cold and immobilizing him. The heavenly sage laws in Xiao Chen's body surged like a purple river of electricity, flowing through his entire body and eliminating this chill. Xiao Chun flipped his hand, and the void projection painting unfurled. A red light flashed, and the scarlet lotus flame in his palm leaped out of the painting and clashed with that icy sword qi. The scarlet blood frost flame was rumored to be one of the evilest flames in the world. Although this was not a replica, it contained its true essence. However, its might was significantly reduced. Wuxia. When the scarlet lotus flame crashed into the surging icy sword qi, it immediately stuck to it. The scarlet lotus flame turned into a scarlet membrane that covered the entire surface of the icy sword qi. The frost flame quickly permeated into the icy sword qi and assimilated it in the blink of an eye, turning it into scarlet specks floating in the air. Then they quickly reformed into a scarlet lotus flower. Ignoring the shocked black-clad man, Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and pointed. The scarlet blood frost flame turned into a flame spirit that tangled with the other party. According to Xiao Chen's estimation, given the scarlet blood frost flame's current level, the flame spirit that it formed should be as strong as a half-sage. However, it would not have any weaknesses. Without the suppression of the pure yang flame, even a medial-grade martial sage would have to put in a lot of effort to kill this flame spirit. This flame spirit could help Xiao Chun by some time. Xiao Chun did not have time to think. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes and formed a Taiji yin-yang flame diagram above his head. They chased each other, materializing the 4 divisions and the 8 trigrams. Bang! 2 strong attacks struck this Taiji yin-yang flame diagram from above, and gave off a dazzling golden light. A loud sound rang out. Xiao Chun felt like the mental energy in his sea of consciousness was like a dam opening, leaking out wildly. However, Xiao Chun managed to block these 2 attacks. Furthermore, they were reflected back at the 2 at an even more horrifying speed. The killing moves that the 2 executed were so fast. Furthermore, they did not expect their martial techniques to be reflected back. Hence, they were struck by their own martial techniques and knocked back more than 4,000 meters. Xiao Chen did not stop moving. His expression did not change at all. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram spun again, and an arm stretched out from it. In an instant it expanded rapidly. The emperor's might of a peerless sovereign came out from his arm as he lightly clapped his hand. Then the palm gently smashed down and knocked back one of the black-clad men, causing him to vomit blood. After this strike, the arm quickly retracted back into the diagram. Xiao Chen's mental energy was also completely drained. The light from the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram above his head vanished and returned to his eyes. One left. In a few breaths, Xiao Chen knocked back 4 people. This scene stunned Ding Qiong, who was watching from behind. However, the last person of the other party had already succeeded in pressing forward. Given the other party's strength, they would not be able to kill Xiao Chen quickly in close combat. Delaying Xiao Chen would not be a problem. However, once the others recovered, only death awaited them. Thinking of this, Ding Qiong could not help but pale slightly. A wooden umbrella appeared in his hand as he prepared to fly forward. Battle Sage's Strength Character Formula. 36-fold Combat Prowess. Chapter 825. When Xiao Chen saw the final person approaching him, his expression remained as calm as still water. He did not panic at all as he put away the void projection painting and summoned out the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chen used the Strength Character Formula to drive Soaring Dragon. A vast aura spread out boundlessly from his body. A dragon roar resounded and a strong wind blew. The surging aura was like a snowy mountain collapsing, inspiring fear. The black-clad masked man actually paused for a moment in midair. Hidden dragon in the depths, soaring dragon in the sky. It is fine if it does not move, but when it does, it soars into the clouds and looks down on the mountains and rivers. Xiao Chen gently took a step forward, and a boundless energy burst forth. In that instant, a 1,000-meter-long crack appeared in the ground, splitting the flat ground in half. When Xiao Chen drew his saber, it gave off a resplendent and dazzling light. He soared up like a blue dragon. With 36-fold combat prowess, the roar of this blue dragon could shatter a martial sage's courage. Xiao Chen's momentum was even more unblockable. A horrifying wound appeared on the masked man's chest, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. His fate was unknown as he flew back 10 kilometers. Although all this took a long time to describe, Xiao Chen had indeed blocked the attacks of the 5 medial-grade martial sages in an instant. He only needed to raise his hand a few times to block these insufferably arrogant 5 people. Xiao Chen forcefully suppressed the aftereffects of using the Strength Character Formula, and took out the puppet snake. Then he picked up the somewhat stunned Ding Qiong and quickly entered the puppet snake. After blocking for a while, there should be enough time for the puppet snake to move. Xiao Chen had beaten back 5 medial-grade martial sages with a wave of his hand as a half-sage. If he told others about this, no one would believe him. However, it had happened right now. The 5 masked black-clad men recovered slightly. Then they gathered together with furious expressions. Between them was a hole as wide as a water bucket. It was pitch black and bottomless. They exchanged glances and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. With their abilities, they could split mountains and split rocks. They could even overturn rivers and seas in a small area. However, drilling into the ground with the agility of animals was a little too much for them. Of course, cultivators who practiced special cultivation techniques did not exist. There would always be some extraordinary people in the world. However, it was clear that these 5 were not such people. Puppet Snake. This guy actually possesses such an almost extinct artifact. This is going to be difficult. With great difficulty, I managed to drag some of the elders of the clan over, but that girl still managed to escape. The 5 of them were a little flustered. If they allowed Ding Qiong to leave this time, once the matter in the depths of the starry sky was settled, all the elders would return. What awaited them then would not be a good outcome. Whoosh! A gust of wind was heard. The expert who had killed the old lady who served Ding Qiong came to the entrance of the cave. After listening to what had happened, his face slowly turned gloomy. The old man said angrily, "What a descendant of the Qing Emperor! How dare you ruin my plan like this? Third elder, what should we do? Now that we cannot kill the second young miss, what should we do?" The yellow-robed old man said calmly, "I will think of a way to suppress this matter. Since I made a move naturally, I am prepared for failure. You all can return first." When the 5 black-robed men saw that the old man was so calm, not flustered at all, they could not help but heave a sigh of relief. After respectfully receiving their orders, they turned around and prepared to leave. Wuxia. An extremely fast saber light flashed, and 5 heads flew into the air. Their eyes filled with disbelief. Unexpectedly, the yellow-robed old man's plan was to silence them by killing them. Even more unexpectedly, this yellow-robed old man was a Grandmaster-level martial sage. If they had known, they would have kept an eye out and not casually shown their backs to this person. A figure descended. It was the handsome man who had stood beside Ing Qiong during the Sage War. He frowned slightly and looked at the cave under his feet. He said, "Second sister, you are really lucky. You paid such a huge price to lay this trap." Unexpectedly, an unexpected person broke it so easily. The yellow-robed old man sighed softly and said, "First, young master, I will deal with the aftermath. I will not implicate you in this matter." The young man entered deep thought. After a while, he stretched out his right hand, and a small bird appeared in his palm. He raised his hand and let go, and the small bird flew into the cave. That white-robed bladesman should not have any combat prowess for the time being. If my wind-chasing bird can find them, we should still have a chance. The yellow-robed old man's eyes lit up. He said, "In that case, I will go and make preparations now." The young man raised his hand and said, "There's no need. Just focus on dealing with the aftermath. I will deal with the rest. If we make a mistake, we will lose our luck. If we do our best, we will be going against the heavens. I will just send some people over." Outside Qin City, in a forest 1,500 kilometers away, the calm soil suddenly exploded, and a black snake leaped out. The mechanism under the snake's belly opened, and 2 figures jumped out. Tiny scarlet lines covered Xiao Chen's entire body, appearing and disappearing as if his skin would burst. Xiao Chun did his best to suppress the aftereffects of using the strength character formula, and put the puppet snake into the universe ring. Then, he put on his hood again and stared at the cave with a grave expression. Before Ing Qiong's somewhat doubtful gaze, Xiao Chun suddenly made a move after a while. A sharp saber chi shot out from his fingertip. Kasie. The wind-chasing bird, which was less than half the size of a palm, was chopped in half by this purple saber chi the moment it emerged. "This is the wind-chasing bird that my big brother Ing Fan raised. It really is him," Ing Qiong said with a somewhat gloomy expression. If he had only guessed earlier, now that he saw this unique wind-chasing bird, there was no need for any evidence to prove anything. After waiting for a while and seeing that no wind-chasing bird came out, Xiao Chun relaxed. The skin on his face, which was hidden under his hood, slowly split open and blood flowed out. "Miss Ing, you are already safe. Can we continue with our agreement?" Pain spread through Xiao Chun like needles pricking him. He felt the aftereffects that he had been suppressing were like a flood or a ferocious beast, ready to erupt at any moment. Xiao Chun's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Ing Qiong felt this was strange. However, he did not hesitate this time and handed the 3 brocade boxes to Xiao Chun. When he saw Xiao Chun's right hand stretch out from his sleeve, he was stunned. "Your hand!" Xiao Chun's originally smooth skin split open and blood leaked out. It looked incredibly horrifying. Ing Qiong stretched out his hand and blew out a strong wind. Xiao Chun's hood immediately fell off, and Ing Qiong let out a startled cry. He could not help covering his mouth with his hands, and goosebumps broke out all over his body. Now Xiao Chun looked very frightening. His face was covered in spiderweb-like lines of blood. That was the blood that leaked out when his skin split open. Xiao Chun put away the brocade boxes and covered himself with his hood again. Then he tossed the other half of the core painting piece to Ing Qiong. He smiled bitterly and said, "Sorry I scared you. It's just a superficial wound. I will be fine after some rest." Compared to when he executed the strength character formula in the past, the situation this time was much better. He still remembered the first time he executed the strength character formula in the Sky Dome realm. He had instantly overdrawn all his combat prowess. He could not even stand up. Being able to last for so long this time already far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. At this rate, He should be able to execute the strength character formula once after he attained a rank 4 body. A light flashed on his forehead, and a scarlet throne appeared on a scarlet cloud. Xiao Chun took a deep breath and endured the intense pain. Then he leaped up and finally sat on the throne. A scarlet light flickered, and the massacre throne carried Xiao Chun into the distance. Hu Qi, a pretty figure holding a wooden umbrella, descended from the sky and stood on the speeding scarlet cloud. Xiao Chun glanced at her. For some reason, Ying Qiong followed him again. However, even moving his lips now caused intense pain. Xiao Chun could not be bothered to say anything, so he let her follow him. In any case, if the other party wanted to take advantage of this to take his life, the Haotian Emperor's will clone would turn the other party into dust the moment Xiao Chun truly felt threatened. As the rainbow light flew, the scarlet cloud carried the throne. After flying for 50 kilometers, Xiao Chun landed it at the foot of a stone mountain. That place was filled with all sorts of strange rocks and very few people. It was a very suitable place for recuperating and hiding from pursuers. After landing, Xiao Chun put away the scarlet throne. Then, he spent some time using the universe banners to lay a restriction around this place. Without saying a word, Xiao Chun leaped onto a stone pillar and sat down cross-legged. Then, he started to deal with the repercussions of using the strength character formula without any worries. As Ying Qiong looked at Xiao Chun on the stone pillar, her expression became uncertain, complicated. She did not know how to describe her current emotions. She found Xiao Chun increasingly unfathomable. She could not understand or guess what kind of person he was. He was clearly selfish to the point of being cold. However, in order to make a promise, Xiao Chun risked such severe injuries to ensure her safety. It was just like when Xiao Chun clashed head-on with Yen Shursan in the Stargrave Palace for the sake of the spirit fox race woman. At this moment, Ying Qiong did not know that the most wondrous emotion in the world of mortals was like a soft hook, slowly entering the defenses of her heart. She could no longer pull it out. 3 days. For 3 days, Xiao Chun endured immense pain. By relying on his strong physical body, he mostly recovered from the repercussions of using the strength character formula. The scary red mark on Xiao Chun's face also disappeared. His skin became as smooth as before. A bright light flickered in his eyes, and he gained a deeper understanding of the strength character formula. Xiao Chun stood up and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. Then, he put away his cloak and stretched his limbs. The slight noise immediately startled Ying Qiong, who was seated on the stone pillar closest to him. She sat there with her eyes closed, feeling somewhat restless. When Ying Qiong opened his eyes and saw that Xiao Chun had recovered his original appearance, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Joy flashed in his eyes. "Young Master Xiao, many thanks for saving me this time," Ying Qiong said with a smile. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and sized up this girl. Then he revealed a contemplative expression. After a while, he said something that nearly made Ying Qiong vomit blood. "I really could not tell that Miss Ying is not only intelligent and strong, but she is also very broad-minded. This Xiao is truly ashamed of my inferiority." Chapter 826. These words matched Xiao Chun's gaze. As long as Ying Qiong was not a fool, she would know what Xiao Chun was hinting at. 2 patches of red immediately appeared on Ying Qiong's jade-like, smooth cheeks, looking incredibly bashful. Ying Qiong felt both angry and anxious. Her usual calm and indifferent attitude was nowhere to be found. What a great Xiao Chun! This mist did not merge the 2 painting pieces back into one and guarded them for 3 days. The moment you open your mouth, you are like a venomous snake. However, Ying Qiong could not think of any words to rebut. She could not admit that she was guarding the painting piece to Xiao Chun's face. Ying Qiong stomped her foot and said angrily, "Tui! Despicable! Xiao Chun, this misjudged you. You are just a selfish, vile person with an even more venomous mouth." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said unconcernedly, "Many thanks for the praise. To be able to receive such praise from the magnanimous Miss Ying, this Xiao feels ashamed of his inferiority." Xiao Chun purposely emphasized the words, magnanimous. Ying Qiong's face turned completely red. She could no longer remain here. She glared at Xiao Chun and ran far away, gritting her teeth in hatred. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, laughed so hard that she could not close her mouth. She said, "Xiao Chun, when did you become such a venomous snake? You even bully a weak girl like that." Weak girl. Xiao Chun was flabbergasted. Do you think that a girl who can find my weakness perfectly, making me make a promise and end up in such a sorry state, is a weak girl? Since I made my debut, aside from Chu Chaoyun once or twice, she is the only one who can scheme against me. Ao Jiao thought about it carefully and realized that this was indeed the case. Xiao Chun had always been cautious and meticulous. Even when he was in all sorts of dangerous situations, he would always calculate the consequences. Along the way, although every step he took was filled with danger, the number of times he was schemed against could be counted on one hand. Jumping down from the stone pillar, Xiao Chun looked around and said, "Let's not talk about her anymore. I'm going to start preparing to concoct pills. I'm basically satisfied with this trip. I've finally collected all the ingredients for the breakthrough sage pill." Xiao Chun did not tell Ao Jiao everything about Immortal Dao alchemy and the secrets of the compendium of cultivation. He only said that he obtained an ancient book when he was young. Ao Jiao also knew that everyone had their own secrets. After hearing Xiao Chen's explanation a long time ago, she didn't ask much. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Chun sent out a few streams of energy, forming a circle around the surrounding stones. Then he used his saber chi to carve out a simple stone table and laid out the materials one by one. With a flip of his hand, the blue dragon medicine cauldron appeared. Xiao Chun placed it on the stone table and looked at the blue dragon medicine cauldron. The image of an old friend immediately appeared in his mind. He wondered how Feng Feishue was doing after they parted that day. There were too many unresolved matters of the past. Perhaps it was time to return to the Sky Dome realm, the place where the story began. These thoughts flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. He did not rush to refine the breakthrough sage pill. Instead, he took out another set of ingredients, intending to refine some ordinary medicinal pills to get a feel for it. On the other side, at the foot of the stone mountain, Ing Qiong also cast aside all distracting thoughts and focused on merging the two painting pieces. The two of them were both working hard to advance to martial sage. Their desire to advance to martial sage was no weaker than the other. After the morning glow scattered, it gathered again. The setting sun turned bright red. The days at the foot of the stone mountain passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Before the stone table, Xiao Chun revealed an excited expression. 2 golden medicinal pills lay quietly in the jade bottle under the mouth of the blue dragon medicine cauldron. The surface of the medicinal pills was golden like paint. A fragrance wafted out, forming a golden cloud above Xiao Chen's head that lingered for a long time. Naturally, the breakthrough sage pill that countless cultivators of the Kunlun realm yearned for but could not obtain was in the jade bottle. Unexpectedly, he succeeded in refining 2 sets of ingredients. Even Xiao Chun himself had not expected this. Normally speaking, the success rate of refining the breakthrough sage pill was only 50%. Hence, Xiao Chun prepared 2 sets of ingredients. However, even so, if one's luck was extremely bad, one might not even be able to refine a single breakthrough sage pill. The principle behind this was easy to explain. For example, if one prepared 10 sets of ingredients, based on the success rate, one would succeed 5 times but also fail 5 times. Extremely bad luck meant that the first 2 pills that one refined happened to be among the 5 that failed. However, Xiao Chen's luck this time was so good that even he did not expect it. He succeeded twice in refining 2 times in a row. Xiao Chun waved his long sleeves and swept away all the remaining ingredients on the stone table. Then he held a breakthrough sage pill in his palm. His excited emotions slowly calmed down. The breakthrough sage pill greatly increased one's chances of advancing to martial sage. However, it did not mean that one would definitely advance to martial sage. The more crucial the moment, the more one could not be careless. On the stone pillar, Ing Qiong wiped the sweat off her forehead. As she looked at the perfectly merged core painting piece before her, she revealed a gratified expression. She could not help but look up, wanting to see the situation on Xiao Chen's side. When she saw the golden clouds in the sky, she said softly, "Auspicious clouds turning golden. This is a mysterious phenomenon that only appears in legends. It looks like he really succeeded in refining the breakthrough sage pill." However, even with the breakthrough sage pill, there was no guarantee that Xiao Chun would advance to martial sage. Xiao Chun did not know whether he could grasp this opportunity or not. Ing Qiong withdrew her gaze and looked at the core painting piece that was glowing with light. Whether she could advance to martial sage or not would depend on this gamble. Xiao Chun sat cross-legged on the stone table. Without hesitation, he placed the breakthrough sage pill in his mouth and slowly chewed it. The medicinal pill was slightly bitter and definitely not tasty. However, its fragrance filled the mouth and spread out, clearing one's mind. When the medicinal pill was completely chewed, Xiao Chen's throat moved for a while before he swallowed it down. Boom! It was like a flame was burning. Xiao Chen's face immediately flushed red. Then the redness quickly spread throughout his body. A berserk energy spread throughout his body, advancing rapidly. Xiao Chun calmed himself and slowly gathered the scattered golden energy. With his hard work, this berserk energy slowly cooled down and became controllable. Xiao Chun did not panic in the face of trouble, and did not panic in the face of trouble. At this moment, his good mental state and cultivation were on full display. He also received good returns. The berserk medicinal energy of the breakthrough sage pill gathered into a surging river. Xiao Chun controlled this river to attack the bottleneck of peak half-sage. Invisibly, the door of sages that he had seen many times appeared in front of him. A small crack appeared on the door. A faint radiance came out. The mysterious world behind the crack in the door was currently beckoning to Xiao Chun. Bang! Under Xiao Chun's control, the golden river surged and attacked the bottleneck of half-sage in his body for the first time. The door of sages shook a few times but did not move at all. Xiao Chun felt his internal organs tremble. Blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. There was a price to pay for using a medicinal pill to forcefully break through to sage. The churning of his internal organs and the pain coming from his bones and muscles were the manifestation of this price. At this point, Xiao Chun no longer had a way out. He could only charge forward continuously. If he charged forward, everything would be clear. If he cowered in fear, he would be destined to be mediocre for the rest of his life. He would not be fated with the great Tao. After the repeated attempts, the medicinal energy of the breakthrough sage pill slowly decreased. However, Xiao Chen's obsession did not diminish. His hot-bloodedness did not subside. The thought of giving up never appeared in his heart. There were only a few gambles in life. Some people did not even have the chance to gamble. I, Xiao Chun, am very lucky to obtain the breakthrough sage pill. How can I give up so easily? Boom! After several more attempts, Xiao Chun suddenly felt relaxed. The bottleneck of peak half-sage shattered with a bang. The door of sages in the formless world seemed to be gently pushed by someone. It suddenly opened and a bright light poured out. The blood at the corner of Xiao Chun's lips had not dried yet. However, an indescribable joy appeared on his face. I succeeded. The calm of peak half-sage was broken. The door of sages opened. At this moment, Xiao Chun transcended mortality and became a sage. He advanced to martial sage at the age of 23. A bright light spread out from Xiao Chun's body, and a boundless amount of spiritual energy spread out from his body. Then it formed a multicolored pillar of light soaring into the sky. A resplendent purple heavenly sage law as thick as a thumb appeared behind Xiao Chun, followed by another. When Xiao Chun advanced to martial sage, all his quintessence would turn into heavenly sage laws. With this, he would be able to use the heavenly sage laws as he pleased. From now on, the only advantage he had over inferior grade martial sages would no longer exist. The heavenly sage laws appeared continuously. As electric light flickered, they merged. They looked like a river of electricity gushing endlessly. Only after 300 thumb-thick heavenly sage laws appeared did they stop. Xiao Chun suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were as deep as autumn water, radiating the light of wisdom and boundless spirituality. A kilometer away, Ying Qiong, who was encased in a 5-colored pillar of light, opened her eyes almost at the same time. Her originally beautiful face now glowed with radiance. She was a beauty that could topple the world, a peerless beauty. Coincidentally, Xiao Chun and Ying Qiong advanced to martial sage one after the other, almost at the same time. However, the changes to Ying Qiong's body were much greater than Xiao Chen's. She was not a cultivator who tempered her body. The instant she advanced to martial sage, her physical body advanced to a rank 1 sage body, undergoing an earth-shattering improvement. Xiao Chen's physical body was already a rank 2 sage body long ago. This advancement only brought his rank 2 sage body to its peak. He did not make any further breakthroughs, so he did not seem to have changed much. On the other hand, Chong's skin was as soft as water. She looked like a painting, and her beauty was outstanding. Her previous noble aura was even more holy and inviolable. She looked like a flower in the moon, very beautiful. With a flip of his hand, the lunar shadow saber appeared in Xiao Chen's left hand. A fighting spirit blazed in his eyes as he looked at the other party. A mysterious wooden umbrella appeared in Chong's delicate hand. She grasped it and pointed it at Xiao Chen. A similar fighting spirit blazed in her eyes. The two did not really want to fight to the death. Instead, they wanted to familiarize themselves with this energy after advancing to martial sage. To each of them, both sides were obviously ideal opponents, and there was nothing more suitable than using them to test their current strength. Electric light flashed under Xiao Chen's feet, and he drew the lunar shadow saber. The heavenly sage laws behind him absorbed the spiritual energy that was everywhere. With the help of the purple heavenly sage laws, the spiritual energy turned into lightning-attributed energy without the need to filter it. It flowed around Xiao Chen's body like a great river, gushing endlessly. Chapter 827. What a strong force! The speed at which it changes is also unexpectedly fast. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. He waved his hand, and a large purple saber light shot out in all directions like lightning. Dang! The umbrella gently tapped, and Chong accurately struck the weak spot of this saber strike. The gentle water-attributed energy in his body moved slowly. It was thin and silent, but it flowed endlessly. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, "Good." Then, he quickly spun around and executed the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. A purple light flashed on Xiao Chen's forehead. The light of his will, combined with the berserk lightning-attributed energy, formed a strong might and pressed down on Chong. When the saber descended, lightning tore through the clouds in the sky. This saber strike was like a bolt of lightning tearing through the air. It was very powerful. Chong did not panic. He suddenly opened the umbrella in his hand. Bang! When the entire umbrella opened, it moved all the water-attributed spiritual energy behind him, not leaving a single drop behind. When the umbrella opened, a circular water screen spanning a kilometer formed a huge barrier, firmly enclosing Chong. If seen from a distance, the circular water screen looked like an incredibly huge umbrella in the air. It opened together with the umbrella in Chong's hand. When the berserk energy in Xiao Chen's saber strike struck the circular water screen, it immediately scattered and turned into bolts of electricity crackling and flickering. After easily resolving Xiao Chen's saber strike, Chong smiled faintly. He twisted his right hand, and the umbrella immediately closed up. The umbrella-shaped water screen in the air also closed up but did not disappear. Chong pointed with the umbrella, and the closed water screen stabbed at Xiao Chen like a spear. In an instant, Xiao Chen's figure flashed and brushed by Xiao Chen's shoulder. The closed water screen landed on the ground and stabbed deeply into it. The two exchanged moves in midair, familiarizing themselves with their strength after advancing to martial sage. Compared to Xiao Chen, although Chong looked at ease, he did not have many opportunities to counterattack, doing his best to defend. After exchanging another 100 moves, Xiao Chen executed the lightning tribulation saber technique. The might of the earthly lightning tribulation, the heavenly lightning tribulation, and the divine lightning tribulation had more than doubled. However, the umbrella in Chong's hand clearly had a great origin. It was a heaven-defying item for defense. It could withstand 3 great lightning tribulations and still remain unscathed. Just as Xiao Chen was about to execute twin dragons playing with pearls, Chong closed up the umbrella and landed on the stone pillar below. He smiled and said, "That's enough. If we continue, we will end up making a fool of ourselves." Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and stared at the umbrella. He said, "What is the name of this umbrella? It is a good umbrella." "What? Are you eyeing my heavenly downpour umbrella? You do not cultivate the gentle water art. Even if I gave it to you, it would be useless." Chong leaned the umbrella on his right shoulder and smiled gently. Xiao Chen did not know what rank the heavenly downpour umbrella was, but it was at least an inferior grade king-grade secret treasure. In the past, Chong could not bring out much of the might of this secret treasure. Now it seems like he cannot bring out the full power of this umbrella. Otherwise, it should be able to block 70% of my strength. Xiao Chun quickly analyzed the situation in his heart. The disciples of large clans should have king-grade secret treasures. In the future, when I face the successors of sovereign sects and sovereign noble clans, I will have to be careful. Without replying to Ying Qiong, Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and the 72 universe flags buried deep in the ground quickly returned to Xiao Chen's hand. Ying Qiong gently jumped down and landed before Xiao Chun. He said, "Hee, let's go." Xiao Chun was slightly stunned. He smiled and said, "I am returning to the Haotian sect. Are you coming with me? Could it be that there is no place for you in the Ying clan?" Ying Qiong felt it was strange. He asked, "Returning to the Haotian sect? You are in such a rush to advance to martial sage. Could it be that it is not for the sage mark monument that appears once every 10 years? There is still half a month before it opens and you are going back just like that?" Sage mark monument? Ao Jiao, what is that? This was the first time Xiao Chun heard these words. He could not help feeling suspicious, so he asked about Ao Jiao. The Sage Mark Monument is about to open? In that case, Xiao Chun, it looks like you will not be able to return for the time being. That Sage Mark Monument stands in the Kunlun mountain range. It has existed since the ancient era and appears once every 10 years. As long as one can carve their name on it, they are qualified to enter. There are many treasures in there. Furthermore, even if one fails to obtain it, there will not be any danger to one's life. At most, one will be sent out. Even if one is unlucky, one will be able to obtain a few good sage-grade secret treasures. Only inferior-grade martial sages are allowed to carve their name on it. Of course, whether one can carve their name on it or not is another matter. Speaking of which, this Sage Mark Monument has existed for a long time. Being able to carve one's name on it is an honor recognized by the peak cultivators. When Xiao Chun heard Ao Jiao's explanation, he entered deep thought. Originally, he had intended to think of a way to return to the Sky Dome realm after returning to the Haotian sect. He would settle some matters of the past and meet some old friends. After that, he would have nothing to worry about and focus on the martial Dao, breaking through to martial emperor. Unexpectedly, the Sage Mark Monument happened to appear. This made Xiao Chun somewhat hesitant. Ao Jiao egged him on, "Go on then." Back then, the Thunder King also carved his name on it. However, it was on the same level as the Qing emperors. Don't you want to try and see how high you can carve your name on it? The demonic geniuses of the various races have been stuck at half-sage for so many years. With the heavenly dew divine spring, they must have already advanced to martial sage. This time, the Sage Mark Monument's appearance will definitely attract all the various races over. The most important thing is that there are spirit veins in there. Look at the lunar cassia tree in the Immortal Spirit Ring. It will take at least 300 years for it to mature. With a few rank 1 spirit veins, it will definitely mature in 3 to 5 years. The last sentence thoroughly moved Xiao Chun. If he fought for spirit veins outside, he would have to face Grandmaster-level martial sages at the very least. There would be no hope at all. If there really were spirit veins in this Sage Mark Monument, as long as he faced martial sages of the same cultivation realm, Xiao Chun would be very confident. When Ying Qiong saw Xiao Chun remain silent, he thought of something and said, "You have only been in the Kunlun realm for 2 years. It is not strange that you have not heard of the Sage Mark Monument." Xiao Chun denied this. "I have heard a little about the Sage Mark Monument. However, aren't you afraid of your clan finding out that you are swaggering around?" Ying Qiong smiled in disappointment and frustration. The struggle between the large clans is not as straightforward as you imagine. When I meet with that Ying fan, I might even act even more intimate than before. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. His words actually meant that he wanted to use this as an excuse to take his leave. Given the intelligence of this girl, she should be able to understand that he did not want to get into any unnecessary trouble. Let's go then. The Kunlun mountain range runs through the profound domain. It stretches on for who knows how long. Without me leading the way, even if you ask around, you might not be able to find the Sage Mark Monument in half a month. A crafty look flashed in Ying Qiong's eyes as he revealed a faint smile on his face. "Don't ask me. It has been so many years. How could I still remember the way? Furthermore, a regular martial monarch would not know where the Sage Mark Monument is. You will still have to travel with her." Ao Jiao's innocent words from the Immortal Spirit Ring extinguished Xiao Chen's last hope. The Kunlun mountain range stretched from east to west, spanning the entire profound domain. Aside from the main peak that Xiao Chen had been to before, there were countless secondary peaks. Even if one spent 10 years, one would not be able to walk through all the secondary peaks. The Sage Mark Monument was like a drop of water in a lake. It would be hard to follow. Xiao Chen rejoiced. Fortunately, he had Ying Qiong with him on this trip. Otherwise, even if he found out the way, he would have to go around in circles, wasting a lot of time. Amid the boundless mountain range, a towering monument towered into the clouds on an ordinary-looking flat ground at the waist of a mountain. There were several peaks of various heights in the surroundings, all of them at least 5 kilometers tall. Clouds and birds lingered around the peaks. Many cultivators of the various races stopped on the various peaks. When one looked around, they were all martial sages. Some of them were not even inferior-grade martial sages. All of them had long and deep auras. They should be idle older generation martial sages or the elders of the various sects and clans. Their main purpose here was to see how much the younger generation had grown. To these people, no matter how famous they were, no matter how incredible they were, it was not as realistic as the Sage Mark Monument. Whether one could carve their name on it, how high could one carve it, whether one could surpass the famous experts of history who had been immortalized for hundreds of generations. Only then could one truly prove one's extraordinary talent. Otherwise, one would just be a fake genius. This was because since ancient times, those famous geniuses in history had all carved their names on the Sage Mark Monument. History had proven their glory. Their legendary feats further emphasized the extraordinariness of the Sage Mark Monument, making it even more famous. Even more cultivators gathered at the foot of the Sage Mark Monument. A rough count came to at least 3,000. Without exception, all of them were inferior-grade martial sages. These were all cultivators waiting to carve their names on the Sage Mark Monument. However, with one glance, most of them were middle-aged. There were even quite a few old people. There were very few of the younger generation. However, the older generation experts on the various peaks and the martial monarchs who came to watch the excitement all focused on the younger generation. The reason was none other than these youths being the main characters of this Sage Mark Monument's opening. The old men and middle-aged martial sages were just supporting characters. Even if these people felt dissatisfied, they could not change this fact. Cultivators who could advance to inferior-grade martial sage before the age of 30 were definitely demonic geniuses. They would only appear in large numbers in the age of geniuses. In a normal age, when one appeared, they would immediately become an outstanding talent that would lead an era. These people did not look very old. However, they could easily defeat those of higher cultivation, not to mention ordinary late-stage inferior-grade martial sages. Even if a medial-grade martial sage came, he would not be able to do anything to these youths in a one-on-one fight. If he was not careful, he might end up capsizing, ruining his reputation. There was a faint golden barrier 100 meters away from the stone tablet, preventing others from approaching. Chapter 828. The barrier's thickness and energy weakened at a visible rate. When it completely vanished, it would be time to leave one's name. Xiao Chen and Ying Qiong each wore a cloak, hiding their identities. Then they blended into the crowd and looked around. Of the younger generation, only 4 people came. Xiao Chen recognized one of them. It looked like Di Wuk, Wang Can, and Kong Yuan's group had not arrived yet. That person was Yan Shisan. He wore black and held the heavenly ice sword in his hand. He stood at the side with a grave and stern expression, staring at the Sage Mark Monument. Yan Shisan had been a half-sage for many years. With the heavenly dew divine spring as an opportunity, he advanced to martial sage. This did not exceed Xiao Chen's expectations. After Ying Qiong's introduction, Xiao Chen gained a better understanding of the other 4. They were geniuses of the other races. The factions they belonged to were similar to the sovereign noble clans of the human race. Xiao Chen paid special attention to a man with bare arms. If he did not see wrong, this person walked the path of advancing to martial sage with the physical body alone. Just by relying on his physical body, this person directly advanced to martial sage. After asking Ying Qiong, Xiao Chen learned that this person was called Kuei Do, a member of the corpse race. Kuei Do's ancestor was the famous Iron Hand sovereign of the profound domain. He was a legendary character who advanced to sovereign martial emperor by relying on his physical body alone. However, he had already left the corpse god palace and led his clan to settle down in the profound domain. As for the other three, they did not leave a deep impression on Xiao Chun. Of course, it was not that they were not powerful. It was just that they did not leave a particularly outstanding impression on Xiao Chun. Without a doubt, anyone who could advance to martial sage before the age of 30 was not a minor character. The Peacock King's descendant Kong Yuan is here. Suddenly, Ing Qiong said. The person with him seems to be the Fox King's descendant, Yuan Su. Xiao Chun looked over and saw a handsome man in blue beside Kong Yuan. That man had the unique elegance of a silver moon spirit fox. He was even more handsome than Xian Yu, whom Xiao Chun had met before. However, he had the bloodline of a king. It diluted the feminine aura of the silver moon spirit fox race, making him look even more charming. It's said that he's even stronger than Kong Yuan. When the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring opened last time, he happened to be at the crucial moment of breaking through to the fifth tail, so he couldn't make it in time. Ing Qiong whispered to Xiao Chun. Of the 5 major races, the Fiend race had the most people but was indeed the weakest. This was because the Fiend race only had 2 sovereign martial emperors, the Peacock King and the Fox King. When the descendants of the 2 sovereign martial emperors arrived, the Fiend race martial sages present all followed their lead and stood behind them. The Fox King and the Peacock King were highly respected in the demon domain. Naturally, their descendants were widely respected as well. They were the focus of their own race and had high hopes for the 2 of them. They hoped that the 2 of them could fight for the demon race's honor and carve their names a little higher. Whoosh! A sinister wind blew overhead, and 8 illusory spirits carrying a white palanquin descended. These were the top figures of the ghost race's younger generation. The ghost race girl named Qing Chang, who had once scared Xiao Chun, walked out. After she came out, 3 more men and women appeared in the palanquin. She must have brought along the demonic geniuses of the ghost race's younger generation. The ghost race had fewer people, but 4 of them came. This proved that they were stronger than the Fiend race. The inferior grade martial sages of the ghost race all gathered behind these 4 and started discussing in soft voices. It was fine if they did not come. However, the demonic geniuses of the younger generation did not stop once they arrived. After a while, the youths of the corpse race and the human race arrived almost at the same time. Of the corpse race's side, Xiao Chun only recognized Wang Can, whom he had fought before. He did not recognize the others, only seeing them once in the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring. On the human race's side, the ones who came were all familiar. As expected, the son of the 3 holy masters had relied on the opportunity of the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring to break through the bottleneck that had plagued him for many years, advancing to martial sage in one go. Aside from these of the 7 giants, the 3 who had soaked in the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring, by Wuxia and Juanxi and Shui Lingling, also relied on this opportunity to advance to martial sage. Xiao Chun heaved a sigh of relief. If not for the breaking sage pill, which allowed him to advance to martial sage in advance, this group of people would have surpassed him. In the end, Xiao Chun had only been a half-sage for less than a year. Compared to Juanxi and the others who had been stuck there for at least 4 or 5 years, his accumulations were lacking. Xiao Chun could not rely on the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring to raise his comprehension ability and break through the bottleneck. Even without the breaking sage pill, he could advance to martial sage in another year, no weaker than these people. However, by then it would be too late. The Sage Mark Monument would open only 10 years later. Hu Qi! A golden light flashed, and Di Wuk and the white-haired divine daughter arrived, leading the 13 inferior grade martial sages of the deity race. As the light flickered, it immediately attracted the gazes of all the cultivators on the surrounding peaks. The remaining deity race cultivators all revealed fervent expressions. They quickly flew over and gathered behind Di Wuk and the others. Xiao Chun found this strange. The deity race was ridiculously strong. Di Wuk and the white-haired divine daughter had already advanced to martial sage long ago. Now they were peak inferior grade martial sages. Aside from these 2, the other 13 people who soaked in the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring previously had all advanced to martial sage as well. Furthermore, it was obvious that the number of people on their side was greater than that of the warriors from the other races. Strange. Didn't the humans say that a descendant of the Qing emperor appeared? Why do I not see him? Could it be that he did not advance to martial sage? The golden barrier before the sage mark monument weakened. The demonic geniuses of the various races had already arrived, but Xiao Chun was still nowhere to be seen. Several people started muttering to themselves in doubt. Naturally, Xiao Chun, who was mixed in with the human group, could not hear the discussions on the surrounding peaks. He would have to send out his spiritual sense to hear them from such a distance. Xiao Chun wore the cloak mainly to avoid trouble. He did not want the people of the other 3 sovereign noble clans to know of his whereabouts. As for what Ying Qiong was thinking, Xiao Chun did not know. He could not be bothered to think about it either. However, Xiao Chun took note of the discussions of the surrounding martial sages. After a while, he gained a much better understanding of this sage mark monument. As long as a cultivator got within 100 meters of the sage mark monument, they would feel a huge pressure. This pressure came from the mysterious energy within the monument. This pressure was not formless. Not only would it affect the cultivator's mind, but it would also restrict the cultivator's ability to fly. The higher one flew, the greater the pressure. The higher one's name was carved on the monument, the more people would look at the cultivator in a different light. However, it did not mean that one would be able to carve their name on the monument just because they flew high. Carving words on the monument was not a simple matter. In the past sage mark monuments, there had been many ambitious people who wanted to carve their names higher, blindly trying to fly higher. However, these people could not endure the pressure when they were carving their names. Before they could finish writing, they were knocked back, missing out on the opportunity to carve their names. After carving one's name on the monument, it did not mean that it would not disappear forever. If a cultivator did not advance to martial emperor in the future, the name they left on the sage mark monument would vanish after 1,000 years. If one climbed to the peak and became Emperor Wu, the name they carved would turn purple and vanish only after 5,000 years. Only when one became a sovereign martial emperor would their name turn gold. Only then would it last forever, existing with the monument never to disappear. Under the hood, Xiao Chun looked at the monument, which he could not see clearly due to the barrier. Then he revealed an interested expression. The monument was only 3 kilometers tall. If not for the fact that it was erected at the waist of the mountain, its height of 3 kilometers would be as ordinary as it could be among the many famous mountains of the Kunlun realm. However, such a monument recorded all the famous experts of the martial epoch in the past 100,000 years. Each monument represented a Kunlun realm. Just at this moment, the barrier vanished, and the 3-kilometer-tall sage mark monument revealed itself. From a few hundred meters away, Xiao Chun could clearly see the names on the monument. The first thing that entered his eyes were the golden names at the top of the monument. These names shone brilliantly under the refraction of the sun. Each name was a legend. When anyone saw the golden names of their race's cultivators, no matter who it was, they would feel yearning, reverence, longing, and pride. At first glance, Xiao Chun was attracted by these golden names. However, when he looked again, he shifted his gaze to the bottom of the monument. Compared to the golden names that everyone paid attention to, the names below did not seem to attract much attention. However, the names were densely packed together, several hundred times more than the golden names. They were like the cornerstone at the bottom of a pyramid. Xiao Chun slowly moved his gaze upwards. The further he looked, the less densely packed the names were. After 1,000 meters, there would be at most 10 names engraved on each row. On the 1-meter-wide stone tablet, the names were very sparse. 1 kilometer was also a dividing point. After 1 kilometer, one could vaguely see some purple names. 2 kilometers was another dividing line. When Xiao Chun looked further up, all the names were purple. Occasionally, he would even find a golden name. Even among the purple names, this golden light was very eye-catching. The moment it appeared, people would immediately notice it, forgetting about their surroundings. As Xiao Chun continued moving his gaze upwards, he fixed it on the 3-kilometer mark. There were only 2 names standing side by side. One was the Thunder King and the other was the Qing Emperor. There were still 300 meters above Xiao Chun, the highest point of the entire monument. However, the 100 meters above the Qing Emperor was empty. There were no names at all. However, after this 100 meters, there was a large number of golden and glistening names. The denseness of the rows was flabbergasting. There were more than 20 names in each row, almost as dense as the row at the bottom. If one understood the history of the Kunlun realm's martial epoch, they would not find such a mysterious phenomenon strange. One stone monument was the entire Kunlun realm. This saying was not exaggerated. The densely packed names 100 meters above the Qing emperor were densely packed. This represented the peak of the ancient era's martial epoch. During that era, martial emperors were as common as the clouds, sages filled the streets, and sovereign martial emperors appeared one after another. Chapter 829. The remaining 100 meters of blank space was the time after the savage desolate war of the emperors. The various races had weakened, their strength plummeting. The peak of the martial Tao was gone forever. This lasted until 10,000 years ago, when the strongest sovereign martial emperor of the ancient era, the Qing emperor, appeared. Only then did he carve his name at the 3-kilometer mark that had not been carved for tens of thousands of years. Compared to the ancients, there was still a significant gap. Even the Qing emperor could not touch the many legendary names of that magnificent era. However, the names of the Qing emperor and the Thunder King still far surpassed the names of the sovereign martial emperors of the past 10,000 years. The area 100 meters below the two names was blank. There were no names at all. Only after 100 meters were some purple and gold names visible. Compared to the Qing emperor, the Thunder King's gold name was much dimmer. The Qing emperor's name was as dazzling as the stars. However, the Thunder King's name was just an ordinary gold. After seeing so many names, Xiao Qin guessed that the luster of the name had something to do with the strength of the person. The Thunder King had died mysteriously not long after advancing to sovereign martial emperor. Naturally, his strength could not compare to the Qing emperor at his peak. Seeing the two names side by side, Xiao Qin could not help but feel even more pity for the Thunder King. If nothing unexpected happened, the Thunder King might really be the second Qing emperor. The densely packed golden names were about 100 meters long. However, when the Sage Mark Monument reached the highest point, there was not a single name to be seen. Only blurry traces could be seen, but it was unclear who had left those traces and when they had been left behind. Where did these people go and where they were now? This had always been a mystery in the Kunlun realm. Several people guessed that those who could leave marks at the highest point might have become the legendary martial gods. However, no one in this world had ever seen a martial god. The legends about martial gods were only recorded in some documents. Most of the records were oral accounts that could not be verified. There were no actual examples. The martial god was still an illusory legend to all martial artists. The shock that the Sage Mark Monument brought to everyone lingered for a long time. After reading through this stone monument, it was like experiencing the entire history of the martial epoch. Only after a long time did someone come back to his senses. With a light leap, he arrived in front of the stone tablet and was about to carve his name on it. Under the premise of guaranteeing a spot, it was naturally better to carve one's name as high as possible. Everyone would have a trace of vanity and a competitive heart. The number of people eager to give it a try kept increasing. Soon the boundary of 1,000 meters was broken by someone. Names kept breaking the height of others. However, after half a day, no one had been able to break through the boundary point of 2 kilometers. A few middle-aged cultivators wanted to give it a try. In the end they failed. They vomited blood and fell to the ground, losing their qualifications to enter the Sage Mark Monument. A figure flashed and landed below the Sage Mark Monument. When the other cultivators who were preparing to leave their names saw this person, they immediately stopped what they were doing and focused their gazes on him. The Peacock King's grandson Kong Yuan is here. It looks like he will be the first to break the 2-kilometer record today. The names that reached the 2-kilometer mark all became Emperor Wu. This person soaked in the heavenly dew divine spring, and will definitely advance to martial emperor within 100 years. It looks like the 2-kilometer mark is not difficult for him. I wonder how far he can go. Back then, the Peacock King seemed to have left his name at the 2,500-meter mark. The higher one flies, the greater the pressure. Every 10 meters from the 2,000-meter mark, the pressure increases exponentially. Furthermore, one still has to leave their name in the air. This is a problem for anyone. It is hard to say how high he can go. As the first younger generation cultivator to step up, Kong Yuan received a lot of attention. Not only did all the cultivators here look over, but the cultivators watching from the surrounding peaks also focused their gazes on him. Hu Qi. Kong Yuan did not hesitate. He pushed off the ground and soared into the air. He did not feel any pressure within 1 kilometer. After 1 kilometer, Kong Yuan's expression turned grave, and his speed slowed significantly. After 1,500 meters, his thick eyebrows were already deeply knitted together. Clearly, the pressure was already significant. However, Kong Yuan was Kong Yuan after all. He did not disappoint the crowd and arrived at the 2,000-meter mark. The many fiend race cultivators all revealed smiles on their faces. However, that Kong Yuan did not show any intention of stopping. He continued to ascend. At this moment, Kong Yuan could see that Kong Yuan's face was practically twisted together as he gritted his teeth. Sweat covered Kong Yuan's forehead. Every 10 meters was exceptionally difficult. The fiend race cultivators could not help but break out in a cold sweat, feeling anxious for him. Kong Yuan arrived at the 2,500-meter mark after much difficulty. Then he saw a familiar name. That was his grandfather, one of the 2 remaining sovereign martial emperors of the fiend domain. Kong Yuan relaxed his frown and revealed a smile. As he hovered in the air, a short sword appeared in his hand. Then he carved his name beside the Peacock King's name, stroke by stroke. Stone fragments flew everywhere and light shone. The fiend race cultivators cheered thunderously. When Kong Yuan finished carving the last stroke, a beam of light entered his body and relieved the pressure he endured. As the fiend race cultivators looked at Kong Yuan like he was a hero, he slowly landed. Unexpectedly, the moment he made an appearance, he already tied with the Peacock King. The younger generation is truly unbelievable. As the first of the younger generation to make an appearance, Kong Yuan managed to achieve such a height. Not only did the fiend race cultivators rejoice, but the spectators were also slightly moved. The person who spoke was the physical body cultivator that Xiao Chun had paid special attention to earlier. The Iron Hand Sovereign's descendant, Kuei Do. Kong Yuan had just achieved such a height, yet he was looked down on. He felt angry in his heart. He said, Kuei Do, don't spout such big words. If you have the guts, go and surpass me now. Kuei Do bared his arms, revealing his bulging muscles and perfect curves. As he looked at the names on the Sage Mark monument, he said, now is the age of geniuses. If I still use the standards of the older generation to measure myself, I will be underestimating myself. Kong Yuan smiled coldly and said, what is the point of saying so much? I'll say it again. If you have the guts, go and surpass me now. The Iron Hand Sovereign and the Peacock King were both famous sovereign martial emperors of this generation. They were very strong and could shake up a region. The clash between their descendants immediately attracted the attention of several people. Kuei Do said calmly, there is no need for you to say that. I am about to give it a try. Kuei Do leaped forward and arrived before the Sage Mark monument. Then he pushed off the ground and burst into the air. Kuei Do moved like an arrow, relying on the explosive power of his strong physical body. He crossed a height of 1 kilometer in an instant. Only when he reached a height of 2 kilometers did he slow down. A cold smile flashed in Kong Yuan's eyes. The true test was only starting now. The explosive power of a physical body cultivator was very strong. However, this was a battle of endurance. Once one's explosive power ran out, the formless pressure from the Sage Mark monument would instantly knock him back. However, before Kong Yuan's smile could freeze, Kuei Do pushed off the ground and soared up again. With a spurt of energy, he soared 550 meters. Kuei Do reached a height of 50 meters above Kong Yuan. Using his hand as a sword, he quickly finished carving his name. When he finished the final stroke, his figure wavered, and he landed firmly on the ground. When Kong Yuan saw his name on the Sage Mark monument surpassing him by 50 meters, his complexion paled in disbelief. The expressions of the many older generation martial sages and the martial monarchs watching the excitement on the surrounding peaks all changed slightly. The words "the younger generation will surpass us in time" appeared in their hearts. Following that, the younger generation stepped out one after another. All sorts of height records were broken. From 2,500 meters to 2,900 meters, people continuously carved their names on the Sage Mark monument. In the previous Sage Mark monuments, those who could carve their names at a height of 2,000 meters would be regarded as absolute geniuses by everyone. However, the current scene truly broadened everyone's horizons. There were quite a few people who didn't reveal their expressions, but when they truly left their names, they were all moving and shocking everyone. Under the hood, Xiao Chen's gaze did not remain idle. He took advantage of this opportunity to pay attention to the hidden experts of the various races. The goal was not to leave their names. After entering the Sage Mark monument, the various treasures and spirit veins were the true targets. After observing for a while, Xiao Chen discovered some clues. Among the 4 people from the corpse race, there was a man with a mark on his forehead. This person remained silent. However, Wang Can's attitude toward this person was strangely respectful. Occasionally, he would lower his head and say something to this person. The mark on this person's forehead looked like a flower, a very strange flower. Xiao Chen felt that it looked like the legendary departed spirit flower. However, the mark was too small, so he could not be sure. Xiao Chen had long since paid attention to the girl named Qing Cheng from the ghost race. Now that he saw the martial sage, Xiao Chen found her even more unfathomable. Although the height at which the fiend race's Kong Yuan left his name had been surpassed repeatedly, Xiao Chen, who had seen Kong Yuan make a move before, did not think that he was much weaker than the others. Back then, Kong Yuan had blocked the combined martial technique of 13 deity race experts with a simple palm strike. That had left a deep impression on Xiao Chen. However, what caught Xiao Chen's attention was the handsome man beside Kong Yuan, the descendant of the Fox King, Yuan Su. The deity race cultivators have arrived. Just at this moment, a soft cry interrupted Xiao Chen's thoughts. Xiao Chen turned his head and saw 13 white-haired deity race cultivators arriving at the Sage Mark monument together. Hu Qi! Light burst out as the 13 people advanced together. Before the eyes of the many cultivators, they continued to rise. Soon they surpassed 2,500 meters. Startled cries rang out. All the cultivators present were stunned. Half of the people who could leave their names at 2,500 meters had already become sovereign martial emperors. Could it be that the deity race would give birth to 13 sovereign martial emperors in the future? Stone fragments flew everywhere. However, these 13 people only stopped when they reached 2,900 meters. Then their fingers released a golden light as they started to write their names. 2,900 meters. After the Thunder King, no one has been able to carve their name here in the past few thousand years. I heard that when these 13 people advanced to martial sage, the supreme deity monarch conferred them the title of Keepers of Light. Keepers is a title second only to the protector elders of the Thousand Deity Church. Clearly, these 13 people are extraordinary. These 13 people are already so incredible. In that case, how high must the divine son Diwuk and the divine daughter Tuanyushi reach? Chapter 830. The moment the deity race's 13 people made their move, the atmosphere immediately reached a climax. Cries of shock and discussion rang out endlessly. The surrounding peaks discussed this as well. The expressions of the other races all turned unsightly. After the deity race arrived in the Kunlun realm from the outer realm, they had been harboring the ambition of unifying the Kunlun realm ever since the Emperor War. Now that the deity race was in a flourishing age, the living space of the other races would probably be suppressed again. Whoosh! Perhaps because the deity race was so arrogant, the human race is Yan San, the fiend race is the Fox King's descendant Yuan Su, the ghost empress Shisun's disciple Qing Cheng, and the mysterious corpse race man with the mark on his forehead all made their move. On the Bushan Palace's side, the strongest of the 3 holy masters' disciples could no longer hold themselves back and took advantage of the situation to make their move. These people practically represented the strongest of the various races. They were all demonic geniuses among demonic geniuses, all of them outstanding talents. They could be said to be shining like the stars, resplendent and resplendent. Every one of their names would become a legend in the future, as dazzling as the stars in the sky. Only this Sage Mark monument could make them make their move together. The cultivators on the surrounding peaks and the various races all held their breaths, waiting to see if these 7 could turn the tide against the strong deity race. 2,000 meters, 2,500 meters, 2,800 meters, 2,900 meters, 2,900 meters, 2,900 meters, 2,950 meters. The 7 did not disappoint the crowd, successfully surpassing the 13 keepers of the deity race. Stone fragments flew everywhere, and sunlight shone on the faces of these 7 talents. The scene froze. It was like they were not carving names but history. 1,000 years later, when all the names turned golden, history would become a legend, a myth passed down by later generations. The 7 landed and returned to the various races' teams. Thunderous cheers resounded. When Diwux saw this scene, the light in his eyes flickered. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said, "Tun Yuxi, how high do you think I can carve?" The white-haired divine daughter, Tian Yuxi, looked at the nameless mark at the top of the sage mark monument. She did not answer, remaining silent. The 13 keepers at the side answered one after another. The divine son is talented. In the future, he will definitely spread the glory of the deity race throughout the entire Kunlun realm. At the very least, he will be as famous as the Azure Demon. That's right. Back then, the Azure Demon had suppressed our god clan for more than 1,000 years. The divine son will definitely be as famous as him, and push the god clan to another peak. Back then, when the deity race was at its peak, the Qing Emperor personally charged into the deity race's heavenly nation and killed a large number of deities. He even killed 4 or 5 deity kings that were as strong as sovereign martial emperors. Alone, Shao Chun knocked down the deity race from its peak. Then he invented the dragon tone art, allowing the Dragon's Gate to suppress the deity race for several thousand years. He left behind the title of Azure Demon in the God Clan, but there was no need to doubt his strength. Even the God Clan, who were his enemies, had to admit it. It was not an insult to be on the same level as the Azure Demon, but it was a great honor. The 13 guardians all thought so. Diwux narrowed his eyes and looked at the golden name of the Qing Emperor on the sage mark monument. He said, "It is time for me to continue the legend of the Qing Emperor from 10,000 years ago." A beam of golden light shot out, and Diwux soared up. After the 7 peak experts of the various races achieved impressive results, he finally made his move. The beam of golden light was like a rainbow soaring into the sky. It did not slow down even after flying for 2,000 meters. Only when it reached 2,500 meters did it slow down. The light vanished and Shao Chen's figure appeared. Then, he slowly climbed up before countless nervous gazes. He climbed to 2,800 meters, then to 2,900 meters. Then, he continued rising to 2,950 meters. Shao Chun looked at the names of the various races' cultivators and smiled faintly. Then he paused for a moment. Just when everyone thought that Shao Chun would not continue, Diwux's white hair turned golden. Every strand of his golden hair gave off a bright light. He shouted, and his figure soared forward. Based on Shao Chen's explosive power, it seemed like he was going to charge past the 3-kilometer mark. However, when he reached the 3-kilometer mark, his figure paused. It was like he felt a huge pressure nearly knocking him back down. Diwux stopped thinking about breaking through the 3-kilometer mark. He started to quickly write his name, carving the words Diwux beside the Thunder King Sangmu, reaching 3,000 meters, being on par with the Qing Emperor. After 5,000 years, someone had finally reached this level. A large group of deity race cultivators shouted excitedly. The nightmarish name of the Azure Demon had finally appeared in the deity race that could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The 13 keepers of the deity race each sent out a beam of holy light, forming a 7-colored bridge in the air that extended to Diwux's feet. Diwux stood on the 7-colored bridge and looked down. Finally, his gaze stopped at the human group. He smiled faintly and said, "Sorry, you will not be able to continue the legend of the Qing Emperor. I will have to leave it to Diwux." Diwux's lazy tone coupled with his insufferably arrogant words showed that he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to plant the seed of invincibility in the hearts of the demonic geniuses of the various races. Haha. Diwux, it is not up to you to say that. Who was it that dared to refute Diwux in front of everyone after he was on par with the Emperor? Everyone curiously searched for the source of the voice. They saw a black-cloaked cultivator walking out from the human group. Naturally, this person was Shao Chun. He had come to the Sage Mark Monument mainly for the treasures in it. At the same time, he wanted to take a look at the true elites of the various races. He did not care much about whose name was carved higher and whose name was carved lower. Many years ago, the Thunder King had carved his name on par with the Qing emperors. However, so what? Now it was clear whose name was more dazzling. The height of the name carved on the Sage Mark monument was more of a symbol. To cultivators, its only practical use was as a ticket to enter the Sage Mark monument. Even now, when all the geniuses of the various races were chasing after this so-called height, Xiao Qin's view did not change. He would not fight for this empty reputation. If he did not fight for this moment after 10,000 years, whose name was still on the Sage Mark monument and whose name was more dazzling would be judged by future generations. However, this Diwuk should not be like this. How could he continue the legend of the Qing emperor? There were some things that he needed to say. Under the cloak, no one could see Xiao Qin's appearance. Everyone tried to guess this person's identity. Is it your place to interrupt when our divine son is speaking? Diwuk had carved his name on par with the Qing emperors. Unexpectedly, a random nobody from somewhere mocked him for such a glorious matter. Two deity race cultivators immediately leaped out and charged at Xiao Qin. Of the cultivators who came to leave their names, the weakest was an inferior grade martial sage. The two deity race cultivators who leaped out looked like middle-aged men. Furthermore, they were middle-stage inferior grade martial sages. They both executed the deity race's mental energy martial techniques and charged at Xiao Qin's Sea of Consciousness. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived before Xiao Qin. Their mental energy origin qi had already turned into a ferocious beast and entered Xiao Qin's Sea of Consciousness to wreak havoc. If Xiao Qin could not quickly eliminate the mental energy that the two sent in, the two charging over would be able to severely injure him with one punch each. The physical body and quintessence of the deity race were no weaker than that of regular human cultivators. Mental energy martial techniques were just their innate abilities. Xiao Qin smiled coldly. These two were trying to turn him into an idiot, crippling him by entering his Sea of Consciousness so tyrannically. However, was it really that easy to enter Xiao Qin's Sea of Consciousness? The two ferocious beasts entered Xiao Qin's Sea of Consciousness. Before they could do anything, they saw a drifting purple talisman flash with a purple light, and the two ferocious beasts were chopped in half. Electric light exploded, and the two halves of the ferocious beasts were blasted into nothing without being able to resist. The ferocious beasts, which contained the mental energy of the two, did not even have a chance to retreat before Xiao Qin killed them. When the two deity race cultivators got within 1 meter of Xiao Qin, they suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. Their complexions turned incredibly pale. Will of Thunder, hurry up and retreat. He has already erased our mental energy origin source. The two's eyes filled with horror. They felt so much regret that their intestines turned green. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin had comprehended a will. Furthermore, it was the will of Thunder, which had the greatest destructive power against mental energy. If they had known, they would not have been so bold as to send their mental energy into Xiao Qin's Sea of Consciousness to wreak havoc. That would have been no different from suicide. Trying to run now? It is too late. Since the two wanted to kill him, naturally Xiao Qin would not show any mercy. The 3 heavenly sage laws in his body flowed into his palm. Then he stretched out his hand, and a strong wind sucked the two over. The heavenly sage laws flowed through Xiao Qin's body as he quickly executed the Kuan-Peng divine fist that he inherited from the Kuan-Peng king. A huge shadow soared up behind Xiao Qin. That was the legendary divine bird, the Kuan-Peng. When it spread its wings, it blocked out the radiance of the blazing sun. At this moment, when Xiao Qin executed the Kuan-Peng with his heavenly sage laws, its might was several times stronger than before. The huge shadow covered the entire mountain. With the sound of wings flapping, a strong gust of wind blew, and dust swirled around. Everyone involuntarily closed their eyes, and when they reopened their eyes, they found themselves in a daze. When they opened their eyes again, the Kuan-Peng materialized by the heavenly sage laws flew somewhere in the sky. The two deity race cultivators preparing to beat up Xiao Qin into an idiot immediately turned into a flash of scarlet. He directly turned into a bloody light. His bones shattered, and he died without a complete corpse. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin killed 2 deity race cultivators. The place fell silent. Everyone's expressions turned grave. Xiao Qin killed the deity race cultivators in front of Diwuk. In this era where the deity race was unstoppable, even the older generation cultivators did not dare to do such a thing. Everyone looked at Diwuk, who was on the seven-colored bridge. Their hearts sank. They were in big trouble. Diwuk showed an uncertain expression. As he looked at the mysterious cloaked man below, he said coldly, "Aren't you being a little too heavy-handed?" Xiao Qin's expression did not change. His eyes rippled like autumn water as he replied calmly, "Being too heavy-handed? If I were not capable, my mind would have been wiped clean. I would probably be an idiot by now." Chapter 831. If you want to be reasonable, I will be reasonable with you. If you want to fight, I will accompany you to the end. Others might be afraid of you, Diwuk, but I am not. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and gently flung the cloak off his body. His white robes fluttered in the wind as he looked up at Diwuk, his heart calm and indifferent. It's the white-robed bladesman Xiao Qin. He advanced to martial sage. When Xiao Qin revealed his true appearance, he immediately elicited startled cries from the crowd. The news of the Qing Emperor's descendant appearing had already spread from the Tianwu domain to the entire Kunlun realm. When the Sage Mark Monument appeared, many people guessed whether Xiao Qin could rush over or not. After all, he had only advanced to half-sage for a short time, even if he was the Qing Emperor's descendant. Not many people thought that Xiao Qin could advance to martial sage in such a short time. His appearance today could be considered a huge surprise. No wonder he flew into such a rage. Diwuk's earlier words really touched his reverse scale. Those two deity race cultivators deserved to die. If he offended them now, he would be seeking death. However, it is too irrational to mess with Diwuk now. Diwuk advanced to martial sage a year ago. Furthermore, no one has seen him use his full power. Xiao Qin just advanced to martial sage. He is probably not a match for Diwuk. All sorts of discussions rang out endlessly. No one had expected that the matter of leaving one's name, which should have ended here, would take such a turn. When Diwuk, who was in the air, saw Xiao Qin's face, his expression relaxed instead. It was like he had been waiting for him. He smiled and said, "Indeed, it is as I expected. You have indeed advanced to martial sage. Do you dare to leave your name? Let me see the strength of the Qing Emperor's descendant. Let's see who can continue the legend of the Qing Emperor." Xiao Qin had always been very calm. Even though Diwuk kept goading him, he did not get angry. 10,000 years from now, the future generations would judge whose light was more dazzling. The reason why he stood out was to express his attitude and continue the legend of the Qing Emperor. It was indeed not his place to say such words. On the seven-colored arch bridge, Diwuk was full of confidence. As long as Xiao Qin dared to compete with him, the contingency plan he left behind could ruin Xiao Qin's reputation, and he wouldn't even be able to carve his name on it in front of the world. At that time, not only would he be able to suppress Xiao Qin's sharpness, but he would also be unable to recover from this setback. The story of the so-called Qing Emperor would end here, and the legend would be continued by him. Now that Xiao Qin had been provoked by his words, the plan was already half complete. The remaining half was waiting for Xiao Qin to take the bait. Diwuk, it's really not your turn to continue the legend and glory of my ancestors. No matter how high you carve your name, it will have nothing to do with the Qing Emperor or me. I am not the Qing Emperor. I am Xiao Qin. However, since you want to compete, I will compete with you, Xiao Qin said softly. Then, he leaped up and arrived before the Sage Mark Monument. The bottom 10 meters of the Sage Mark Monument was empty. No one would carve their name here. Even if they could not do so, they would fly 30 or 40 meters before carving their name. However, they did not know that time was merciless. The names carved on the monument would disappear. After they disappeared, someone else would carve their name. After 10,000 years, no matter how high you carve your name, who would remember you without a name? Even if you became a sovereign martial emperor, how many people would seriously look at your dim light before the rows of dazzling golden words? Before everyone's incredulous gazes, Xiao Qin stood before the Sage Mark Monument and carved his name at the bottom of the Sage Mark Monument. Xiao Qin carved every stroke very seriously. He was Xiao Qin, not the Thunder King or the Qing Emperor. You want to fight for this moment, but I will fight with you forever. Let's see whose light will be more dazzling after 10,000 years. Let's see who will remember whose name after 1,000 cycles of reincarnation. One monument, one Kunlun realm. How many sages had there been since ancient times? Who would take the initiative to carve their name at the bottom of the sage mark monument? That was a corner that even cultivators who advanced to martial sage before 100 years old would scoff at. The cultivators present were flabbergasted. The densely packed crowds on the surrounding mountains were also flabbergasted. Some people did not understand. Some people smiled coldly in their hearts, thinking that Xiao Chen knew that he was no match for Xiao Chen and was just putting on a show. Some people entered deep thought, carefully pondering the meaning of Xiao Chen's words. It seemed like they understood something, but at the same time they did not. Among the crowd, the first senior sister, Shui Lingling, smiled faintly. Her soft and pretty face was indescribably beautiful. She said, "Junior brother Xiao Chen, looks like you really understand people. As long as one becomes a sovereign martial emperor, one's name will never disappear. The stronger one is, the brighter one's light will shine. It does not matter where it is." Under the black cloak, Ying Qiong was stunned by Xiao Chen's startling actions for a while. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "This can be considered his style. There is indeed no point in fighting for a moment's glory." The white-haired divine daughter Tian Yuxi shifted her gaze away from a blurry spot at the top of the sage mark monument and looked at Xiao Chen, who had left his name below. Then she revealed a contemplative expression. Naturally, Diwuk's expression was the most interesting. As he looked at Xiao Chen, who had left his name below, his expression froze. Why did Xiao Chen leave his name below? In that case, all his preparations would have been for nothing. Originally, as long as Xiao Chen dared to leave his name above, Diwuk was confident of immediately using his secret mental energy technique to make Xiao Chen fall from the sky the instant he carved his name. The other deity races might fear the will of thunder, but Xiao Chen did not. The cultivation technique he cultivated was the supreme deity canon of the sect, the most ancient cultivation technique of the deity race. If Xiao Chen carved his name below, naturally, Xiao Chen's preparations would be wasted. Xiao Chen's plan to make Xiao Chen lose his chance to enter the sage mark monument in a sorry state would also be foiled. In Xiao Chen's heart, Xiao Chen had always been a great threat. Right now, even if Xiao Chen advanced to martial sage, he still did not feel strong enough. If Xiao Chen really met Xiao Chen, he would be able to defeat Xiao Chen after putting in some effort. What Xiao Chen feared was Xiao Chen's potential and Xiao Chen's growth speed. If Xiao Chen really grew into a second Qing emperor one day, then the deity race's plan to unify the Kunlun realm would have to be shelved. If Xiao Chen's plan succeeded, Xiao Chen would deal a heavy blow to Xiao Chen when he was at his most confident. Xiao Chen would trample on Xiao Chen in front of everyone. This would definitely leave a huge shadow in Xiao Chen's heart. In the future, his cultivation would definitely be hindered. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen's nature made this plan go up in smoke. Xiao Chen did not know how long he would have to wait for a similar plan. "Xiao Chen, I really overestimated you. Your courage is only so. I am as famous as your great-grandfather. All the outstanding talents in the world are suppressed by me. You are at the bottom. What qualifications do you have to compete with me? As a grandson, you are looking down on your great-grandfather too much." Diwuk recovered his wits and smiled faintly. Then he started mocking Xiao Chen. His words implied that Xiao Chen was a grandson. The expressions of many people changed. They could not tell that this Diwuk had such a venomous mouth. Just because he was on par with the Qing emperor, he mocked Xiao Chen like that. However, the deity race cultivators laughed loudly and started jeering. Even as a grandson, he has so many titles. What white-robed bladesman? What nonsense descendant of the Qing emperor? He is merely so, just putting on airs and deliberately mystifying things. If you are truly capable, then surpass our divine son now. Otherwise, you are a grandson. Xiao Chen's lips curled up slightly. He raised his head and looked at Diwuk. He smiled and said, "Diwuk, I really overestimated you. Even though you are stronger than me now, it is only a matter of time before I surpass you." Xiao Chen gently pushed off the ground and soared into the air like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at a height of 2 kilometers without any pressure. Xiao Chen rose at a startling speed. 2,500 meters, 2,800 meters. 2,900 meters. Before Di-Wuk could react, Xiao Chun brushed past him, surpassing the height of 3 kilometers. There were 2 kinds of pressure from the Sage Mark Monument. One was a formless pressure on a cultivator's mental energy, and the other was a visible pressure on the physical body. After observing for a long time, Xiao Chun had figured out the mysteries of the Sage Mark Monument long ago. His mental energy cultivation was second only to Di-Wuk, and his physical body was second only to the Iron Hand Sovereign's descendant Kuei Do. However, of all the people present, he was the only one who could merge the two perfectly. Since ancient times, only an inferior-grade martial sage had managed to achieve the same level of mental energy and physical body cultivation as Xiao Chun at the same time. Due to the limitations of his physical body, Di-Wuk could not cross the 3-kilometer mark. However, Xiao Chun did not have that many restrictions. Whoosh! Xiao Chun clenched his teeth and charged over the final 300 meters of the Sage Mark Monument. Then, he landed firmly on the top of the Sage Mark Monument. When Xiao Chun looked down, the deity race cultivators who mocked Xiao Chun were all dumbfounded and immediately shut their mouths. Earlier they called Xiao Chun a grandson because Di-Wuk stood taller than Xiao Chun. However, now Xiao Chun was 300 meters taller than Di-Wuk. According to their logic, it was clear who was the grandson here. When the cultivators on the surrounding peaks saw Xiao Chun standing at the top of the Sage Mark Monument, they all went into an uproar. Their eyes filled with disbelief. What the hell is going on? Did the pressure in the Sage Mark Monument lose its effect? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Don't tell me this is real. Xiao Chun is actually standing at the top of the Sage Mark Monument. The martial monarchs and older generation sages on the peaks watching the excitement could no longer sit still. They all flew over wanting to see what was going on. Di-Wuk's expression changed unpredictably. Earlier, he had used his height to mock Xiao Chun for being a grandson. Unexpectedly, retribution paid. Xiao Chun immediately stood at the top of the Sage Mark Monument, slapping his own face. Now he did not even have the chance to take back his words. Xiao Chun took out a bottle of wine from the universe ring and sat at the top of the Sage Mark Monument. Then he looked down at Di-Wuk. Xiao Chun poured himself a cup of wine and smiled faintly. Di-Wuk, below me are the sages and sages of the ancient era. Your ancestor's grandfather is among them. You want to go even lower? Are you not even qualified to be a grandson? When it came to having a vicious mouth, Xiao Chun would not lose to anyone. Since the other party had spoken, there was no need for Xiao Chun to stand on ceremony. Chapter 832. The matters of the world were always unpredictable. Di-Wuk, who was feeling very pleased with himself earlier, had mocked Xiao Chun for being a grandson. Xiao Chun was immediately slapped in the face by his own words, not even qualified to be a grandson. The group of people below could not help smiling bitterly. This Di-Wuk was really unlucky. After today, this matter of him being a grandson would probably spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm. The Divine Son's illustrious reputation was destined to leave a stain that could never be washed away. Di-Wuk, let me offer you a toast on behalf of your ancestor's grandfather. Xiao Chun gently poured the wine flask downwards. The clear and fragrant wine immediately flowed down in a straight line. Di-Wuk, who was originally so angry that he could not speak, flew into a complete rage. These words sounded like, "Come, grandson. Let me offer you a toast on behalf of your grandfather." Di-Wuk's figure flashed as he shouted. His white hair, which had already lost its color, turned golden again as he charged upwards. Xiao Chun's mental energy could withstand this pressure. However, his physical body could not. After barely advancing 10 meters, he felt like his bones were about to fall apart. This was the opportunity that Xiao Chun had been waiting for. His gaze turned cold as he casually tossed aside the wine flask in his hand. Then he soared into the air and kicked Di-Wuk's shoulder. This kick made use of the advantage of the Sage Mark Monument's descent. It was extremely fast. Di-Wuk, who was struggling to climb up, was caught off guard and struck. Bang! Di-Wuk was ruthlessly kicked down. His body somersaulted several times in the air. He felt like the bones in his shoulder had shattered. After this matter, Xiao Chun would definitely become a thorn in Di-Wuk's side. The enmity between the two had already been established. Since he could create an opportunity to deal a blow to Diwuk, naturally, Xiao Chun would not miss it. After kicking Diwuk, Xiao Chun's figure flashed. He withstood the pressure and stood at the top of the Sage Mark Monument once again. The surrounding group of people were all stunned. Diwuk, who had dominated the younger generation of Kunlun, was actually kicked to the ground by someone. This unimaginable thing actually happened in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at Diwuk, who was in the air, Xiao Chun felt that it was a pity. His kick just now had been very satisfying, but he had not been able to put much force into it. Thus, he had not been able to truly injure Diwuk. Diwuk took a step in the air, and for the first time, an unsuppressible killing intent gushed out from his eyes. A terrifying aura spread out from his body, and everyone below felt a chill down their spines. Sort of initial split moment awareness. With a soft shout, Diwuk suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed a finger. A speck of light emerged from his fingertip, and the world seemed to turn dark. The entire world seemed to only have that speck of light. Suddenly, a strand of sword chi shot out from the tip of his finger. This strand of sword chi pierced through all the darkness in the world. The sword chi pierced through the darkness and light like the first light of the world. In an instant it shot towards Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun felt danger for some reason. He tilted his body slightly, and a weak strand of sword chi brushed past his face, cutting off a few strands of his hair. Although this sword was very mighty and fast, and the state it contained was vast and majestic, when it arrived before Xiao Chun, its might was negligible under the pressure of the Sage Mark Monument. Xiao Chun's expression turned grave, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. Then, he looked coldly at the other party. The Kunlun realm was destined to have only one main character. Today Xiao Chun and Diwuk shed all pretense of cordiality. Xiao Chun's opponent was very strong. Even if he used his full power, he might not be able to defeat him. However, there was still a long way to go. The one who laughed last would be the one whose light would never fade. Beams of light started flickering on the Sage Mark Monument. The many cultivators who were watching the excitement all turned grave. This was a sign that the world in the Sage Mark Monument was about to open. Some of the inferior grade martial sages who had not imprinted their names quickly stepped forward and imprinted their names. Diwuk withdrew the murderous intent in his eyes and glanced at Xiao Chun, who was at the top of the Sage Mark Monument. Then, he calmly landed among the deity race cultivators. When a deity race cultivator saw Diwuk's sullen expression, he stepped forward and tried to curry favor with him. Divine Son, don't lower yourself to the same level as this fellow. This fellow is just a grandson. How can he compare to you? Diwuk's previously calm expression suddenly erupted. He sent this person flying with a palm strike and said, "Scram! Don't mention the word grandson in front of me." When the 13 Keepers of Light saw that person get sent flying, they revealed speechless expressions. This fellow really deserved it. He touched a sore spot. Even a fool could tell that Diwuk was now allergic to this word. The Sage Mark Monument was about to open. There were secret treasures, cultivation techniques, natural treasures, and all sorts of spirit veins waiting to be excavated by the inferior grade martial sages. This fortuitous encounter was hard to come by. The cultivators of the various races and the demonic geniuses of the younger generation all raised their heads in anticipation. As Xiao Chun sat at the top of the Sage Mark Monument, he saw Diwuk's actions. Then he smiled faintly and withdrew his gaze. Xiao Chun shifted his gaze to the bottom of the Sage Mark Monument and entered deep thought. According to legend, the people who left these marks mysteriously left this world. Rumor had it that they all reached the martial god realm. According to the time recorded on the Sage Mark Monument, the row of golden names 3,200 meters above the Sage Mark Monument represented the peak of the ancient era. In that case, these marks were even above that. Could it be that the martial epic had an even more distant era than the ancient era? Xiao Chun looked down. At the 3,200 meters above the Sage Mark Monument, he saw similar blurry marks among the rows of golden names. Xiao Chun seemed to figure something out in his mind. Then he used his finger to gently touch the mark at the bottom. Boom! A vast scene immediately appeared before Xiao Chun's eyes. A strand of saber light sweeping through the sky quickly chopped down at him. The face of the person who sent out the saber could not be clearly seen. The shout sounded like thunder rumbling in his sea of consciousness. Xiao Chen's body trembled, and he quickly moved his finger away. This nearly caused him to fall off the sage mark monument. Even if I am able to fly this high, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for me to leave my name on it. Xiao Chen thought to himself, that strand of saber light earlier was not sent out by the person who left the marks. Instead, it was made by the mysterious energy within the monument. Leaving one's name at the highest point was probably not something a martial sage could do. At the very least, no one here could block that formless saber light. Anyone who could leave a mark here was definitely not an inferior grade martial sage. However, the rules of the Sage Mark Monument clearly limited one to inferior grade martial sage. Even if Emperor Wu came, he would not be able to get close to the Sage Mark Monument. Could it be that the rules of the Sage Mark Monument were different from the ancient era? The flickering light became increasingly dazzling. The people who left their names on the monument could already feel the energy from the monument gently pulling at them. Just as the monument was about to open, a group of unwelcome guests suddenly flew over from the middle of the mountain. There were 2 men and 1 woman. Based on their auras, they did not belong to any of the 5 races. When someone saw their eyes and recognized their clothes, he was slightly stunned. Then he said, "The merfolk of the chaotic demonic sea. Why are they here?" The Kunlun realm was very vast. Just the continent alone was hard to traverse. The boundless ocean was even more vast and boundless. Naturally, the Tianwu domain's people were more familiar with the chaotic demonic sea, which bordered the yellow soil demonic garden to the west. The merfolk were the overlords of the chaotic demonic sea. After the chaotic demonic sea, there was an even vaster oceanic world. There were also intelligent races like the merfolk. There were even a few extremely strong races. During the ancient era, it was said that Neptune unified the sea race. All the sea race obeyed the orders of the Neptune Palace. However, the Neptune Palace was destroyed long ago, and the sea race was very rare. The oceanic world of today had changed long ago. 2 males and 1 female. From their appearance, they didn't look much different from humans, except that their eyes were all a beautiful deep blue color. Xiao Chun paid special attention to their feet. It was said that the merfolk were born without feet. They had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a fish. Only when their strength reached a certain level could they freely take human form. When the 3 saw the flickering light on the Sage Mark Monument, they quickly flew forward to leave their names. They left their names at a height of 2,800 meters. Before Xiao Chan could figure out why these 3 merfolk were here, the Sage Mark Monument suction forcefully pulled the people who had left their names. 10 days later, the cultivators that entered would automatically be sent out, and the Sage Mark Monument would close. The next time it would open would be 10 years later. When Xiao Chun opened his eyes, the scene of the Kunlun mountain range had already disappeared. In its place was a somewhat desolate grassland. There was no one else in the surroundings. The thousands of people here were probably sent to different places. Xiao Chun raised his head and looked to the limits of his vision. In the very center of this world, there was a pillar of light connecting the sky and the ground, attracting Xiao Chen's gaze. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, explained, "That pillar of light is the treasury hall in the Sage Mark Monument. However, it will not be easy to walk over." The name Treasury Hall was easy to understand. Xiao Chen asked, "The treasures in there should not be taken away for nothing, right?" "Yes. Not only are there traps and secret tunnels in there, but there are also all sorts of ancient puppets. These puppets are not that easy to deal with. The combat puppets you came across in the Heaven Series training room were replicas of these ancient puppets." Xiao Chan remembered the combat puppets in the Heaven Series training room clearly. Not only did they have combat memories, but they also had considerable intelligence. They could even grasp martial techniques and states. "We'll see later. I need to collect spirit vein origins. There should not be any on this grassland," Xiao Chen said after looking around. Although there were many spirit herbs in the Immortal Spirit Ring, there were only 2 that he cared about: the lunar cassia tree and the dragon mark fruit. The lunar cassia tree produced lunar cassia flowers that could heal almost any injury. It was much more convenient than medicinal pills. The dragon mark fruit did not require much. It was a rare natural treasure that could directly strengthen a cultivator's vital qi. By using the spirit vein's origin to nurture it, It could increase its age significantly. If it could reach 1,000 years, even with Xiao Chen's current cultivation, he would gain great benefits. Jiao smiled and said, "That is hard to say. You cannot use the logic of the outside world to judge this small world. The spirit veins in the outside world are all under the mountains. However, the spirit veins here might be under your feet." Chapter 833. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and extended his spiritual sense to its maximum detection range of 10,000 meters. Then, he scanned the area a few times in a circle but did not discover anything. Without a special sealing technique, one should be able to discover a spirit vein's origin easily from a distance. Don't search like that. The spirit vein's origin is hidden in a special layer of stone. No spiritual energy fluctuations will leak out. Departed spirit flowers will grow above the ground where the spirit vein's origin is hidden. If you find the departed spirit flowers, you will most likely find the spirit vein. Jiao explained in detail to Xiao Chen how to find the spirit vein here. Departed spirit flowers contain strong death energy. They were the favorites of the ghost race and corpse race. It was not strange for departed spirit flowers to grow in a place devoid of spiritual energy. Just as Xiao Chen thought this, a purple, red, and blue light suddenly soared up from an extremely distant place in the vast savanna. Auspicious signs descended from the sky. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. This was the sign of a spirit vein. Someone discovered the spirit vein so quickly. A tricolored light signified a rank 3 spirit vein. If a rank 3 spirit vein was suppressed in a mountain range, one could mine it for medial-grade spirit stones. With this spirit vein, one could establish a sect in the Sky Dome realm. Furthermore, it would be a great sect. Whoosh! 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 Such a mysterious phenomenon naturally attracted the attention of several people. Several figures quickly flew towards the location of the spiritual light. Aside from cultivators, one could also hear horrifying beast roars. The native spirit beasts of the savanna were startled as well. The auras they gave off were all rank 9 spirit beasts that rivaled martial sages. Even Xiao Chen felt some fear from some of these auras. It looked like this desolate savanna was not as peaceful as it appeared on the surface. Electric light burst out from under Xiao Chen's feet. He turned into a beam of purple light and quickly flew over as well. After a few breaths, Xiao Chen arrived at the location of the spiritual light. The place was chaotic, with cultivators of all races present. The ghost race and corpse race cultivators fought over a black flower. The fiend race, human race, and deity race cultivators chased after the spiritual light. Sparkling and translucent light leaked out from the ball of light and scattered in the air. The scene was very beautiful. Needless to say, the black flower was naturally the departed spirit flower. The death energy contained within it could rapidly increase the strength of the cultivators of the two races. The ball of light was a Tier 3 spirit vein origin. The human race cultivated true essence, the demon race cultivated demon essence, and the god race cultivated spiritual energy as well as true essence. No matter what the three races focused on, when they advanced to martial sage, they all cultivated heavenly sage laws. The vast spiritual energy contained in the spirit vein's origin could be converted into the heavenly sage laws they cultivated. Xiao Chen observed for a while. Among the martial practitioners of the three races fighting for the rank 3 spirit vein, there were no monstrous geniuses of the younger generation. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Now that he had obtained this rank 3 spirit vein's origin, he should not need to spend too much effort on it. If one was not a demonic genius of the younger generation, the other inferior grade martial sages would find it hard to contend against him. Bang! 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 Suddenly something strange happened. A figure charged over and sent out berserk water tornadoes. The cultivators struck by the water tornadoes all vomited blood and fell to the ground. With a wave of his hand, no one was a match for him. Even the stronger deity race cultivators were no exception. Before they could execute their mental energy martial techniques, the berserk water tornadoes severely injured them and knocked them to the ground. The force contained in the water tornadoes seemed to be able to pierce through space. They gave off a loud, ear-splitting sound. Not bad. A rank 3 spirit vein's origin is considered a rare item in the chaotic demonic sea. The person who arrived laughed loudly and stretched out his hand to grab the rank 3 spirit vein's ball of light. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. When Xiao Chen saw the other party's deep blue eyes, His expression turned grave. Unexpectedly, the person who arrived was one of the 3 merfolk race cultivators. This person looked delicate and pretty. From a glance, he looked to be no older than 25 years old. He was wearing a close-fitting leather armor with patterns that Xiao Chan could not understand. The lines of the patterns had a faint glow, so it should not be some ordinary clothing. This person's strong strength shocked the cultivators of the 3 races. When they landed on the ground and saw the other party holding the spirit vein's origin, they did not dare to do anything. The young merfolk race cultivator carefully put away the spirit vein's origin. Then, he looked at the cultivators below, who did not dare to say anything. He smiled gently and prepared to leave. However, the moment the merfolk race cultivator turned around, he saw a white figure appear at some point, looking at him calmly. The merfolk race cultivator was startled. When did this person appear? Why did I not sense him at all? Hand over the spirit vein's origin and I will let you go, Xiao Chan said indifferently, directly stating his purpose. The merfolk race cultivator's lips curled up. He smiled and said, I'll give it to you. I Mu Yuan will not give it to you for free. Stop dreaming. The merfolk race cultivator's temper was rather explosive. Before Xiao Chan could say anything, he sent out a waterspout. The water spun wildly, looking like a pillar of light as it shot towards Xiao Chan. Rumble! The sound of surging water rang out endlessly. The approaching waterspout was incredibly berserk, looking like it could easily pierce through a mountain. The originally gentle water seemed so berserk in this person's hands, even more ferocious than fire or hail. Ka! A saber light flashed and thunder roared in the sky. The berserk waterspout split in half and brushed past Xiao Chan, not injuring him at all. The cold saber light flickered with sparks. Xiao Chan held the lunar shadow saber with one hand and pointed it at the other party. Seeing his opponent break his waterspout with a casual saber strike, a strange look flashed in Mu Yun's eyes. However, he was not frightened. Not bad. You have some strength. However, you are too naive if you want to block my way with this little strength. Falling rain like sabers. Mu Yun shouted and formed hand seals with one hand. Then he pointed to the sky. Dark clouds churned and after a while heavy rain fell. The rainwater formed a line, each line like a saber. High in the sky, a bird attracted by the spiritual light accidentally flew through it. The bird cried out miserably, and thousands of tiny bloody holes appeared all over its body. It died instantly, unable to resist at all. Falling rain like sabers formed a line. The rainwater falling from the sky was even sharper than a saber. Mu Yun's lips curled up in a smile. This falling rain like sabers had killed many martial sages in the chaotic demonic sea. It covered a large area and lasted for a long time. Once one fell into it, they would not be able to escape the fate of being pierced through. A vast sea appeared behind Xiao Chan. 99 pillars of water soared into the sky. A blue dragon leaped out of the sea, and a 3-kilometer-long dragon-shaped saber chi gathered on the saber. Before Mu Yun's smile could freeze, he saw Xiao Chan chopping down with his saber. The dark clouds in the sky were split in half. Sunlight shone down, and the torrential rain vanished. With this move forcefully broken, Mu Yun's chi and blood surged, and his heavenly sage laws turned chaotic. He quickly suppressed them. Whoosh! An electric light flashed, and Xiao Chan descended from the sky. He moved as fast as the wind, but his saber was even faster than the wind. Mu Yun's figure wavered, and the afterimage he left behind was chopped in half. He stretched out his hand, and a saber appeared in his grasp. Then he swung his saber horizontally and blocked Xiao Chen's next attack. Sparks flew everywhere as Xiao Chan quickly changed his move. The saber light split into 81 saber images. Each saber image contained his will of thunder. Ding! 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 Mu Yun felt his arms sink slightly as he blocked the 81 saber strikes. With every block he moved back significantly. By the time he blocked the final saber strike, he had already moved back 3 kilometers. Mu Yun could tell that this move was extraordinary. The heavenly sage laws in his body surged, and a vast sea appeared behind him. As the saber flew over his head, it surged forward like a tsunami. Boom! The sea of lightning and the vast tsunami collided with each other, causing violent ripples in the void. Waves of earth-shattering sounds rang out continuously. Blood leaked out of a corner of Mu Yun's lips as he retreated a kilometer. Before he could stabilize himself, he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous killing qi. However, when he looked carefully, he could not find any traces of it. Just as Mu Yun panicked, a pretty figure flashed by him. She moved her 10 fingers, and a gentle screen of water formed in front of her. The instant the screen of water formed, a beam of rainbow light flickered like a meteor and crashed into it. Ripples spread out from the gentle screen of water, slowly dissipating the energy contained in the beam of rainbow light. The ripples moved faster and faster. Finally, there was a loud bang. Unexpectedly, the screen of water could not withstand this energy, and it turned into a spray of water that scattered into the air. However, after blocking for a while, the might of that beam of rainbow light was completely blocked. Xiao Qian did not get greedy. He sheathed his saber and retreated. His movements were very clean and decisive as he watched the newcomer quietly. The newcomer was a girl. She also wore aqua blue leather. Most of her skin was exposed, and she had a pair of pretty sky blue eyes. When Mu Yun saw the screen of water shatter, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Unexpectedly, even the princess's azure sky water curtain could not block the earlier saber strike. If the princess had not come, that earlier saber strike would have killed him without a doubt. However, this place was special. Even if he died, his death would only be transmitted out. He would not truly die. Mu Yun, hand over the spirit vein's origin to this young master. I believe this is a misunderstanding, the beautiful merfolk girl said softly. Her voice was like flowing water, very pleasant to the ears. Mu Yun frowned slightly. However, he did not dare to disobey this girl. He took out the spirit vein's origin and tossed it to Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian stretched out his hand to catch it. Then he casually tossed it into the immortal spirit ring. After glancing at this girl, Xiao Qian did not say anything. He stood on a lightning dragon and vanished into the sky. Seeing Xiao Qian's indifferent attitude, Mu Yun could not help feeling even more upset. He said, "This fellow is too arrogant." He left without saying anything. It's like I snatched his spirit vein's origin. The merfolk girl withdrew her gaze and said softly, "This person is not simple. The Sage Mark Monument is famous in the chaotic demonic sea, even the entire oceanic world. However, this person was at the top of the Sage Mark Monument earlier. In the past 10,000 years I have never heard of anyone doing this." Feeling dissatisfied, Mu Yun said, "However, no matter what, he is just an inferior grade martial sage. I don't believe that Princess Yao Yan and I are not a match for him even if we work together." Chapter 834. It's just a rank 3 spiritual vein. There's no need to become enemies with this person. Don't forget our purpose for coming here. The crisis of the merfolk tribe rests entirely on the 3 of us. Hearing the woman's words, Mu Yun's expression slowly turned grim. Princess Yao Yan glanced in the direction that Xiao Qian had left and said, "Let's go. Let's find your big brother first, then we'll go to the treasury hall. We must obtain the extreme thunder sword." What a dense spiritual energy. Now that the lunar cassia tree has matured, we can save 10 years of time. Xiao Qian, keep up the good work and find a few more spirit veins. Just a few supreme grade spirit veins will do. Inside the immortal spirit ring, Ao Jiao said excitedly as she controlled the formation in the ring to insert the spirit vein. Hearing that it could only save 10 years, Xiao Qian was disappointed. He said, "A rank 3 spirit vein can only save 10 years? The lunar cassia tree takes 500 years to mature. That's a little too many spirit veins." Ao Jiao's lips curled up as she said, "You should be content with what you have. Only your immortal spirit ring is of a higher grade. If it were the immortal spirit ring of another Emperor Wu, the formations in it would not be complete. You would be thankful if you could save 5 years. However, if you can obtain a peak grade spirit vein, you can save 100 years. If it's a holy grade spirit vein, you can immediately ripen it. The dragon mark fruit you need the most will immediately reach 1,000 years of age. Peak spirit veins could produce superior grade spirit stones. Rank 9 sects had a limited number of superior grade spirit veins, not to mention holy spirit veins. The Supreme Sky sect seemed to have only 2. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, Xiao Chun looked around and continued to search for the spiritual vein. Xiao Chun was clearly not as good at finding the departed flower as the corpse race and the ghost race. Everyone had their own specialties, and there was no way he could compare to the professionals. Hence, Xiao Chun followed a group of ghost race cultivators searching for departed spirit flowers on this savanna. The other party cultivated the power of death and would not care about the spiritual vein origin. Xiao Chun followed behind and took advantage of the situation. As for the battle between them and the corpse race, he naturally would not interfere. The battle between the two races was an eye-opener for Xiao Chun. One side summoned demonic corpses that were suffused with black smoke, while the other side summoned soldiers that emitted gusts of cold wind. The battle was rather brilliant, and the scene was extremely grand. As Xiao Chun followed this group of ghost race cultivators, he gained a lot. The speed at which he found spirit veins excited him. In a short half a day, he had collected another 5 rank 3 spirit veins. When this group of ghost race cultivators met up with another group of people, Xiao Chun sighed when he saw the 8 ghost palanquin floating in the air. He knew that this relaxed and happy situation was about to come to an end. "Young Master Xiao, please wait." The woman walked out from the palanquin and called out to Xiao Chun. The younger generation of the ghost race, led by Qing Cheng, had all arrived. Now they were gathering the other ghost race cultivators. Naturally, Xiao Chun would not follow behind and take advantage of the situation. His earlier actions had already incurred the displeasure of the ghost race cultivators. However, they could not do anything to him, so they could only pretend not to see it. When Xiao Chun heard Qing Cheng's voice, he turned around slightly. However, he did not approach blindly. 5 demonic geniuses of the younger generation, and more than 100 inferior grade martial sages of the ghost race. With such a lineup, Xiao Chun would not let himself be in danger. "Young Master Xiao is really cautious. Would you mind speaking further? I have something to discuss with you." Qing Cheng revealed a faint smile on her snow-white face as she looked at Xiao Chun, who was 2 kilometers away. Xiao Chun thought for a while and looked around. Suddenly, electric light burst out from under his feet, and he instantly closed the distance of 2 kilometers. Green flames burned in the eyes of the ghost race cultivators that Xiao Chun had taken advantage of. They were eager to make a move, and a sinister wind blew. When Xiao Chun saw this, he smiled to himself. "It looks like this group of ghost race cultivators really have a problem with me." However, Xiao Chun did not do anything. He only watched them fight with the corpse race and picked up some spirit veins that they did not need. "What is it? Speak." Actually, Xiao Chun had some guesses in his heart. If that was really the case, he might be able to take advantage of the situation. Qing Cheng was rather direct. She said, "If you want to collect spirit veins, we can help you find them. However, you have to agree to help us deal with the corpse race. Help us deal with the corpse race. Otherwise, if you search for it yourself, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to be efficient." The corner of Xiao Chun's lips curled up. He said, "Sorry, these conditions are not enough for me to offend the corpse race." Qing Cheng had expected this long ago. She had not thought of using these conditions to move Xiao Chun. She continued, "If we say that we can help you find a peak spirit vein's origin, will you still say sorry? Peak spirit veins could produce superior grade spirit stones in large quantities. In the Tianwu domain, the accumulations of a sect were measured by the number of peak spirit veins they had. Sects frequently needed superior grade spirit stones to reward their disciples. Without sufficient resources, they could not attract new disciples to join the sect. Peak spirit veins were very valuable and could not be easily measured. To Xiao Chun, if he could find a peak spirit vein, he might be able to accelerate the ripening of the lunar cassia tree and the dragon mark fruit. However, when Xiao Chun heard Qing Cheng's words, his first reaction was not to be tempted. Instead, he considered the pros and cons. Spirit veins were useless to corpse race cultivators. However, they were still valuable. They could use them to exchange for other treasures. They would not give them to Xiao Chun for free. If Xiao Chun guessed right, the old enemy of the ghost race, the corpse race, should know where the peak spirit vein was. They might be able to find help. Qing Cheng definitely knew that Xiao Chun had the death throne. Working with her would be like asking a tiger for its skin. It was normal for the other party to kill the donkey after it was no longer of use, using him as a hired thug. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaochan analyzed the situation in his mind several times. After a while he said decisively, "Very well, I promise you. I hope that you will keep your promise after this matter is over." Joy flashed in the eyes of the 4 men and women behind Qing Cheng. A group of more than 100 people started moving quickly on the vast savanna. As they traveled, Qing Cheng told Xiaochan about the details of the situation. The last time the Sage Mark Monument opened, it was also in this savanna. The ghost race and corpse race cultivators discovered 3 departed spirit flowers that bore fruit. The departed spirit fruits borne by departed spirit flowers contained death energy. Needless to say, everyone knew that they were much stronger than departed spirit flowers. Unfortunately, these departed spirit fruits were still 1 breath away from ripening. Furthermore, there was a black flame sovereign snake guarding them, so the 2 races had no choice but to give up. Now that 10 years had passed, those 3 departed spirit fruits were already ripe. Departed spirit flowers could bear departed spirit fruits. Furthermore, there were 3 of them. Without even thinking about it, the spirit vein hidden beneath them was definitely of a very high rank. Our strength is about the same as the corpse races. However, I heard that they are working together with the Iron Hand Sovereign's descendant, Kuei Do. At that time I will have to ask young Master Xiao to take care of Kuei Do, Qing Cheng said softly, sounding extremely weak. Kuei Do had advanced to martial sage through the physical body. Xiaochan estimated that Kuei Do's sage body had already reached rank 3, even stronger than his peak rank 2 sage body. The cultivation of the physical body was extremely arduous. Those who could advance to martial sage through the physical body not only had unparalleled talent, but their extraordinary tenacity was also the most terrifying. The pain of tempering the physical body was something that Xiaochan experienced much more deeply than others. As Qing Cheng spoke, a small team sent out to search for ordinary departed spirit flowers sounded the alarm. They must have discovered something else. The departed spirit fruits were very far away. Naturally, these ghost race cultivators would not give up on the departed spirit flowers along the way. After sending out many small teams to search, Xiaochan found another 4 rank 3 spirit veins origins along the way. Electric light burst out, and Xiaochan left the speaking Qing Cheng behind. Then, he stood on a lightning dragon and arrived at the location of the incident after a few breaths. Qing Cheng could not help but feel speechless. Can you not behave in such an unsightly manner? After all, you are someone who dared to oppose Diwuk. Aren't you afraid of being mocked by others for being so anxious? Adding in this spirit vein's origin, this fellow has already collected 10 rank 3 spirit veins by following us. If we convert them into astral coins, that would be a large sum. The one who spoke was Ji Shizhan, a genius of the ghost race who was as famous as Qing Cheng. He was very strong. However, Qing Cheng's status was much higher than Ji Shizhan's, so he was not as famous as Ji Shizhan. That's right. 10 spirit veins origins are already worth a peak sage grade secret treasure. To think that this fellow can take them with a clear conscience, not feeling any guilt at all. The other ghost race woman, Bai Su, curled her lips and said in an extremely upset manner. Qing Cheng's eyes remained as calm as still water. She said, "There are not many people who can deal with Kuei Do. He is one of them. Let him be for now. We can talk about everything else after we obtain the departed spirit fruits." When Xiaochan rushed over, the ghost race cultivators had summoned Yin soldiers, and were currently fighting with a group of corpse race cultivators. A cold wind howled. The Yin soldiers, which seemed both real and fake, looked extremely frightening. Yin soldiers were undying puppets that the ghost race refined from the souls of the dead, using special methods. Like the demonic corpses of the corpse race, they were infamous in the Kunlun realm. When the ghost race and corpse race cultivators saw Xiaochan arrive, their expressions immediately turned unsightly. Xiaochan smiled faintly and arrived before the departed spirit flower in a flash. Then, he plucked the departed spirit flower and punched the ground. Boom! Xiaochan's energy spread out, and the spirit veins origins hidden underground were affected. They struggled free with a bang. A tricolored spiritual light broke through the ground, filling the sky with auspicious signs. Xiaochan raised his head and looked around. Soon, his gaze fixed on a flickering spirit vein's origin. He stretched out his hand and a suction pulled it over. After tossing it into the universe ring, Xiaochan stood on a flickering electric light and vanished. The ghost race cultivators did not find this strange. They let go of the corpse race cultivators and continued searching for departed spirit flowers along the way. After returning to the group, Xiao Chan handed the departed spirit flower to Qing Cheng. Then he smiled apologetically and said, Where were we? Please continue." Ji Shizhan and the others could not be bothered to retort. Out of sight, out of mind. They directly soared into the air, leaving only Qing Cheng to negotiate with Xiao Chan. "We were talking about having you deal with Kue Do. At the very least, you have to help us delay him," Qing Cheng said patiently. Xiao Chan smiled and said, "That's easy." Before Xiao Chan could finish speaking, the alarm unique to the ghost race rang out in another direction. It was another group that had found another departed spirit flower and clashed with the corpse race. Chapter 835. Electric light flashed and a gentle breeze blew, picking up the withered leaves. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chan vanished from Qing Cheng's sight. Qing Cheng showed some anger on her face, but she hid it well and continued leading the group forward. By the time the sun set the next day, Xiao Chan had collected 35 rank 3 spirit veins. A horrifying number. Even the Haotian sect could take out only 200 or 300 rank 3 spirit veins, not to mention their 10,000 years of accumulation. The lunar cassia tree that Ao Jiao infused with her full power in the immortal spirit ring had already reached a height of more than 100 meters. Its branches and leaves were lush, and lush greenery filled the air. As for the dragon mark fruits that Xiao Chen valued, they were growing even better. There were now 6 of them, and each of them had a golden bright fruit hanging on them. The effects of the 30-odd high-rank spirit veins had not gone to waste. Ao Jiao giggled and said, "Do your best. Do your best. These ghost race cultivators are really good people. A team of more than 100 people helping you search for spirit veins for free. This is a rare opportunity." An irritable aura spread through the ghost race group. Qing Cheng wondered if she had found the wrong person. They watched as their group fought to the death with the corpse race. Yet, this fellow managed to obtain the spirit vein's origin so easily. Sometimes when Xiao Chan was lucky, he could pick a departed spirit flower. However, if the corpse race managed to obtain the departed spirit flower first, he would not waste his energy to help them snatch it. Qing Cheng wanted Xiao Chan to help, but when she looked back, she discovered that he had already disappeared. She could not do anything about it. In the following 2 days, not only the ghost race but also the corpse race raised their guard against Xiao Chan. When the two sides saw him appear, they tacitly stopped fighting at the same time and started fighting for the departed spirit flowers and spirit veins' origins. Furthermore, most of the spirit veins in the savannah had already been searched. Xiao Chen's harvest decreased sharply. After 2 days, he managed to obtain 5 spirit veins' origins. However, 40 spirit veins' origins were sufficient. Within 4 days, the lunar cassia tree and the dragon mark fruit in the immortal spirit ring reached 400 years of age. Xiao Chun estimated that the moon cassia tree would be completely mature in 2 days. At that time, he could either keep it for himself or sell it for star coins. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was that they would be able to obtain that supreme grade spirit vein. Otherwise, they would have to wait another 100 years. Or he could spend a large amount of money to buy a rank 3 spirit vein from the black market. That would not be worth it. The advancing team suddenly stopped. Xiao Chen also frowned slightly. Just a moment ago, the death qi that filled the void suddenly increased by a lot. Life and death, the withering of flowers and grass, the extinction of birds and beasts, or the death of cultivators. The death qi of the world always existed. However, it was difficult for ordinary cultivators to sense it. If they accidentally sensed it, they would avoid it. No one liked death qi. Xiao Chun was no exception. However, the group of ghost race cultivators behind all looked radiant. Their eyes gleamed with vigor, clearly enjoying themselves. Xiao Chun focused on the vast savanna at the limits of his vision. He could see 2 strands of black smoke soaring into the sky, forming a black cloud in the clear sky. Unexpectedly, the formless death qi was visible to the naked eye. Needless to say, the departed spirit fruit was below the black cloud. In another direction, the many corpse race cultivators all stopped as well. As they looked at the black cloud, greed appeared in their eyes. 5 men stood at the front of the group. The one in the middle was the mysterious man with the departed spirit mark on his forehead that Xiao Chun had paid special attention to. Beside him was Wang Can, who had fought with Xiao Chun before. The other three were the outstanding talents of the corpse race's younger generation. Brother Wei Hua, that place is where the departed spirit fruit is. However, there are only 2 strands of death qi. The black flame sovereign snake guarding this place should have eaten one. Wang Can said politely as he pointed to the front. Wei Hua nodded and said in a somewhat hoarse voice, I can feel it. I only need 1 departed spirit fruit. That will be sufficient for me to advance to late-stage inferior grade martial sage. The ghost race people. A murderous intent flashed in Wei Hua's eyes. He said, There's no need to worry. This time I brought 3 underworld fire demonic corpses. Each of them can hold their own against a medial grade martial sage. There is no need to fear even if we run into Diwuk. Bang! Intense explosions resounded in the air. Wang Can looked up and saw a figure moving quickly in the air. Xiao Chun could not feel any fluctuations of death energy or heavenly sage laws. When that person stomped on the air, there was an intense explosion that sounded like thunder. Relying entirely on the control of his physical body, he stepped on the void and arrived at an extraordinary speed. Wang Can's face lit up in joy. He smiled and said, Kuei-do is here. Now we are even more confident. Wei Hua raised his eyebrows slightly and said, The physical body of the Iron Hand Sovereign's descendant is indeed as strong as before. However, Wei Hua's tone did not sound friendly. Wang Can knew the secret behind this. Wei Hua's great-grandfather was a true major character of the Corpse God Palace, one of the 4 sovereign martial emperors, the Underworld Fire Sovereign. Back then, when the Iron Hand Sovereign betrayed the Corpse God Palace, he fought with Wei Hua's great-grandfather. In the end, the Underworld Fire Sovereign lost, allowing the Iron Hand Sovereign to flee. The old grudges of adulthood had long since faded away with the passage of time. There was no eternal hatred between sovereign martial emperors. However, when 2 descendants met, a small grudge would definitely exist. Whoosh! The Iron Hand Sovereign's figure flashed, and he landed in front of Wei Hua. He smiled and said, The 2 of you have been waiting for a long time. I ran into Yan Shursan along the way and spent some effort to shake him off. Wei Hua smiled gently and said, Yan Shursan's killing sword Dao extinguishes all life force, killing everything in the world. You focus on cultivating the physical body. It is normal that you cannot defeat him. The Iron Hand Sovereign's expression changed as he stared at Wei Hua. Then he smiled and said, I was wondering who it was. So, it is the Underworld Fire Sovereign's descendant. The scar on your great-grandfather's chest should still be there, right? The full power strike of a rank 7 sage body left a mark that will not fade even after 10,000 years. The 2 started mocking each other the moment they met. Wang Can quickly stepped forward and laughed loudly. Brother Kuei-do, let's go quickly. After this matter is over, I guarantee that I will give you my heavenly demon body cultivation art. Kuei-do snorted coldly and did not say anything more. Wei Hua also knew when to advance and when to retreat. This was not the time to seek trouble for the other party, so he did not continue mocking the other party. The 2 groups headed for the place where the black smoke rose, flying quickly over the savannah. For hours later, the 2 groups arrived almost at the same time. However, they did not start fighting immediately. Instead, they showed grave expressions. When the 2 groups arrived below the black clouds, they did not see the departed spirit flower. There was only a black snake coiled around its body, looking like a small hill. A faint flame burned on its black scales. A pair of small horns protruded from its head, and it flicked its scarlet tongue as it looked around. This was the Black Flame Sovereign snake. However, its size surpassed everyone's expectations. There was also the small horn on its head. All of these indicated that the Black Flame Sovereign snake's strength had improved in the past 10 years. Qing Cheng stared at the Black Flame Sovereign snake and said, This is problematic. It swallowed a departed spirit fruit. It is probably as strong as a superior grade martial sage now. Wang Can and the others frowned heavily as well. They did not know what to do. Earlier, they had not treated the Black Flame Sovereign snake as much trouble. As the 2 groups soared into the air, they could see the anxiety in each other's eyes. This was not the result that Xiao Chun wanted. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. After a while he said, "The departed spirit fruit should be under it. I'll lure it away." Ji Shizhan, Bai Su, and the others looked at Xiao Chun in shock. It was not that they did not believe in Xiao Chun's strength. However, it was rare for Xiao Chun to take the initiative to help. "Don't worry. I'm still confident in my speed. After I return, I will help you delay Kuei Do." Xiao Chun continued, dispelling the doubts in Qing Cheng's heart. She nodded and said, "Dragging things out like this is not a solution. In that case, I'll have to trouble young Master Xiao. However, are you confident of escaping?" The interests of the two groups were now tied together. If they lost, it would be impossible for Xiao Chun to obtain the peak spirit vein. "I never do things that I am not confident of." Xiao Chun pushed off the air, and his figure flickered. Then a bow appeared in his hand. Xiao Chun drew the bowstring, and an arrow fell like a meteor, tearing space apart. With a kaxiai sound, the arrow accurately struck the gap between the black flame sovereign snake's scales and entered its body. Just one arrow was already so powerful. Qing Cheng, Wang Can, and the others were all astonished. Since when did the black flame sovereign snake's defense become like tofu? There is a secret to this bow. The few of them stared at the Soul Slayer bow in Xiao Chen's hand. Their eyes revealed an extremely interested expression. This was especially so for Kuei Do. He watched very carefully. When Xiao Chun drew the bowstring, he used pure vital qi. Blood flowed out and the black flame sovereign snake howled in pain. Then it opened its mouth and spat out a stream of flames at Xiao Chun. The dense black flames were like dense clouds. Everywhere it passed, it burned up the air and dust, leaving behind large patches of pitch-black space. Xiao Chun nimbly dodged. Then he drew the bowstring again and fired another arrow. The black flame sovereign snake was thoroughly enraged. Its huge body soared into the air and shot towards Xiao Chun. When the black flame sovereign snake's body left the ground, 3 departed spirit flowers appeared before the two teams. 2 of the flowers contained a black fruit. Attack! The two teams withdrew their attention from the Soul Slayer bow in Xiao Chen's hand. They did not waste any words and immediately started fighting. Along the way, the teams that the two sides sent out to search for departed spirit flowers had fought several times. Both sides had been preparing for this fierce battle for a long time. Far away, Xiao Chun, who was dodging the black flame sovereign snake's attacks, revealed a faint smile. This was the situation that he wanted to see. The black flames surged endlessly. Occasionally, large patches of pitch-black space appeared in the sky. Xiao Chun frowned, not daring to dodge. The might of these flames was ferocious. Furthermore, they contained a deathly energy that could burn away life force. Suddenly, there was the sound of a swift wind. The wind was like a saber, piercing through the surface of Xiao Chen's protective quintessence and causing his face to hurt. Chapter 836. Xiao Chun pushed off with his feet and spun around as he soared into the air. The moment he rose, a black snake tail swept under his feet. If he had been any slower, he would have suffered this strike. The snake tail sweep was the strongest move of snake-type spirit beasts. This sweep of the black flame sovereign snake, which was as strong as a superior-grade martial sage, was sufficient to severely injure Xiao Chun. The howling of a strong wind resounded in the sky. It sounded like a hurried whistle, spreading in all directions and scattering the white clouds. With one sweep, there were no clouds for 5 kilometers around. Xiao Chun was flabbergasted. No wonder the expressions of the people on both sides immediately changed when they saw the gigantified black flame sovereign snake. With such explosive power, it would be terrible if one got hit. A strong fishy smell wafted over. Xiao Chun looked up and saw the black flame sovereign snake twisting its body in the air like a flood dragon. Then it opened its huge mouth and launched itself at him. A huge suction force came from its mouth, and a whirlwind continued to form, spinning continuously. Fortunately, Xiao Chun dodged quickly and was not pulled by the suction. He tilted his body down and glided down like an eagle. Then he turned his head back and fired another arrow. The black flame sovereign snake's mind was filled with rage. It roared and spat out a 3,000-meter-long black flame from its mouth. The snake's head danced. The pillar of flames danced in the air, looking very mighty. As Xiao Chun glided down, he moved about nimbly, dodging the flames, not letting any sparks come into contact with him. As the chase continued, The spirit beasts and cultivators of the savannah panicked and fled for their lives. The difference between a superior-grade martial sage and an inferior-grade martial sage was an insurmountable chasm. Xiao Chun was not arrogant enough to kill the other party. However, he was very confident of luring this black flame sovereign snake away. Xiao Chun looked up into the distance and saw a pillar of light descending from the sky. That was the target of everyone here, the treasury hall. After dodging a few times, Xiao Chun slid swiftly towards the ground. When he was close to the ground, he lifted his body slightly and landed firmly on the ground. Xiao Chun took a few steps forward, alleviating the momentum from inertia. He stopped dodging and raised his head to look at the black flame sovereign snake in the air. When the black flame sovereign snake saw that Xiao Chun was no longer running for his life, it charged down violently, its huge body directly descending. 9 roaming dragon transformations. A loud rumbling sound rang out as the black flame sovereign snake landed on the ground. The entire ground shook violently and cracks even appeared. The black flames on his body ignited the surrounding weeds. As the flames swept out, a large patch of ash was created. 9 figures surrounded the black flame snake and soared into the air. The real and the fake were hard to distinguish. The black flame snake spat out flames and destroyed the clones one by one. By the time the black flame sovereign snake destroyed the 8 clones, it had already given Xiao Chun too much time. Xiao Chun's true body was already a kilometer away. Xiao Chun formed hand seals, and the 72 universe flags flickered with spiritual light. They quickly entered the ground and formed a strong restriction that spanned 5 kilometers. The restriction covered all directions, including the sky and the ground. Once the black flame sovereign snake was trapped, it would not be able to escape. However, to others they would not be able to discover anything. Furthermore, the restriction had a simple illusion effect. Xiao Chun's white robes fluttered in the sharp air as he looked at the restriction below. He smiled faintly and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he dusted off his hands and carefully flew back. 5 kilometers away, Xiao Chun stopped in the air. He supported his chin with his right hand as he watched carefully. While avoiding the 2 departed spirit fruits, the ghost race and corpse race fought each other to the death. The battle was very intense. All sorts of Yin soldiers and demonic corpses fought. A cold wind blew and black chi spread out. As dust flew up, the sounds of fighting rang out endlessly. The scene was chaotic. On the battlefield, 3 demonic corpses covered in green demonic flames attracted Xiao Chun's attention. These 3 demonic corpses were clearly different from the other demonic corpses. First, they were about 3 meters tall, far taller than the other demonic corpses. Then there was the green demonic flame on their bodies. Xiao Chun thought about it. The more he looked at it, the more it looked like the legendary Yellow Springs underworld flame. Among the Yin-attributed flames, the Yellow Springs underworld flame was second only to the lunar true flame. It was on the same level as the scarlet blood frost flame. Like the scarlet blood frost flame, it was also a top-grade evil flame. Its special effect was to burn the soul, which was a strong counter to Yin soldiers. However, these 3 demonic corpses, which should have been the nemesis of Yin soldiers, met with a difficult opponent. That white figure held a long scythe in its hand. It was about 10 meters tall, much taller than the flaming demonic corpses. The white figure fought 1 against 3. Although it was clearly not a match for them, it managed to delay the 3 demonic corpses, preventing them from sweeping up the Yin soldiers elsewhere. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, clicked her tongue and sighed. The fight is really intense. Unexpectedly, the corpse race's underworld fire demonic corpse and the ghost race's soul reaper Yin soldier are both brought over. Underworld fire demonic corpse and soul reaper Yin soldier. Xiao Chun did not understand the martial techniques of these 2 races. However, he could tell from their auras that they were not easy to deal with. This strengthened some of Xiao Chun's thoughts. He continued to watch. Qing Chong and the others all had their own opponents and could not get away. The battlefield entered a stalemate. Both sides originally thought that they could end the fight quickly. They had not expected it to be so difficult. If one observed the situation carefully, one would discover that the corpse race held the advantage. This was because the other side had an extra person, Kue Do. Kue Do's current opponent was a black figure holding a scythe as well. According to Ao Jiao, this was also a refined Yin soldier called Soul Reaper Yin soldier. The black-robed Soul Reaper was at a complete disadvantage against Kuei Do. The energy that Kuei Do's physical body burst out with contained an aura of extreme yang, which dealt significant damage to Yin soldiers. Kuei Do's punches landed on the black figure, giving off loud bangs. The black figure was forced back, and the light on its body slowly dimmed. As long as this black-robed Soul Reaper was defeated, Kuei Do would be free to deal with the white-robed Soul Reaper. After that, Kuei Do would not need to make a move. The 3 underworld fire demonic corpses would be able to sweep through the place. With just a slight change in the balance, the other side would immediately crumble. Qing Cheng, who was currently fighting with Wei Hua, had an anxious expression. Occasionally, she glanced in the direction that Xiao Chan had taken, anticipating his arrival. Yellow sand filled the air, and thick smoke churned. When Xiao Chan saw both sides fighting at full power, he sighed in his heart. This was the other side's true strength. With such a large team, no matter which side Xiao Chen faced, he would not be a match for them. If he worked with them individually, he would not be on equal footing from the start. After that, if the other side wanted to bite back, there would be no room for negotiation. Xiao Chen had never liked this kind of cooperation. He also did not believe that there would be fairness in a situation where one's strength was not equal. The initiative still needed to be in his hands. Even if it was a little risky, it was worth it. Xiao Chan took a deep look at the place where the departed spirit fruit was. Then his figure flashed and he landed on the ground. Xiao Chan took out the puppet snake and entered its belly. Then, he controlled the puppet snake to go deep underground, arriving right below the departed spirit flower without anyone noticing. Normally, a spirit vein's origin wrapped in a special stone membrane would be right below the departed spirit flower. Xiao Chan sent out his spiritual sense and searched carefully. He did not spend much time before he found the spirit vein's origin wrapped up. The puppet snake opened its mouth and bit down on the spirit vein's origin. Then it rolled into Xiao Chen's hand, easily obtaining the spirit vein's origin. The group of people above fought to the death. Even in their dreams, they would not expect that Xiao Chan, who lured away the black flame sovereign snake, had already returned. Furthermore, he managed to obtain the peak spirit vein's origin without much effort. Xiao Chan had never believed that Qing Cheng would let him leave after obtaining the spirit vein's origin. It was not just because of the spirit vein's origin. The death throne that Xiao Chan possessed was sufficient for Qing Cheng to make a move without any reason. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He was not in a rush to leave. Instead, he controlled the puppet snake to rise in a straight line. Up, 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 up. Bang! The 3 departed spirit flowers on the ground suddenly burst apart. Countless bits of soil flew everywhere as the 3 departed spirit flowers flew into the air. The black puppet snake opened its mouth and bit down. Then it swallowed the 3 departed spirit flowers at a speed that no one could stop. This mysterious phenomenon startled the ghost race and corpse race cultivators at the critical moment of the chaotic battle. They could not help but stop what they were doing. Damn! In the next moment, the cultivators of the 2 races reacted and started cursing angrily. Death energy gathered in their bodies and a strong wind blew. All sorts of horrifying martial techniques rained down on the puppet snake. Do you still want the departed spirit fruits? If you want it, then stop. Xiao Chan used the dragon tone art to transmit his voice from the puppet snake. This simple sentence immediately froze everyone's movements. Before everyone's astonished gazes, Xiao Chan walked out of the puppet snake's mouth holding 3 departed spirit flowers. As Xiao Chan looked at the stunned crowd, he smiled gently. The show was just beginning. Of the 3 departed spirit flowers, Xiao Chan picked 2 of the departed spirit fruits and played with them in his hand. Formless death chi spread out. Xiao Chan frowned slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. The main reason was because of his mental state. With his protective quintessence, this death chi could not cause any substantial harm to Xiao Chan. When Qing Cheng, Ji Shizhan Baisu, and the others saw Xiao Chan suddenly return, they rejoiced at first. Then their expressions changed. Something was wrong. The expressions of Wang Can, Wei Hua, and the others of the corpse race became uncertain as well. They did not know what Xiao Chan was trying to do. Xiao Chan, what are you trying to do? The departed spirit fruits are useless to you, right? Do you think you can run after offending both the ghost race and the corpse race for these 2 departed spirit fruits? Wang Can asked coldly with a sullen expression. Standing above the puppet snake, Xiao Chan smiled and said, "Haha. It does not matter whether it is useful to me or not. It is fine as long as it is useful to you." The ghost race woman Qing Chang also showed some anger on her snow-white, soul-stirring face. She had not expected Xiao Chan to be so bold. Not only did Xiao Chan obtain the peak spirit vein's origin, but he even snatched away the departed spirit fruits before the many experts of the corpse race, ghost race, and ghost race. Chapter 837. She should have known that this fellow would not be so kind as to lure away the black flame sovereign snake. He clearly wanted the two races to fight while he took advantage of the situation. Or rather, from the very start, Xiao Chan did not believe in Qing Chang's promise and had made up his mind long ago. Qing Chang said in a cold voice, "Young Master Xiao, unexpectedly, you are also someone who goes back on your word." Xiao Chan smiled faintly and said to Qing Chang, "Miss Qing Chang, you know very well who you are keeping these black and white soul reapers to deal with. A straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. There is no need to be so pompous. I, Xiao Chan, have never said that I am a gentleman. If I really help you deal with these people, will you let me go? I am not a 3-year-old child. Whether it is right or wrong, there is no need to say too much. Right now, I am in control of everything. Whether you admit it or not, the departed spirit fruit that can help you advance quickly is now in the hands of me, Xiao Chan." There were more than 100 martial sages of the two races and countless demonic corpses and Yin soldiers. If they all attacked together, even a superior grade martial sage would not dare to be too unbridled. A gentle wind blew and Xiao Chen's white robes and hair fluttered. As he stood on the puppet snake's head, he looked at the group of experts without any fear. His expression did not change at all. Why is he speaking so much nonsense? Attack together and take his life. Does he really think that he is incredible just because he is a descendant of the Qing Emperor? Someone roared in rage. The rest of the people chimed in. The demonic corpses roared and the Yin soldiers howled. In that instant the winds and clouds changed, and a cloud of dust kicked up. Who dares to take a step forward? Xiao Chan said calmly, unhurriedly. Electricity surged in his hand as though he was going to destroy the two departed spirit fruits. "Stop! Don't move!" Wang Can and Qing Chang both berated them, stopping their subordinates. Departed spirit flowers were hard to find outside. They only existed in the underworld river, an underground forbidden land. Even Emperor Wu did not dare to enter that place. The value of the departed spirit fruit itself was already very high. The value of the fruit was even more immeasurable. Inferior grade martial sage was also the realm that could bring out the best effects of the departed spirit fruit. If they did not have a certain value, the corpse race and ghost race would not have brought out their trump cards and started fighting before reaching the treasury hall. Wei Hua, who had been silent all this while, said, "What do you want? Just say it." Xiao Chun smiled gently and said, "It seems that there are people who understand. Since all of you want this departed spirit fruit, I naturally can't give it to just anyone. You guys can bid for it. Whoever offers the most astral coins will get it. Of course, spirit vein origins, sage-grade secret treasures, secret techniques, and medicinal pills can also be added. In short, I want all treasures. I am a very open-minded person." When the cultivators of the two races heard this, their expressions changed. They wondered if they had heard wrong. This fellow, who was surrounded by more than 100 inferior grade martial sages and could die at any moment, actually boasted shamelessly and raised the price. Wang Can waved his right hand and smiled coldly. "What qualifications do you have to raise the price? Do you really think we are fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered? At worst, I will just give up on this departed spirit fruit. You don't want it." The corner of Xiao Chen's lips curled up as he tossed out a departed spirit fruit. Then he flicked his finger, and a strand of purple saber chi shot out. The saber chi shattered the departed spirit fruit with a loud bang. Black death chi immediately surged out, forming boundless thick clouds that spread out in all directions. The originally formless death chi now turned into thick, dark clouds that spread for a kilometer without showing any signs of dissipating. Kase! The hearts of the countless corpse race and ghost race cultivators shattered at the same time as they looked at the shattered departed spirit fruit. This was a departed spirit fruit, not a rock. It was worth cities and could not be measured. Yet, Xiao Chun destroyed it without batting an eye. You. Wang Qing gaped flabbergasted. He stammered for a long time, unable to say anything. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, Brother Wang Can, didn't you say that you don't want it? Why are you so agitated? Screw you. I was just saying it. Just saying it, and you really King destroyed it. Yet, you still ask me why I am so agitated. Wang Qing could not help cursing in his heart. However, he did not dare to say anything more. He feared that if Xiao Chun was upset, he would destroy the only remaining departed spirit fruit as well. A murderous intent flashed in Wei Hua's eyes. He lowered his head and sent a voice projection to a certain person. Then, without changing his expression, he stepped forward and said, I offer 100,000 black astral coins and 5 rank 3 spirit veins. To you this is a very fair price. At this moment, Xiao Chun already held the upper hand. Qing Chang was very reluctant, but she had no choice but to accept this reality. She clenched her teeth and said, I offer 100,000 black astral coins and 10 rank 3 spirit veins as well. 200,000 black astral coins and 15 rank 3 spirit veins. Wei Hua did not hesitate to raise the price again, clearly determined to obtain the departed spirit fruit. When the two arrived earlier, they must have brought the younger generation to search for departed spirit flowers and obtain some spirit veins along the way. Xiao Chun did not say anything. He looked at Qing Chang, his meaning clear. If you do not raise the price, this departed spirit fruit will be the other party's. How hateful! Qing Chang was now gnashing her teeth in hatred, feeling so much regret that her intestines turned green. Originally, she thought that by working with Xiao Chun with so many of her clansmen and some trump cards, she would definitely be able to suppress Xiao Chun. After the matter was over, she wanted Xiao Chun to spit out everything with interest. Who could have expected such a situation to occur? What kind of person did he invite? Everything was fine, but he actually dug such a big hole for him. However, not raising the price now was out of the question. After putting in so much effort, she had already lost so many people before reaching the treasury hall. If she still could not obtain the departed spirit fruit, she would suffer a great loss. 200,000 black astral coins, 15 rank 3 spirit veins, and a sage great essence increasing pill that your human race needs. Both sides were bidding, neither giving way. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and watched the two sides compete. The more vicious the competition, the better. 500,000 black astral coins, 20 rank 3 spirit veins, a sage great inner vest, and a sage great essence increasing pill. Finally, Wei Hua's heart sank, and he named a price that Qing Chang could not raise. At such a price, Qing Chang's expression changed. After hesitating for a long time, she did not continue bidding. Such a price already surpassed the value of the departed spirit fruit. It was not worth it at all. Wei Hua was practically using up half of the resources she had. She did not know what Wei Hua was thinking. When Wei Hua saw that Qing Chang did not say anything, he smiled and said, Young Master Xiao, what do you think of this price? Hand over the departed spirit fruit. Haha. Naturally, I Xiao Chun am very satisfied with such a price. However, I will have to delay the transaction for a while. The smile on Xiao Chun's face faded. At the end of his words, his expression turned cold. With a flip of his hand, he placed the departed spirit fruit in his universe ring. Then he instantly turned around. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, deities descending tenfold combat prowess. A divine light descended from the sky and entered Xiao Chun's body. His aura soared infinitely, and the resplendent light on his fist was as dazzling as the sun. Bang! When Xiao Chun punched, his fist immediately clashed with Kuei Dou's full power strike. This Kuei Dou took advantage of the moment the two sides raised the price to sneak behind Xiao Chun. When Wei Hua announced the final price, Kuei Dou thought that Xiao Chun would relax, so he immediately launched a sneak attack in the time it took for a spark to fly. However, Kuei Dou did not know that with Xiao Chun's spiritual sense, he could see everything that happened around him in his mind. Not only had Kuei Dou noticed Xiao Chun long ago, but he had also sensed the plot between Xiao Chun and Wei Hua, and had been waiting for a long time. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the place, deafening many people for a short period of time. The instant the two fists clashed, Kuei Dou immediately suffered a great loss. For the sake of maintaining the speed of his attack, He could only use 60% of his vital qi. However, Xiao Qian had been storing up power and waiting for a long time. Not only did the myriad heaven divine fist merge his vital qi, mental energy, and heavenly laws, but it also increased his combat prowess tenfold. Kuei Do vomited a mouthful of blood. Kasie. The bones in his right arm shattered. This arm would definitely be crippled for the time being. Kuei Do's body flew back like an arrow and smashed into the ground, creating a large pit and kicking up a cloud of dust. With the tenfold combat prowess gone, Xiao Qian's boundless aura vanished as well. His white robes fluttered. Aside from a special sharpness, there was nothing special about him. Xiao Qian swung his slightly sore arm without anyone noticing. He felt startled in his heart. A cultivator with a pure physical body was truly horrifying. Even if Kuei Do only used 60% of his strength, it was already frightening enough. If it were another person standing here, that person would definitely be smashed into a meat patty. However, Kuei Do ran into Xiao Qian, a well-prepared Xiao Qian. Kuei Do could only blame himself for being unlucky. Xiao Qian pushed off the ground and ignored the shocked people around him. He put away the puppet snake and somersaulted in the air, leaping out of the encirclement of the two races and landing firmly on the ground. "Come out and trade," Xiao Qian said calmly. Wei Hua looked at Kuei Do, who fell into a deep pit and stood up in a sorry state. His lips twitched involuntarily as he silently flew out. The two faced each other and placed the items they wanted to trade into a spatial ring before their eyes. Then they stretched out their hands and pushed. They each controlled their own spatial rings and pushed them towards the other with the speed of an old ox pulling a cart. The cultivators of the two races stood in a row behind them. They did not hide the killing qi in their eyes at all, clearly eager to try. The two spatial rings brushed past each other, and the two sides immediately pulled over the other's spatial rings. "Kill him," Wei Hua said through clenched teeth. He did not even bother looking at the departed spirit fruit in his spatial ring as he retreated at his fastest speed. The ghost race and corpse race cultivators did not need Wei Hua to say anything. They were already filled with rage. The instant Wei Hua retreated, attacks rained down on Xiao Qian. Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Xiao Qian, who had been prepared for this long ago, gently pushed off the ground and moved backward. A light flashed in his eyes. The purple thunder true fire and the lunar true flame chased each other, forming a magnificent flame diagram. The 8 trigrams for divisions and yin-yang condensed into a world of its own, blocking all the attacks. Boom! In just an instant, the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram turned into a golden light and disappeared. However, this short moment was enough for Xiao Qian to do many things.